Hey guys, my name is Simpsy, how you all doing? Welcome to the start of a brand new campaign here today on the channel. We're going to be playing Napoleon Total War Darthmod as the United Kingdom. So, I hope you guys like the sound of that. We're going to be playing on a hard campaign and very hard battle difficulty. That is what is recommended for Darthmod on Napoleon. So, I can't wait to get stuck into a brand new series. Alrighty, I'm going to play the intro and we'll get stuck into the campaign.
Napoleon and his godless revolutionaries have no respect for the status quo. They insist on meddling with the balance of power on mainland Europe. Defenseless Liguria has been annexed by France, and such behavior cannot be tolerated. As a result, Great Britain has joined forces with Austria and Russia to oppose French continental ambitions. Sweden, Portugal, and the smaller Italian states have vowed to aid the struggle. But the three great powers must take most of the strain in opposing this monstrous revolutionary threat. Whilst Austria and Russia attempt to deal with Napoleon on the fields of Bavaria, you must ensure that his navy is kept in check. Admiral Villeneuve's fleet must be intercepted by the Royal Navy, lest the armies of France march on British shores. Then, inshore blockades are maintained across all French ports. Finally, your long-standing ally Portugal must be aided in pushing through into occupied Spain, opening a second front and splitting the might of Napoleon's armies.
Okay guys, how you doing? Welcome to the campaign map. Super excited to be back in Napoleon Total War. I had a blast with my Napoleon French campaign earlier in the year, and you guys really enjoyed that series as well. So I've been craving another Napoleon campaign for quite some time. So the objective of this series is to get rid of that pesky Napoleon on the continent. I think we'll try and historically invade France. I think I might sort of move through the Netherlands, Belgium, and maybe we'll start an attack from Gibraltar. I don't really want to rush like Normandy super quickly. We'll take our time with this one, and we'll go through and have a look at some of the generals that we're working with. So we're currently under the reign of George III, but the main general and protagonist on this campaign will be Arthur Wellesley, 1st Duke of Wellington, an English-Irish-born soldier, a Tory statesman, twice Prime Minister, and a leading military and political figure, of course, in the 19th century. He's best known as being one of the best commanders at the time, and who won and ended the Napoleonic Wars when he defeated the coalition at the Battle of Waterloo. So hopefully we can have our Waterloo in this series. He fought early in his career in the Netherlands, India, and Monsoy. So Wellington is known as having a really adaptive tactical style in battles. He actually plays quite defensively. in warfare, and it actually resulted historically in several victories against a enemy opposition with a larger numerical force. I want to be sort of hyper-aggressive in this campaign, but regardless, hopefully we can replicate some of his victories throughout this series. So let's move down south now to look at the Navy. The leader of the Navy, Admiral Nelson, leader, strategist, and decisive British naval commander. He's even seen to this day as one of the greatest naval commanders in all of history. So this must be replicating the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar. We might have to play that one here today. I guess this is the Franco and Spanish fleet that come out of the port. Hopefully we can gain victory on HMAS Victory, and I guess this time around not allow Nelson to get fatally shot by a French sharpshooter. He's got that famous quote, doesn't he? England expects that every man will do his duty. I'm really hoping that every Englishman can do that in this series. I've been to Nelson's column in Trafalgar in real life. It's actually quite a spectacle. I remember I was on a tour with someone, and someone goes, "Is that Napoleon up there?" And I nearly had a heart attack. And I reckon poor old Nelson will probably roll in his grave as well. Okay, just going through the lists, I think we'll basically set a rally point for London. We'll try and move most of the armies from Wales, Ireland, and Scotland down south. And then we'll make a play maybe for Belgium-occupied France, or maybe the Netherlands. And once I've got enough military forces, I am tempted to send a full stack down to Gibraltar. We cannot allow the rock to fall. It's a really crucial choke point as well if we want to protect our trade lanes. So we'll move those Highlanders down and we'll rally everyone just outside London. Because what you want to do playing as the UK, you want to basically block off the Channel, Gibraltar, and the north as well, so you can dominate those eastern trade nodes. Okay, let's have a look at some of these other generals. Michael Stowell. I kind of wish there was more generals. I wonder if there's a mod, because Napoleon didn't have all these generals in the last Darthmod campaign. There was like 30 or so I would have liked to see. So, Stowell, London-born, in England, fought in the Revolutionary Wars in America. He actually fought in the Battle for Bunker Hill. He actually had a previous invasion in Holland, so he's got some experience. And later, he actually founded the County of Brittany in northern France after liberating it. Moving on now to someone who's a little bit more known. John Moore. Sir John Moore. Scottish-born, British Army General, known as Moore of Corunna. He is best known for his military training and reforms, and ultimately his death in the battle. Hopefully we don't do the same with him and withdraw the army and get himself killed. So we might actually send him down to Spain. He might be the general that can do the conquest of it. That's what I'm thinking. Try and have some alternative timelines with John Moore, perhaps. Moving now to Admiral William Cornwallis. He was actually the brother of Charles Cornwallis, a British commander at the siege of York. He was sort of best known as being the Channel fleet defender in the Napoleonic Wars, so hopefully we could try and let him hanging around there and try and protect it. And last but not least, we have George Elphinstone. I don't know too much about him. I think he was just a naval officer throughout the period. But hopefully we can get some more officers in the future that can be a little bit more renowned. Or maybe we can make these generals into absolute beasts of history. Okay, well, now that we've met everyone, let's put them to work for the glory of the British Empire. So we're currently at war with the Netherlands and France. So I think, yeah, pushing up there's probably the play into the Netherlands. There's a couple of trade nodes here, potentially spare. That one's got no one on it. It's so worth getting these trade nodes. You can get upwards of a couple thousand early on in the campaign. So we'll send this trade ship south to see if there's anyone here. Okay, unfortunately there's a Spanish fleet. We found the Spanish. There's 3 in there. I kind of want to use Nelson for Trafalgar. We might need to use the Channel Navy to deal with that eventually. Okay, so we're rallying up. I guess we can dive into diplomacy. So we're currently at war with Spain and France. We're Protestant, obviously, and we're a constitutional monarchy. We've got a bunch of alliances here, which is fantastic. Austria, Sicily, Naples, Russia, and Sweden. So most of the continent is allied with us. Oh, the Danes nor the Norwegians don't like us either. And then, of course, we've got Portugal as well. So I wouldn't mind maybe getting a couple of peace treaties with these factions. There's a bunch of factions I'm still not trading with as well. So we definitely need to get that going. So, hello, Russia. And then we've got Prussia as well that we have an open trade with. So let's negotiate with Frederick Wilhelm and Alexander. Would you like trade? George III sends his regards. They've all accepted. And the Ottomans like us quite a bit. We've still got trade with them. So we're at war with a couple of minor factions. So Bavaria, would you like peace? Potentially. They're not interested. What about the Kingdom of Italy? Nope. What about the Swiss? No, either. Okay. What about Württemberg? I guess they're not interested either. So Portugal, we still haven't got trade with them. I'd love to get an alliance with them. Potentially even military access. We could actually land... That'd be so much easier landing our forces there with military access rather than landing the armies in Gibraltar. Okay, so they're not interested in an alliance. They only want trade. Which I'm happy to accept. Yeah, they don't want this flat alliance. Fair enough. And then there's some, like, I don't even know what this is. Some German state. Become protectorate, maybe? I was going to say, I can guarantee you, if that's what you sort of want. I kind of wish we had an alliance starting off with Portugal, to be honest. Okay, government-wise, obviously we have George III, not the most popular monarch, obviously. Our government is not too bad. It's actually really not too bad. We can change in anyone if we need to. C67. William Pitt is the Prime Minister. But we've got a really good Treasury and Naval Commander as well. Trade-wise, mostly getting it from North America. Cotton, tobacco, and furs from the North American continent. Okay. Research and technology, I guess we dive into. I still don't know the meta for this. Like, what's your tech sort of blueprint? Like, what do you guys sort of prioritize mostly? Because, like, you want to sort of reduce unit reduction of, like, the cost. You want to up their efficiency. You want growth. You want wealth. And a couple of others. So maybe I'm overthinking it, but you can't really go wrong with a lot of this stuff. Like national debt minus upkeep is probably good because we're going to be smashing out units soon. We're going on a massive recruitment splurge. Okay, so what else have we got to deal with? We've got the objectives. Now, I've put it on just historical for now. We could go for sort of a continental victory, but I think this will be enough. Like, trying to take those victory conditions will be rather challenging regardless. Like, if we let France build up a bit, we're going to have a hard time pushing in there. And also, if we don't rush them as well, like, that will make things a lot harder. Because we want to be focusing on the French and the Spanish. So, we'll try and get some units where we can. Arthur Wellesley's army looks quite good. I think we'll go with, like, 5 of those good old red coats. And then we want to be constantly recruiting in Gibraltar because we don't want to get caught down there from a Spanish rush. So even the Spanish Navy is just south there as well. Fleets-wise as well, we want to put slops in basically all of the naval ports just so no one can block our trade and get in there. And we want to probably try and get some more trade fleets as well. We actually might want to look to upgrade some of the ports. Have sort of the northern ones, which are a bit safer. Probably be trade focused, like money, while the southern docks sort of on the coast and maybe near Gibraltar probably can go full on military. So, I think pushing into the Netherlands is probably the play. Because we might actually be able to destroy them. So is this enough? I think it might be. I think we might risk it and see what we're sort of looking at. So we could go into Normandy and Caen. That'd be quite easy to do, but I think we'll sort of go a little bit realistic. Like there'd be huge. Like the French Navy realistically should have a bunch of ships there. Like we shouldn't be able to hit it with impunity. You know what I'm saying? So I think we'll go for a harder challenge here. We'll go and try and take Amsterdam. We'll drop off Wellington and Stole with 3 units of cavalry, 3 cannons, the rest made up of red coats, and we'll try and take and liberate the Netherlands. I think I'm going to occupy it if I do manage to take it, but we'll use this as our base of operations. And also, the rivers here are going to be quite easy to defend as well. We could always push a lot of bridge battles if we need to, force them to go at it. Okay, so I can't think of much else we can do. I guess they could attack us. There's not too many forces inside. And this will also destroy the Dutch Navy, because that can be quite a problem as well if you're fighting Spanish, Dutch, and French navies. So we'll move our navy down here. So Nelson against Pierre. Yeah, so this is the battle for Trafalgar. The Spanish navy isn't too far behind. So we'll play this one. I don't tend to play naval battles too much. I sort of shy away from them. I'm not the best at them, but we're playing a United Kingdom campaign. We've got Admiral Nelson. Surely that must count for something. So, I can't remember the last time I did a naval battle. I usually just auto-resolve them because they're still a little bit clunky. So I think what we're better off doing is grouping everyone up. I want to sort of make just a line of ships. I think that's the play. Like, we'll allow Nelson to be at the front, lead from the front, and then we'll get everyone to sort of... Where's the formation? Oh, what I'm looking for. That one, that's what I'm at. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Something like that. Like a strong, long line, and we'll work our way up and then try and wrap around the French fleet. So, I want to be like here, because we have to do like a right hook turn, don't we? Okay, so Nelson's leading from the front, and then we've got our second best ship. I think that's good. So it's currently a 60-40 in our favour, but here is, I guess, HMAS victory with Nelson at the front. Hopefully we can keep him alive this time around. So we've got shrapnel, we've got chain, and we've got standard shot. We're probably going to try and keep quite a range, so we'll go with standard shot for now. So if I can, yeah, so if I do that, it's all chain linked together, so everyone's going to go in the same formation. I think that's what we want. So let's have a look at the French fleet. Okay, so they have some smaller ships here. Yeah, we definitely have naval supremacy over them, you would think. So they've got 3 smaller ships at the front and the 3 larger ones. Nelson is slowly but surely sailing his way around. And I think what we'll do is we'll try and keep this line and then basically just try and do circles around them. Like, continue to try and wrap around. That's the play. So, go something like that. It's so, like, tough to sort of move everyone around. We'll speed things up slightly. I actually don't know the difference in naval battles compared to Darthmod and vanilla. This is my first time. Yeah, this actually might be my first Darthmod naval battle, to be honest. So it looks like some of the ships are firing. They're getting some shots off because they have an angle. But yeah, we'll try and go with a broad shot around. Yeah, so if we might pull to the left slightly just to open it up. So we're nearly on target there. So that's a right side shot. So we're getting some shots off already. Oh, we've managed to clip the French fleet. They're returning fire as well. Maybe I need to play more naval battles, because they are quite fun once you sort of get the hang of it. Okay, so I guess we'll load things up. A right side shot. I think you are better to sort of focus the firepower if you can, but I'm not patient. I guess we'll just let the standard shot go on. Okay, so we are clipping them there slightly. It's putting a little bit of pressure on them. So if they want to go forward like that, I guess we just sort of keep on pulling to the left, because they're going to cut right through the line, aren't they? They're just going straight for it. Okay, that might be a problem. So just try and swing around. So that's what I want. I might have come too close, actually. So, yeah, just try and swing the line around. Okay, this could be a problem. Their smaller ships are trying to cut me off, or cut the line off. Because there's no ramming in this, is there? Like, are you going to be able to get around? You're getting dangerously close to them. But at the moment, the French fleet and the British Navy are returning fire at each other. That's what I like to see. We should be able to outgun them. That's what's usually like in these naval battles. Whoever's got the best guns and the biggest guns and the bigger fleet wins usually. Okay, so we've managed to get 3 away. So we're just working down the line. They seem to be grounded a little bit more. But if we can continue to try to wrap around. Nelson's been sort of phased out a bit. Come on, swing around. So we are getting the shots off of the main flagship. Oh yeah, because like wind's a thing in this as well. With the compass, I'm assuming. Okay, so I don't know if we're exactly winning. We are trading. It was allowing the ships to fire at will. But nothing like starting off a Napoleon campaign with a naval battle against the French. That ship there's taken a fair bit of a beating. Oh, we can repair our ships as well. So swing around there. Just try and wrap around them. Okay, so they've stopped the last 3 ships from coming about. Oh, they've actually split me. They've cut me off massively there. That's a pretty audacious attempt to come right through that. Man, if we could ram them, that would be brilliant. I want to try and avoid boarding if we can. Okay, so I need to get Nelson back into it. But I guess we're sort of protecting him, which is probably not a bad idea. Allowing him to be a little bit passive in this fight. Allow the rest of the Navy to take most of the brunt of the fighting. Yes, so they've actually split me off big time here. It's okay because there's only a couple of small annoying ships. But the big battle's sort of happening over here. Come on! There's scurvy dogs! So, what the plan is, if we can defeat this fleet and the Spanish one, we might be able to essentially use Gibraltar as a choke point with the Navy and the Channel. We can have all those trade nodes to the west and basically knock off any other faction that's hanging around there. Because that's where we're going to make most of our money for this campaign, in trade. Because we're not going to be able to contest with the trade nodes or the fleets in the Mediterranean. So it's probably swung to about a 65% in our favour. We're doing alright at the moment. Yeah, so maybe what I should have done is not come as close. Because I'm actually quite surprised at the turning arc of some of these ships. Maybe that's something that's been reduced in Darthmod. Okay, so we might be able to surround the French flagship here. They're taking a bit of a brunt there. And we're getting surrounded by those smaller ships at the back. They're targeting my weaker ones, which is kind of smart, I guess. I'll try and wrap around there. Just try and get on the outside of them. Okay. Just these larger ships take so long to come about. So what I'll try and do is we'll try and get into a position where we can get 4 of our ships to focus all their firepower and just absolutely rain hellfire and death upon the French admiral. Because we might, if we can get rid of him, we might be able to cause a rout. But let me know other naval tactics and sort of how you guys sort of line up. Some people just go with a flat line and go straight at them. I think going in a single line actually seemed to work good for us, because now that we've actually got on the outside of them, we've actually flanked them quite a bit. Because look at this, we're about to get like 4 of our ships just absolutely hammering their flagship. Yeah, there we go. Now Nelson's getting into the thick of it. With good old HMAS victory. Okay, so they're now retreating or surrendering. They've thrown up the white flag. Cowards. Okay. We've been caught there a little bit. Yeah, just keep on peppering that. Bring it down if we can. Okay, this is 1 down. 4 to go. Okay, you're coming about. There we go. Yeah, now we've got 5 hitting it as well. That's what I want. That's what I like to see. This is kind of fun. I guess we'll just try and mix up some of the shots. Now that we're so close to them, maybe go with a chain. And keep a couple going with the standard. Oh, wow. We are absolutely peppering the hell out of them. Hang on. We've got a right shot to come in here now. Let it go! Oh, my God. That rip-roared through them. Bloody brilliant, that is. Okay, you're getting a little bit too far in front, so you're going to have to swing around. I don't want you to get in front of Nelson's firing arc. That one ship is just sort of letting the other 3 harass. Oh, hang on. I think they're surrendering. So, are they going to be able to withdraw? Like, can we hit that anymore then? Or is it like, should we move out? I guess we can repair. Yeah, so we can't hit them. That's annoying. I wanted to sink the damn ship. Oh, well, what we'll do is with a couple of these guys, we'll try and move them out. And I guess we'll repair the ships mid-combat because there's only a couple of the smaller ones back. And now it's swung to definitely a 70% in our favour. So it looks like, for now, Admiral Nelson will not get run through. So we'll repair back where we can. And we'll come about to try and save that ship of ours. Our weakest one. Yeah, so there's still a fair few men on that ship. I know they were getting bombarded massively, but I would have loved to sink it and to drop it to the bottom of the Spanish Sea. Leave it for the pirates. Black Pearl and Davy Jones. Okay, so let's swing around. It's going to take a little while to get to the sort of the other end. We'll speed things up. Maybe I should have put it on a faster speed a while ago, because it just takes so long to quite literally rotate a boat. Okay, so they're now coming out. Let's try and swing around like that and try and get around them. Okay, so you're hanging over here by yourself for whatever reason. So I guess we'll get these 2 to focus on that one. And we'll get the rest to focus on these 3 and come about. Oh, we're wavering a little bit there. We've somehow managed to recover. Okay, we might actually be able to get 3 ships onto that just to get rid of him. Okay, they're now turning. Alright, go for this. Okay, so they're just trying to hit Nelson here. He's holding on for now. I guess we'll just move this one in front to shield him a bit. So there's only 3 of the French fleet left. And then we have to deal with the Spanish one to the south. And it's a shame they didn't come in on this fight, the Spanish. I guess we just have to go hit them. Because I would have liked to fight French and Spanish ships at the same time, to be honest. But it might have been a little bit too hard and unfair for the British fleet. I don't know. Maybe that's actually why Portugal isn't allied with us at the start of the campaign. Because I have it... No, okay, that makes sense. Because even though historically Portugal and the United Kingdom have one of the oldest alliances in history, or had or whatever, I guess if we were, the Spanish AI might tend to rush Portugal and just completely destroy it. Which I wouldn't mind. Maybe trying to liberate Portugal if they lose it. Okay, so let's just speed things up. Let's wrap this up. And hopefully claim victory on the high seas for the first time. Yeah, let me know. Especially tips and tricks for naval battles. I think we did alright. Being a... I'm not unashamed to admit a naval novice in this game, but it seemed to work alright. A couple misplays here and there, but overall, I think we're about to claim a very decent victory with good old Admiral Nelson, but Pierre as well. A rather formidable and strong general in his own right. But what annoys me at the moment is a lot of these guys surrendering. We surrender! Typical French. Pulling out the white flag. Not allowing the crew to sink to the bottoms of the sea. Okay. We're absolutely smashing this poor little one here. I can see why they surrendered. So where's this other... oh, it's over here. Alright. Swing about. Turn a boat. Okay, so, yeah, we've definitely won now. Alrighty. That's good. I like it. Oh, we won. I like it a lot. It's kind of cool starting off with a naval battle in the first episode. Oh, no, we actually sunk that one. There we go. I guess one cannon shot went a little bit wayward. They kept on firing. They've surrendered. Stop firing. Send them to the sea. Well, I guess if they surrender, we can actually take the ship. We don't have to just, like, completely decimate everything, do we? And just send it. Okay. We just want to try and wrap things up. Come on. Come back here! You know, we do have the option to board the ship. Or repair the Navy as they're sort of running out. Because I guess it's like free replenishment, eh? Like you don't need to probably sit it in a port. We might even need to build up the port of Gibraltar because they might actually not be able to house these ships because that's where we'll send it. But yeah, I'm curious to see if we're going to be able to hold Gibraltar, to be honest. I would imagine, especially on this difficulty, the AI, particularly Spain, is not going to allow us to hang there too long, but we definitely need it. Essentially just to stop ships coming up from the Med. Okay, come on, come back here. Alright, focus on that. There's only 2 little old French ships left. There we go, keep on hitting them. Come about and hit him again. Now that we're repaired up, we're good. Okay, they're now probably withdrawing. No, we still seem to be firing upon them, and they still seem to be returning fire. Okay. Looks like it's only one more now. That's still holding on. Still hitting it though. Alright, come on. Surrender! Give up. The French Navy has been decimated by good old Admiral Nelson. God, it's just this last French ship. Come on. Bring it down. Bring it down. Just everyone go for it. Just send it. Like actual. Hey, victory. Yeah, I guess we just end the battle there. Heroic victory. Okay. That's kind of cool. Oh, wow. Look at those ships we got. Well, let's definitely bring them in. Oh, wow. We've managed to seize a bunch of French ships. We've got half a stack here now. That's fantastic. Alright, so I guess we'll get you to head further south and intercept the Spanish fleet. So, no other Spanish on the nodes there, no. Alrighty. Okay, back up in England for a sec. Just want to check. So we've got more military forces rallying up in London. That's fine. I could move the navy out. I'm kind of tempted to do so, because we want to try and deal with that Spanish fleet that's eventually just so it's hanging around on that trade node. So the last thing I want is for that to go down and hit Nelson. So what I'll do is I'll put this force nearby. We also need to garrison the ports as well. I think we need to move that trade ship eventually as well, probably back to protect it. Yeah, I guess we'll just rally up there. But that's annoying that that trade node was taken. Okay, with the fleet, what I'll do is we'll push against the Spanish and see the odds. Oh, there's actually a reinforcing one there. Look, we've already played a naval battle today. I don't want to make this entire episode naval battles, so we'll auto-resolve that. And we've won, and we'll take another ship. Good. So they do have one in the trade node down. Oh, that was the trade node one that came in. Oh, we've taken that off. Brilliant. Alright, well, what we'll do is we'll put the trade ship there, I guess, and we'll move the navy about here, so I guess we'll just raid the trade route, just give us that extra coin. Sweet. Okay, guys, well, I found a little bit of an issue, but I'm going to be able to fix it. It's not going to be that much of a problem. Lucky I caught it. So, I downloaded Darthmod properly. For whatever reason, it launched a coalition campaign and not the Darthmod campaign when I played. So, I think a similar thing has happened before, but lucky I caught it. So, for some reason, my units in that last half an hour were 160. They should be up to 360. And there were some elements of Darthmod not working. So, lucky I caught it within the first half an hour. Instead of playing all that footage again, and playing all that battle, what I'm going to do is basically launch a proper Darthmod campaign. I'm going to just quickly go through and do exactly what I did within that last half an hour. And we'll start the campaign again. Because, yeah, lucky I caught that pretty early in the campaign. But for whatever reason, it bugged up. So, I'll be back in a sec on the new save that I've had to now create. There might be some disparities here and there with units lost, but it's not going to be too much of a biggie. Alright, so, I'll be back in a sec. Okay guys, welcome back to the campaign map. We're back on the brand new save on Darthmod Fully Fledged. Okay, so, there might be a couple of just units here and there that look a little bit different. There might even be some AI turns that are a bit different as well. Okay, so, we're pretty much exactly where we were. We currently have Arthur Wellesley, Duke of Wellington, with Stoll. He has the army just outside the Netherlands, and they've got an army inside. We'll play that battle in today's episode. Back up in the north, everything's good. The Dutch Navy has moved into the channel. That didn't happen last time. And we don't have as many fleets. We don't have as many ships down in Gibraltar, because I had to basically auto-resolve those two other naval battles, which is a little bit unfortunate, because there wasn't a point of playing it again. Okay, so what we'll do now is we'll fight this one. So we have 360 men per unit, which is what I like, compared to the 160 that happened before. So let's continue on with the campaign. We have the Battle of Amsterdam in 1805. Hopefully we can liberate Holland, and we'll basically use this as our base of operations as we push down into Belgium and France. Alrighty, let's set things up. So, a little bit hilly, a little bit forestry. And they obviously have the city streets to hold out. Okay, so they do outnumber us, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I'm just trying to think where's the best place to deploy my cannons, my artillery. I think there's actually seems to be a weird little high-rise there, so I think we'll use that to our advantage. We'll move everyone here. We'll get the general staff to sit about here, and we'll get the cavalry to just try and hit something. There's a lot of garrison units there, thankfully. If we can pick apart them, that would be brilliant. So we might have to move up to about here. We might actually be able to use the forest for cover. Because when you... Like, if they're out in the open and you can hide in a forest, you actually take less damage holding in there. It's a really nice sort of protective barrier. They do struggle, the AI, to shoot through trees. So, we'll try and use this high ground elevation as well. Using the high ground elevation is always really beneficial as well. So, we'll move the artillery up to get into a better position. And then I think we'll chuck everyone about here. We actually seem to be below a hillside. There seems to be a slight high-rise above where my infantry wants to deploy there. So we'll go there. We'll move the cannons up and we'll start shelling the absolute buggery out of them. So, the first battle of this campaign, Arthur Wellesley has invaded the Netherlands and has brought the finest of what Britain has to offer. So we'll chuck our cavalry on the left-hand side, and we'll try and do some hammer and ambush strikes against some units if we can catch them. Obviously, we want to try and get over as quick as we can. Maybe try and neutralize the cavalry, or potentially even the cannons as well. So we'll move you maybe here towards the forest, just to get rid of that line of sight. The front line and the artillery haven't made it to their position just yet. Okay, Wellesley, we'll try and move him up as safely as we can, but we want to be able to sort of shield him as well. Last thing we want is him to get wounded. I'm pretty sure everyone else can get killed, but Wellesley, I'm assuming, in the same boat as Napoleon, probably can't be killed in this campaign. Okay, so it swung actually not in our favour. It's probably 60, 55 in theirs. Okay, so let's unlimber there and look to get some shots off. So we are attacking them at the end of the day. So they're probably not going to come right at us. Right, cavalry. Let's see if we can expose any unit there. Okay, so we've got some armed citizenry there. We might actually try and make a play on it, because they are, although there's a lot of them, 500 a unit, we might be able to get a good charge on them. It's all about momentum with cavalry and Napoleon Empire. If you can get a high octane charge off and send them flying, you can really disrupt them. So we'll try and hit them from all three sides. So they're getting some quick shots off here. Okay, we pushed a little bit up a hill, so it's not as good as I would have liked, but we'll hit them from the flank. But that might be enough to break and cripple this exposed Dutch unit here that's been caught out of position. Okay, they've got more here. Okay, we'll try and get my cannons to target their artillery. If we could get rid of those cannons, we'll be able to sit back and relax and rain fire and death upon them with impunity. And then that actually might encourage them to charge. But the cavalry has done their job, taking out one. I guess we just go for the weaker units there, yeah, the armed citizenry. Because I reckon we would have a harder time potentially going for the actual units that are not garrison based. I reckon they've just got better quality equipment, that's the main thing. They probably have swords that they can draw and decent high quality bayonets. But at the moment we're just shelling the absolute hell out of them. And they're just calculating whether or not to charge or move up. They're reforming the back line, but they seem to be sending some cavalry up. We might need to form square if that comes any closer. We'll pull my cavalry out, because I reckon they're probably about to go into an open field here. We might be able to catch another Dutch infantry unit. Yeah, an armed citizen unit is leading from the front. We'll quickly reform the line. And we might be able to get a charge here, if we're lucky. Right, keep pounding that artillery position. There's too many units for me to send my cavalry there. So, gotta keep an eye on that one coming towards my front line. It's just a problem we're about to charge as they're coming towards me. Quickly form square. Yeah, they're kind of baiting me here a bit because they've got that better quality unit behind. We'll try and hit that from all sides and maybe quickly buckle it. We formed square quick enough that the AI hasn't... Oh, it backed off, which is brilliant. Okay, hit that. Okay, so maybe that's not too bad. That was a regiment unit. That was a bit stronger. I think it was actually a part of the army, not the garrison. So the cavalry unit just got wiped as it came up. From a lot of decent volleys. Okay, that's actually been caught. They're now in a full retreat. Send one unit back. And already, we're starting to swing the tide in this battle. The battle for Amsterdam. In our favour. It's about a 50-50 now. Okay, continue to hit that artillery if we can. We outnumber it with 3 to their 1. So just keep on pounding it, boys. More cavalry is coming in. Another armed citizenry coming up. Okay, they're now retreating. Good. Putting my cavalry to work. Okay, so we need to pull back a bit slightly, maybe reform. Continue to run them down because they got the high ground there. Those actually they're armed citizenry. I was like, oh, there's a regiment there forming up. Okay, I still think we're in a really good position. If we don't have to make our way intertwining through the city streets, I'd be happy. Wayward shell shot there. Okay. So let's charge against them. Man, my cavalry is having an absolute field day against these guys. Yeah, so we didn't... Oh, we knocked over a couple of them. It's basically just trying to send them flying. Like, they stumbled over there more than anything. Okay. One of them might be able to hit it. So that cavalry unit that charged is actually regathered here in the city. So the cavalry are fighting in the city streets, and we're hitting another unit here. Most of the army's just sitting back, just out of range. Well, if we're still continuing to cripple and crush Dutch infantry, I'll just wait. Allow my cavalry to do most of the work. They're getting their chevrons up nice and high. They've actually left an artillery piece there just vulnerable, so we'll go for that. And they're actually pulling further back away from the city. Okay, my cavalry's actually struggling there. They're actually trading quite well. Damn. We might lose a decent amount of cavalry there. I guess we'll hold. We're not in range anymore. That's the problem. So we might have to move our artillery. They're now routing, which is good. Okay, yeah, we're really trading hard. Throw all the cavalry against that. Wow, they're actually quite holding their own. That's decent for them. Okay, but now that we go 3 to 1, they retreat. Fantastic. Oh no, one of us is wavering as well. Might have been in range. I got caught there. Okay, let's pull back slightly. Oh no, they've recovered. Thankfully. I guess thanks to the units there. Okay. Just trying to think, should we move up? This is an armed citizen unit. Let's try and weaken it up a bit. Because artillery seems to be hitting them at... okay, they were hitting them before they were in the line of sight, but now they're pushed into the city streets. We're struggling slightly. I guess they went in to get some cover. It might be worth sending in the cavalry to finish those guys off and then just... Yeah, stop. Just turn off fire at will for the moment. And we'll allow the cavalry to deal with that. I think we move everyone up. So... Because we want to move the artillery up. Because they're just hanging further back. Okay, another good charge. So I think we'll move the cavalry here. Slight little bit of high ground elevation. It's going to make things difficult to arc the shot up and over the buildings if they sit just that far back. But I think what we'll do is we'll move the infantry through the streets and just try and use, I guess, the buildings as a little bit of natural protection. And we'll move Wellington and stall the general's bodyguard behind that house. Okay, looks like they're reforming. They might actually come at us once we move up. But so far, still 60%. The cavalry unit gone. Mostly their trash tier units. They've still got a bunch of their regiment there, which they still outnumber us, so it is definitely not all smooth sailings just yet. We'll move the cavalry to the left flank. Essentially, we've won phase 1, phase 2 and 3rd, and the final act is still to come. Okay, so we'll get everyone to form up. Oh yeah, they're coming. They might actually charge here. Okay. That's as probably best as we're going to get. Positioning wise. Maybe pull further back because they've come a lot closer now. Okay, we'll swing my cavalry on the left. Yeah, they're really coming for it. Try and target those weaker units again. But to be honest, like, even though my cavalry is exhausted against hitting these trash tier units, they're actually... It's actually kind of like, even though the Dutch are losing them, we're actually expending a lot of energy to do so, weakening my cavalry. So a decent volley from a decently well-trained regiment unit probably could rip through us if we're not careful. So we've moved the artillery up and we'll unlimber. We'll try and get some shots off again. What I'm hoping is it might cause a charge if we're lucky. If we can make them sort of waste time and energy intertwining through the streets to try and hit our front line, that'll be good. Because I don't think they would come at us any closer, to be honest. Come on, are you going to shoot? Maybe not. I want to see a cool cinematic shot from the artillery. Okay, they're coming now. Oh, God. Here they come. Okay, so we'll see how much they commit on this left flank, and then we'll try and get around it. They're putting a lot on my left flank. There's 4 units there. We're going to have enough. I think hit that. Right, let's give out some attack orders. We need to absolutely pepper that left flank because there's a lot of them clustering there. And I don't know if our 2 units there are probably going to hold in the end. So, we'll put the pressure on. With artillery supremacy support on the left flank. And the cavalry just to protect that infantry there that's a little bit exposed. We might actually need to reform the line slightly. Because they're putting a lot on there. Like, can you be angled slightly? Like, that would probably be a bit better for them. Like, angle it like that. Just the way they are encroaching on an angle. Make it a bit better. I want to try and go for the general here. Okay, so they're forming up. We weren't able to turn. That's annoying. Their general's there. Let's go for him. Let's just throw everything on that. Okay, still hitting them now with our artillery as they're moving in. Oh, we might not be able to catch him here. This would be huge if we can do that. Be huge. Okay, so now the center's coming in. Yep, so hit that. Okay. My God. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So we're currently trading some fire here. The Dutch front line is attacking ours, and we're trading fire. The 3rd Regiment afoot. Our cavalry has managed to get the enemy general. Fantastic. So that means they won't be able to stand in combat for much longer if a big old fight breaks out. Okay, hit that, even though it's a 4th Regiment. Risk it. So the third is holding for now. Dude, those brave souls. Cavalry charging, artillery firing overhead. Okay. Further down the line. We have some engaging. Oh, there's more engaging in the street as well. They're now routing. Brilliant. We're getting flanked on the left, but they are wavering. It's fine. We'll send in a cavalry charge. Alright, let's get the artillery to stop hitting the left flank now and bring it back to the center. Because you're actually... Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at this. There's a brilliant firing arc in there. They're going to be able to fire down right into the city now. This left flank is absolutely capitulating. Thanks to everything I threw at it. We've got the 6th Regiment of Foot holding the bank smack center. And they're currently trading with the Dutch. Dutch 11th. Okay, what are they doing? Nothing too much going on the right. It's mostly the center and left. Okay, I'm actually going to move Wellington up and stall. Because now that we're trading quite hard and there's no artillery, he's probably in a safer position to do so. But you never know. Someone could get Nelson and get sort of picked off. Or more, we don't want that. A lot of these generals you started off with didn't have the best of ends. Well, I guess it's the same in the Napoleon campaign. Most of the marshals of the Grand Armée were dealt with and finished off with the musket in the end. With their backs against the wall. So the 5th here is holding quite well. There's a lot clustering there. But their regiments are not too bad. They're trading quite well. Yeah, because look, some of us aren't... Oh, okay, so this... Yeah, we need to move you here. My right side does not look healthy. Okay, I might need to move my cavalry back because we've got a bit of a problem here because I've pumped everything into my center and left flanks. My right is exposed. And they're taking a little bit of losses here. Probably the most. So we'll bring in the general. Oh! We can't even bloody see them. Just fire into the trees. Fire into the smoke. Oh, wow. We're also firing by rank as well. Okay. About a 70% now. Okay, that's a bit of a bait. So my cavalry was just trying to run down that unit that didn't fully run away. Which is annoying. It distracted me a bit. We'll bring that back around. Thankfully we got that general. Or otherwise it might have been a different story. So the Dutch have retreated from the charge, but they're just trying to recover a little bit. They're coming now back in. Okay, we're in a really, really good position now. Yeah, that's actually not too bad of a bad spot for the 2nd Regiment of Foot for the Dutch. Okay, they're pulling back. So, sort of realistically, I'd love to liberate the Dutch. Get them to fight alongside with us. But just because of the gameplay mechanics of Napoleon, I think would be far better served to actually occupy the Netherlands. Because we've got to win at this stage. We're in a really, really good position. We've got this in the bag. There's only a couple more units just holding. But I think using that as basically a base of operations. Because otherwise I'm going to be constantly sending units from London and risking the Navy in the Channel. So I think that's what we'll do. But we'll kind of roleplay that we've liberated them. Okay, watch out for the musket fire and artillery. Oh god, they copped a little bit there. We'll drop down the morale buffs. But a little bit hard fought, this one. It wasn't definitely a clean-cut auto resolve. No way. Darthmod and Empire do have quite harsh ones, so we're going to have to play a lot of battles in this series. But yeah, I want to have good fights against the French, the Grand Armée, Spain, and we're going to start things off with the Dutch. But we'll see how we go. We might have more enemies that pop up. The coalition is nice and cushy for now. Everyone seems to be okay, but Napoleon did come back after all. After everyone started arguing about the future and fate of Europe. So, a British-Russian alliance, particularly, is always unstable. and Prussia and, I guess, Austria to some extent. But we'll see how we go. We'll see on the reception. If you're enjoying this series, support it. I'll do more. Like, the Spartan campaign was a really good example. You guys just absolutely went nuts for that. And I was like, oh, I'm really enjoying this campaign. You guys are as well. Boom. 22 episodes I'm planning on doing. And more of that campaign will be coming out soon. Oh, they recovered those bastards. I was going to say, those guys that we ran all the way to get, they came back. Oh my god. Even some of the... You got to give it to the Dutch. They are fighting to the bitter end. Protect Amsterdam. Protect the coffee shops. And the district. The British soldiers are going to have a hell of a time rolling on into Amsterdam. Alright, come on, artillery. Just hit this. Just throw everything at it. Come on. Just this one unit there. Just get everyone to hit it. Boom, boom, boom. Just bomb the absolute hell of it. Come on. Hey, victory. Alrighty. Yeah, I guess we're in that one. Another heroic victory. I'll take that all day. Couple good results. Oh my god. We were nearly outnumbered 3-1. Crikey. We only lost 400 men. We absolutely smashed the Dutch resistance. Oh my god. Cavalry got 1,000 kills. That's nuts. The light dragoons of the British Army. Well, British Army, mate. We're not an army. Yeah, so we can liberate the Republic of Holland, Amsterdam, or we can just straight up occupy it. Yeah. I'd love to, like, liberate it, but I think just because the mechanics of Total War and how it sort of works, we're going to have to peacefully occupy and use it as a base of operations. We'll be able to replenish, repair. Because I don't even trust the Dutch. Never trust the Dutch. That famous Austin Powers quote. Yeah, I wouldn't trust them if we were to move away. So, we actually border with Prussia now. Get an alliance? Yeah. We actually didn't have an alliance with them, technically. Okay. I don't want an alliance with the Ottomans. I think that's fine. Does Portugal want that alliance? No. Yeah, so it's probably a smart idea to make an alliance with them. We have a new university in the Netherlands. Utrecht. I guess we go with fire and advance. Growth, actually. Maybe the wealth is probably not a bad idea in the future to get as well. But money-wise, that's not an issue, I don't think. Anyway, let's end the turn to continue and see if the French or the Spanish react. They're taking some trade nodes in the Mediterranean. Austria's mobilizing. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they do in this campaign. The major coalition partner. Prussia's now moving up. Yeah, so they're probably going to focus on like Italy and French-occupied Rhine territories, you'd imagine. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. We have an opportunity to intercept. I'm going to decline because there's only 2 units. Yeah, we're not going to be able to win that, no way. I'm not that good. So a lot of demands in the Netherlands. I'm not, let's say, a legend of Total War. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. So we've got some reinforcements coming from London. We'll head them over to the Netherlands. And we'll just use the fleet that was sitting there. So we're about to get a bunch of line infantry. 6 or so. And that should be enough. Like, we'll be able to hold the Netherlands. They ain't going to take the fortress. We're basically going to set up there. We'll bring the spy over as well to give us some line of sight. I arguably... oh, no, I was going to say, I probably should have brought him over earlier, but I don't think he had the movement to get from Wales to London that quickly. So we'll move south. Yeah, so this is... it's Brussels, isn't it? Because technically Waterloo was fought in the Netherlands in this time period, but it was actually modern-day Belgium, wasn't it? the Benelux region's trade territory quite a bit. Okay, I think we're good here now. I guess we're in the turn and continue, but I'm going to have to make plans to send units down to Gibraltar in the end anyway. But let's see if the French attack or the AI sort of react. But the Netherlands is pretty much no more. We'd have to deal with them on their navy. Oh, here we go. Kingdom of Spain. Once again, another opportunity to intercept. I'm going to decline. Okay, so they threw out the fleet from the Gibraltar port. We've still got a lot of recruitment on the way. They're actually sieging me out. Well, I reckon we'll play this one in the next. Oh, they stopped my port being created. That's annoying. I wasted a couple turns on that. That's quite a... Oh, I was going to say, that's quite a large garrison. I guess it spawned in. Okay, cool. So we'll move them there. Oh, we've got a full stack here now. We're sweet. So we can send everything down to Spain if we want. A Danish fleet is nearby. We'll rally things up. We've got some more raked ships on the way. Those Highland units have only just now made it to London. And we'll move those naval ships in, because now we have two decent fleets. One in the Channel, one in the Gibraltar Strait. Okay, well, unfortunately, guys, it's time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed episode 1 of my Total War Napoleon Definitive Edition United Kingdom campaign on Darthmod. We've done quite well. We had the Battle of Trafalgar, we had the battle for Amsterdam, and I guess we'll deal with the battle against the Spanish in the next episode. Then we can hopefully have some land battles against the French, Napoleon, and his Grand Army. Alright, sweet. I'm going to play the outro now and say thank you to this month's patrons and channel members. Alright, guys, take care, everyone. Much to have the battle for Amsterdam, and we seized Holland for King George. So we're currently replenishing and repairing there. We'll chill there unless the French or potentially other enemy forces sort of attack us. So we're currently under siege in Gibraltar by the Spanish. I'm going to end the turn and continue, because I would much rather play the battle when they attack us. Okay, so the French fleet is moving to block my port. Thankfully, we've got ships in all of my ports, so they're not going to block the trade for too long. We had the Battle of Trafalgar in the last episode as well with Nelson, and we've currently got two navies in the Channel and the Strait. So, okay, the Spanish want to... So, I'm going to decline this because most of my military forces here are the garrison itself, and we're not going to be able to withdraw them. So we're going to decline. If you want Gibraltar, you can pry it from my cold, dead British hands. Okay. Right. Yeah, so I wonder when they're going to attack. We'll run down some of these French fleets that are hanging around us, because they're disrupting our continental trade. That's fine. And we've got more military forces as well, ready to head down to Gibraltar. So I think we'll send John Moore, famously died in Spain. This time around, hopefully he can be the conqueror. So we'll send essentially most of the Channel Navy just to aid and try and lift the siege of Gibraltar. So, how's the best way to do this? Oh, damn it, I wanted more. I wanted to keep a ship in the port. It's always a little bit difficult trying to lock navies, so hang on, we'll move you there. And yeah, that's what I want. There we go. Why was that so much of a... There we go. Why is this being so difficult? What am I doing? Alright, let's keep going. Yeah, so we're still pretty far away. Nelson's holding the strait for now. Maybe that. Perfect. Okay, well, it's getting to the point where they're not going to attack us. They haven't attacked us in a couple turns, so I think what we'll do is we'll have to sally out and attack them, because we've only got one more turn before we surrender anyway. So we'll fight this one, even though we're not favoured to win it. They've got 2 pieces of artillery, 1 cavalry unit, and a general unit as well. And they have a variety of frontline infantry. So we'll play this one, our first battle against the Spanish, the Battle of Gibraltar, 1805. I don't know why my Spanish and French accent sounds so similar. They allied up, I guess. Alright, so what are we working with? 7 units. Not too bad. But it's gonna be tough without any cavalry to flank and artillery to soften them up. So we're attacking them at the end of the day as well. So I think what we need to do is use some of the terrain to our advantage. But the problem is it's nice and flat over there where they're just chilling. There's a bit of a tree line where we could hold on in. I think what we need to do is basically meet them and then just try and angle and invert the flanks and just keep on rotating. Like, I think what we need to do is just keep opening up angles on them. And that's how we're going to break through that front line. But we're not favoured to win this one. It's going to be tough. So, the problem is as well, we can't, once we move up, we can't stand out in the open too long because we're just going to get absolutely ripped. So, we might be able to overlap like this. Like, that might be just the best play and get everyone to charge. Like, don't stop moving until we're in a firing position, because if we sit any far back, we're just going to get shot relentlessly by those cannons that are already starting to pepper us a bit.
Sir, our general is under attack.
Because I reckon we would have surrendered. And we've already lost. If you play one more turn, we probably would have surrendered, but the garrison has already taken a little bit of a thumping. I maybe should have sallied out a fair few turns ago. But no matter. We're moving up here now. The units that are lucky enough to hold in the tree line will probably get some more protective cover. Okay, keep going. Okay, nearly into position now. Smoke coming up from the distance. Just got to keep an eye on what they're doing. Try and match them like that. There's even some foliage here we'll be able to use to our advantage. So keep going, everyone. One of my units lost half its strength and is wavering slightly. Okay. So forming up to make it look pretty probably isn't going to work. We're going to need to get up a lot closer. Still not in range. But now they are on this left flank. So we're about to trade some fire with the Spanish 1st Regiment. Far out against our 1st Militia. Okay. So what I'll do is we'll try and match it and move to about here and move up a bit. And swing and angle it around to get in range. We won't need to move these guys. They can start firing at each other. Too much, just angle it like that. Move up slightly. Quickly move. Okay, man, hold the line. We're gonna have to go closer again, aren't we? They seem to be consolidating, which is interesting. But the 4th here is trading some fire, which is great to see. So this is probably one of the better armies that Spain has to offer. But the thing is, they can basically purely focus on this war with us. They're not at war with Portugal nor France. So we're basically standing up to the might of Spain with little old Gibraltar. Okay, they just seem to be moving out a bit. Clustering in the center. So what we need to do is just quickly just keep on doing this. Just angle up. Open up the angles. Angle and move. Angle and move. Angle and move like the Anglos do. Just turning into a little bit of a shootout at the moment. Maybe they're about to do a cavalry charge. Got to be careful if we need to form square. But for now, we seem to be holding. Still 60% in their favour. Still not favoured to win. Oh, here comes the cavalry charge. Oh, we're not going to be able to form square, though. That's the problem. Wasn't the most high damaging charge. Oh, lucky, I guess I didn't form square because we still got those volleys off. I was like, oh, do we form it or we're not going to have enough time? So you just got to get those last couple shots off. Okay, keep on angling on that. Yep. If we can break that one on the left, we could really swing on in. So one of our units is already wavering on the right flank. This is super close. This is going to be way too hard to call. Well, it's not going to be too bad if we lose this, I guess. Because then we can fully withdraw out of Gibraltar. We can move the navy away. Well, actually, we might need to keep the navy, to be honest. Because we need to protect the trade nodes. But we can stop putting any investment down here. I formed square just in time there, though. Oh. They're withdrawing from their left flank, so we might have won there. One of the units in the centre is now crippling. They have now come back, which is good. They've rallied. But then, yeah, we can focus fully on France and then Spain later on. Because technically Spain was our allies after Napoleon betrayed them. I guess once again the AI would probably get roasted if France had to deal with Austria, Prussia, and then the Spanish. Okay, so I'm back to a 50-50. At the moment, we're just outgunning them with our superior equipment and well-trained, disciplined men, because at the end of the day, we're fighting for our lives. We're fighting for the freedom of Gibraltar, and they're just trying to conquer another Spanish city. Okay, this is what we just need to do. Keep on angling up like this. Keep on flanking, because then it makes them move. And if we can start hitting from the sides and behind with musket fire, that'd be brilliant. We're still firing into their center corridor. Okay, it's probably time to move up slightly. Put the pressure on them. Because there are a couple of these guys that are just out of range. So, fire and advance. And just keep on flanking and angling. 50-50 now. Still not out of the woods just yet. But we just seem to just be out firing them. I think they've got a pretty decent variety of units. But nowhere near as well equipped and well trained as ours. They've even got some luck gorillas there. Okay, they're now routing, which is good. Yeah, just keep, look at this. Now this unit here is getting hit by like 4 from all sides. And they're going to completely capitulate there. Brilliant stuff. Okay, you're still in range. You're holding. They're now going. General's moving further back now. That should stop his osmosis. Now we're just firing into this Spanish center. And we're doing quite well. A little bit of a close one. Had a couple units wavering here and there, but we've managed to really pin them down and flank around them. And now they're pulling further back. It's been a little bit difficult to shoot at them because they've been actually well protected in this short little bit of tree line where they are as well. They kind of move centrally to get some of that cover. But the Gibraltar garrison is just absolutely peppering these boys. Filling them with lead and shrapnel. And now they're pulling way further back. Alright, let's advance the line again. Now that we're not flanking them too hard. Just move up in one strong, long, continuous line. And look at them moving the general in. Yeah, get a shot against him. And that should cause a massive morale shock, you would think. There we go. Let's try and bring down the general staff. There we go. Perfect. Let's speed things up. So, they've still got a couple units remaining, but they are now officially in a full retreat. They're retreating from the battlefield. Good stuff, boys. Yeah, that's what did it. Like, when you've only got a bunch of infantry, it's quite difficult. You will lose a bit, but you just got to keep on tinkering and moving and flanking, flanking. So we lost a decent amount, but we managed to repel the Spanish army. So we've only got a little bit left. We can't run down that resistance, but if they attack again, we'll be fine. Okay, so our first successful battle against the Spanish. The Peninsular War has well and truly kicked off. We're bankrupt here, but hopefully if we put up the taxes slightly, that'll do. It's because we're still dealing with blockades and stuff, which is annoying. Oh, they've gone now, so maybe we won't have to deal with it. Oh, they're blocking another port. Yeah, these small little French lightning raids are going to be annoying. Napoleon's continental system was, well, already annoying enough. Right, so they haven't attacked us there. It's just an opportunity to intercept. I forget that happens in Napoleon Empire. It's a good feature. So we'll auto-resolve that off. And that should be the last one. So the garrison didn't really come in too much. Okay, back up in England. So we're getting blocked there, which is dealing us a little bit of financial damage. But we kind of need to get these reinforcements down to Spain. That's the problem. John Moore, proper general. Now that the Spanish aren't quite passive and are going on to attack, we need that cavalry and artillery. We get these Scotsmen down there as well, would be brilliant. We can get trade with a couple factions here. Let's get trade with Sicily. We're still at war with Switzerland, Württemberg, and Italy. That's something we have to watch out for. Does Portugal, that's what I was looking for. Do they still want that alliance? Or military access, that's the main thing. If I can disembark troops there and then move them across, that'll be brilliant instead of going all the way down south. No, they're just not interested, man. Okay, looks like the French are mobilizing some forces in Brussels. That could be a settlement we look to take in the future. But there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Napoleon. Michel Ney, Masséna, a couple of others. Probably hanging about there that we can't see. Okay. Let's end the turn and continue. French don't seem to do anything, which is good. Hopefully Russia and Austria putting the pressure on the French. Because we're not going to be able to win this war single-handedly, particularly fighting on a two-front war. And we can intercept them again. And that is the last of the Spanish. Oh, as I say that, I've jinxed myself there. There's a bloody stack coming in. Oh, wow. A stack and a half as well. Well, luckily we have those reinforcements coming in because we're going to need them desperately. John Moore is about to be dropped off with a decent army there. And now Nelson has a grand fleet in the Strait. Okay, it's time to put some money into my economy. We've got a little bit of money left. We need to not fully rely on our trade, so we'll build some markets, some mines, and whatever we can on the mainland of England. I've sort of neglected that because I wanted to focus on getting military as quick as I could. We're still slowly but surely converting the populace at Holland as well. That's being a little bit of a challenge. We've had to not tax them there. But we're nearly at full strength. Okay. So, the Spanish are on the border here. The French are on the border as well. Both are posturing. Let's see which one attacks me first. The French go, and they're just moving another ship to block the port city of Bristol. Which is annoying, because that's where most of our ships are made. And probably where most of the trade flows. From the UK to the colonies. Well, the Americas. Back down in Gibraltar, John Moore has recently gotten fresh off the docks and landed just outside the city, and Miguel from Spain has attacked. The Peninsular War is still well underway. In the last episode, we managed to defend Gibraltar when a Spanish force actually surrounded the city. We were victorious, and then in episode 1 we had the Battle of Trafalgar and the invasion of Holland. So, let's get stuck into it. So this time around, against the Spanish, we have a unit of cavalry, 1 artillery piece, and then John Moore. Hopefully, he can have a, let's say, fruitful and successful Spanish campaign in this series, unlike in real life where, well, he died, didn't he? So, what we'll do is we'll form up, and then we'll just try and wait for our reinforcements to come on in. Should be a good one. Let's get stuck into against the Spanish. So, we're currently fighting on 2 fronts at the moment. I want to continue to just recruit as much as we can in Spain. It was worth sending down John Moore with some units from London. We've even got some Highland units from Scotland. Have gone all the way down to Spain. Okay, so they've got 3 pieces of cannons and then the general, so that's going to be a little bit difficult. We should be able to use our dragoons to our advantage quite a bit against them. If we could target their artillery, that would be brilliant, but we'll just have to see. The reinforcements are coming, but reinforcements come so slow in Napoleon and Empire. It takes ages compared to Rome 2 that I've been playing a lot recently. DI, of course. So we'll try and harass and annoy the Spanish, but we'll see how we go. So they've got the 11th Regiment of Foot here. We're moving up our dragoons. We'll try and chuck them on the left flank. So the artillery is already starting to get some shots off. They're hitting my front line. Thankfully, they're not hitting the cavalry. The reinforcements are coming further behind, but they just need to absolutely hightail it to about here. That'll be fine. Okay, so let's just try and harass with our cavalry. Slowly but surely try and wrap around and flank. So they've got a decent amount of cavalry protecting their artillery there, though. I think we've got a couple of options. Like, we could charge and move up, but I think we should just wait for the reinforcements to come in to make it a bit more of a fair fight, because at the moment, it's 70% in their favour. We do have our own artillery, but it's actually not in range. Damn it. I'm going to have to relocate it. And, well, I guess move up the front line a little bit. I was expecting to have... We must have a different cannon in Amsterdam. Yeah, I reckon Wellington's probably got better quality artillery now that I think about it. I thought that would have been in range. Okay, so it looks like the Spanish are moving towards my cavalry, which isn't good. Just need to keep an eye on that. We'll move up. And we'll get those reinforcements to go on the other side. It's the 5th Regiment of Foot. I guess we'll charge on in. We might be able to catch them. So we'll charge on in. Hopefully we can get a good charge in. For King George. For Britannia. That's not too bad. That's not too bad whatsoever. Okay, just need to watch out. We don't want to be too long in here because they might get a volley off on our cavalry. You've come all the way down from England. I don't really want to lose you too quickly if I can afford it. Okay, now we're starting to get volleys. Come on, come on. Try and kill as many of them as you can. We are getting friendly fire. They're getting friendly fire on them as well, to some extent. Our reinforcements are coming in. We just need to get my line infantry up and then we can pull them out. My artillery's just not in range. Yeah, because we've got 4 units here that can come in. Which is quite a bit. Okay, now they're retreating. Right, let's move out of there then. Quickly move and rotate. We're still yet to get into that open position. So their cannons are actually a little bit exposed there for whatever reason. Let's move back. They've moved their cavalry up to the front line to... Actually, they're going to hit my right flank. They might even hit my own cannons here that we're a little bit exposed with. Just need to keep an eye on that. Unlimber, because we want to try and get some shots off. Right, now hit their cannons. Go, go, go. They've let them open. I guess they've calculated they think they probably can crush those 4 units if they throw everything at it. 5 against our 4. And they've got a cavalry unit. Hang on, do I need to form square? Where are they going? Switch to a canister shot and hit that. They've overlapped me there. Shh. Crikey. Far out. Shizer. Alright, okay, they're going for the general? What are they doing? I can't tell what they're doing. They're going for the... Okay, now my front line's buckling. Well, at least we're neutralizing their cannons, so they're not going to be able to hit us. The center's now crippled. What are they doing? I thought they were going to hit my left flank, then they weren't. Then they're going to think the cannons. And then the general. If they want to sit there, we'll just move this guy here. Yeah. And then move the other 3 up there. Oh, you've come back. Yeah, reclaim the center. Those cannons are still hitting me. Oh, there's going to be a charge here soon, I think. Yeah, keep on hit. Oh, we've brought them back. Oh, they're not going to get there in time. General, go, go, go. Oh, no, we're going to have to chuck John Moore in, aren't we? Just what I don't want. Oh, no, they've stopped. Oh. But it's not better if they go for my front line. Because we're getting some canister shots off here. Canister. We'll try and get some standard cannon shots off now. Yeah, just have to move John Moore up.
Our men are running for...
Yeah, form square because they're hitting the last one there. Some of them routed. I don't think they got there quick enough. Reform you, then you move up here now. You can protect that. Oh, wow, they're really going for me. The 19th Regiment of Foot is incredibly wounded. And we've managed to form square against the Spanish first. Okay, move you up here. You might need to plug the gap. 6th Regiment of Foot in the first is now pushing in. Okay. Swing there if we have to fall back. We have a lot of units breaking. The Highlander unit's now gone. I'm nearly tempted to pull back. Yeah, pull back, pull back. Just to recover this position. I know it's going to cost and maybe even lose the unit, but we just got to reform and hope that we can just form the line back up. Now we've got our cannons in play, because now they don't have any. We've heavily destroyed them. They seem to be, like, if you give them a bit, if they get near the general, we can bring them back in. Oh, my cavalry's nearly kaput. This is a crazy fight. Because we lose Gibraltar. I want to try and hold it. It's going to be fierce fighting to do it. I reckon we can hold it, but is it worth the investment? For our home away from home. Is it worth holding the rock? It will help, because if we can get rid of Spain, we can pincer Napoleon through the Pyrenees. Okay, so one of the cavalry units is fully broken. It's come back. Okay, so now this is a bit more on my terms. This is what I like. Hitting them from the sides and behind. There we go. Come on, lads. Keep going. The right's now buckling. Come on, you need to come back. Okay, they're pushing further up. The first Lightfoot's engaging as well. Against the Spanish 6th. Oh, and they're breaking there in the center. Their flanks are holding though. My cavalry unit came back, but it's incredibly depleted. Pull back. I don't know if it's worth charging them in. They are really exhausted. Okay, you guys have come back in there. Form up again. My artillery's arcing their shots well, hitting them. I think we need to advance slightly, to be honest, because we've got them on the back foot. We need to advance and press the position, because there's still about 5 units floating about. Although it's swung back to a 65-70% in our favour, I don't think we're out of the woods just yet to claim victory. Far out, that was a close one. Could have been in a much worse position. Maybe hit the light horse just to stop them down. So we've got the 19th Regiment of Foot getting stuck in. John Moore's now here. Artillery starting in that position. The cavalry fight is taking place just out here. But these brave British boys not doing too bad. They're basically the rejects, the ones that never made it to Holland. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. My cavalry really helps me out in this one. There we go. They're now going to be crushed. There's only 3 more behind there. The cavalry is actually 1, surprisingly. So we're probably going to lose 1 unit of cavalry, which is annoying, but if we can get a full stack in Gibraltar, we can pretty much withstand anything. It's just only a matter of time if we can make it into a fully recruitment zone. The last lot of this cavalry is going to charge the 11th Spanish Regiment of Foot, and they're probably going to break in doing so. Okay, so although we're advancing, we've got to be careful because look at that, there's still a lot of units still holding there, and they've got cavalry now and we don't. However, we still have artillery, which is awesome in this game. We can still pretty much push up and hit them with unlimited ammo. So we're focusing on the left, on the left-hand side, the 8th Regiment of Foot, and then they've still got the 1st Regiment of Foot there in the center. They're now breaking, and they have completely gone here. These guys. Yeah, it's always worth just trying to snipe the general and the artillery pieces, even sometimes to sacrifice the cavalry. Because artillery just changes the day. Because the thing is, like, people forget, like, in these Empire Napoleon games, as the difficulty goes up, essentially how it works is the AI becomes way more accurate with their shots. So on the harder difficulties, like, artillery just absolutely wrecks you, especially if there's a lot of it. Like, if you have like 5-6 artillery pieces, you can very well crush a full unit. Well, the AI does, because it has aimbot cheats. Okay, so even when we're progressing, this left flank is now crippling. We are still struggling to go, so we can't go 2 guns blazing, because they are still holding in a decent amount of positions. But the general's still there. Try and hit the general staff. Try and get rid of Miguel. But so far, the Peninsular War has seen the most action for Britain. Still firing by rank. Brilliant. They've now come back on the left. Watch out, because there's a general unit moving over there. They've now recovered, so come back into it if you can. Regain your position in the ground. But John Moore as well. Hopefully he can be the conqueror of Spain and get his command up a bit, so he'll be able to hold the men longer in combat. That's now gone. It's just the general unit now left, is it? Nah, that's it. She's all over. We've managed to win another grand victory down in Spain. Wow. Okay, it's going to speed things up because I want to try and run down as many of them as we can, because we did intercept them at the end of the day. So the more we can get rid of, the better, so we don't have to deal with more of them if they attack Gibraltar itself again. So John Moore and his unit can move up, his cavalry unit. Alright. Good. A decisive victory. We had 2 back-to-back heroics. This time around it's slightly different. So they basically lost their army. We lose half of ours, so not too bad. Mostly garrison forces. The dragoons did really well. As always, they are really, really underrated in this game. So we've thrown back another Spanish army. Okay, so they've not been successful on the field, maybe on the seas, and they're going to block the port of London as well. Annoying, and we're still bankrupt, but Gibraltar lives another day. Okay, we could look to press, push, and intercept that Spanish army. It is in their territory, though. It is quite weak. I'm nearly tempted to do so. Because you never know, we could force for peace with Spain. Maybe build up a bit. We've beat them back to back. They might actually be open to peace, unlike they were before. That's a potential option. Back up in the north, there seems to be a full stack in Brussels. I don't know where Napoleon went and his army, so I guess we'll try and continue to army sabotage the French on the Belgian border. But we're nearly at full strength. We've managed to convert the populace a bit, and we might need to move out with Wellington at some point. Okay, so we've still got Nelson down in the strait, holding here. We haven't had any opposition, which is brilliant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to march out with Moore. He has consent to run down the Spanish dogs, and they're going to be pushed back further into Spanish territory. So we'll be able to move back now. And another good victory against the Spanish. Okay, so is that enough to leave with Nelson? Dude is like such a goat of a naval commander. Yeah, greatest of all time. Yeah, I guess so. Arguably. Fight in the comments, let me know. We're still hemorrhaging cash. It's mostly just due to the French and the Spanish blocking my ports constantly, which is annoying. Because, like, even though we control the ports, they can just move one ship to block it. That's what's hemorrhaging us so much cash. So we'll move William Cornwallis out. And that should, like, make us back in the green, shouldn't it? Yeah, look at that. It's just so annoying that one little ship can cause so much damage. So we're going to have to constantly stop this, because most of our trade flows through Bristol and London. We're going to have to keep decent navies all around just to stop them. But once we sort of eventually take those French ports, they're not going to be an issue. Alright, we'll rally up there. Okay. We might actually look to now knocking off some of those Spanish naval forces on the trade nodes as well. Like, we've got Cornwallis and Ethelstone here, so we might as well have a look. Okay, so how many's there? 3 or so. Yeah, okay, that's nothing to worry about, so we'll get rid of that. So that's going to allow us to get that trade node. That'll be worth a bit. Anywhere between 5,000 to 2,000. I guess it depends as well on the grade of the trade ship. Sometimes they can carry more supplies. So what's that worth? 720, so that's not too bad. And do we have any more ships up there that are spare? Like, oh, there's one there that's doubled up. Well, we'll move that. Hang on, what I'll do is, because you've got more movement points if we do that. So we'll move you down there, and we'll get you there as well. Yeah, because there's more trade nodes sort of towards, well, Trafalgar, eh? So we'll move down and see if any of these are occupied. So that one isn't, which is brilliant. So we'll move one of them there, because this will really increase our monies. You never know, Portugal could have some control of these. So we'll try and claim all of these if we can. Okay, diplomacy-wise, I know they're only a small faction, but I really don't want to open up a war with someone else, to be honest. Thank you, Prussia. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. So things are coming up well for the British Empire. We've got a bit of tech going on. We're investing in the local economy. We could go with equestrian states. Maybe just some merchant houses and some other ones where we can. because we've opened up more trade nodes, we can essentially invest that back in Britain for a secure rate. So who's this? Portugal's hanging down there, so we're not going to be able to knock them off. No one's here. And who's it? Denmark? You're pretty far south, and no one's on this one as well. Even though these aren't trade ships, what I could do is essentially just hold them. So no other faction can get them. So the Channel Fleet is mostly down in the south, and I guess we'll get some more trade ships. We've already got an Indian man there coming in, and a couple of others, because we really need to grow the Navy. We've got a lot of good buffs for it. We've actually got a fantastic, I don't know what it's called, sort of administrative Grand Admiral or whatever. So there's no of these trade nodes in the north. There's one here. I don't know if we're going to, even if we push into the Med, I don't know if we're going to be able to hold there. There's some in the Black Sea, really? Oh, that's interesting. I guess most of the wealthy ones are in the west coast, you would imagine, as it has access to the world. Okay. Looks like the French have moved a full stack to Brussels. We could look to hit it. They're putting a lot of units there. Oh, hang on. Ah, they're invading us. Okay. The French, under Napoleon, have made the decision to attack French-occupied Amsterdam. Oh, British-occupied, sorry. Misspoke. We are not French. We are British. What's Spain doing? Yeah, I told you. They just keep on doing that annoying thing, just blocking my damn ports. We might need to block theirs, maybe. Oh, that nation was destroyed anyway. Oh, we maybe should have. Now hindsight is 2020. We should have accepted that offer from Prussia. What is it? That is a huge army. Who's commanding that, I wonder? That's super interesting. And there's more reinforcements potentially on the way. Okay. Well, I've got a couple of options. I could march out against this French army, which I'm kind of tempted to do. I'll move my spy up, maybe just to sabotage the army, if we're lucky. We haven't come up with any successful ones. Hopefully this can be the first. Detected. Oh, but that gave it up there. Michel Ney is commanding. Okay, one of Napoleon's feared marshals of the Grande Armée. Looks like the French have Bavaria as well. The Russians are currently blocking the port in Brussels. We do have an army nearby with William Cornwallis and George Elphinstone. And we've got more trade ships pushing down to grab those nodes. John Moore, after 2 successful victories down in Spain, has basically stopped the Spanish resistance hitting Gibraltar. And we'll fight this one now. So they have 5 pieces of artillery. Wow. A lot of cavalry. We are slightly outnumbered. But this is a huge battle here. Our first against the French. The Battle of Amsterdam, 1805. Let's get stuck into Michel Ney versing Arthur Wellesley. It's going to be a good one. Yeah, because we haven't actually fought the French. Yeah, it's episode 4. We fought against the Dutch in the first episode, taking Amsterdam and Holland. But now we're defending the Dutch city. We've been mostly focusing on the wars in the peninsula. So let's have a look at Napoleon's Grande Armée. What have we got here? 2nd Light Foot coming in. We've got the 20th Regiment. Oh, wow. We've also got some, the 1st Regiment there, artillery. And there we have Michel Ney further at the back. So he is a general that we could get rid of. That'd be brilliant if we could get rid of him, because he is definitely one of the best that Napoleon can call upon. So we have 3 of our own artillery. We'll try and take the high ground here. It's going to be hard to arc our shots and fire over the city, so we're going to have to be careful. We do have Michael Stoll as an accompanying general to Wellington. So we'll make a front line here, something like that. But here we go. The red cloaks facing the blues. Hopefully we can be victorious in our first fight against the French. So we'll split things up. We'll chuck 2 on the left-hand side, 1 on the right. And I'll chuck Wellington about here, say. just to cover the left flank and some cover. And I guess Stoll can sit further back. So we'll try wrap around. We'll see how we go. We might be able to crush a cavalry unit or get around some artillery, or might be able to hammer and anvil strike a French unit. So the plan is, hopefully, we can repel this French army. Then we might be able to march on Brussels. The artillery, unfortunately, isn't in range, so we're going to have to move them, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to hit anything unless the French move further forward. Oh, they're actually moving their artillery. They can't hit me as well. Well, while there's a bit of a ceasefire artillery-wise, we might be better off to move up. Well, we might be able to hit... are they going to move up? Okay, the Dragoons are slowly but surely gaining some ground. Seems like they're moving some people on the flanks to react to us. We might be able to sneak around. There's a lot of tree line and foliage there. We might not need to move our artillery, that's the thing. Because they're so close. Okay, let's just try and continue to get around. Because none of us are actually hitting each other with artillery fire. Okay. We might be able to grab him if we're careful. Because we're really getting around. Come on. If we can put him in the forest, they might forget about us. We might have to go for it. Just saw it move, so I was like, oh, we got to charge, I guess. Okay, so they got some cavalry. If we can like take a fight in this field out the back here, that'd be better than engaging any infantry. Okay, they've got actually rifles there. Okay, that really softened us up from that volley. They're spreading quite well. I want to try and go for Ney if we can. Can we get... They have really shielded Ney brilliantly there. Now he's intertwining with infantry units. We're not going to be able to catch Ruddy. Red-faced Ruddy, and then putting more cavalry in. He's escaped. That's just so annoying. Okay, so some of my artillery was firing then. They managed to get into the range. But now we're just engaging the French cavalry, and now we're bloomin' surrounded. Hang on, we might be able to break out the pack. Come on. Okay, this is so unorthodox, but it might work. Just go, come on, come on. Oh, we got him, good. How have we gone and done that? Like, get out of there. We've managed to snipe him somehow. Pull out, retreat, withdraw. Oh, they're already routing. Michel Ney. Caught by a surprising British cavalry charge. Looks like he's going to move the unit out. Well, it doesn't matter. We don't need to focus on that. Okay, my artillery is now firing because a couple of units are now in the zone of control, and I guess the remnants of the general unit there, because there's still a lot of them in there. His general's bodyguard looking to get vengeance for good old Ney. I'm going to try and take out the last of the British cavalry there. Okay, they've now regrouped. We'll go down and support the other two boys that are currently under fire. Good stuff. I thought we managed... I honestly thought we were going to lose the cavalry. I've done situations like that before where we just lose the 3 cavalry units. And that could have been GG for them. But we've managed to somehow pull it out the bag. Good job, Wellesley. Okay, so now the French are without a Grand Marshal. The Grand Armée stands on its own. We've taken his baton, and now we control it. We're gonna have like Arthur Wellesley, like General Grievous. You know, when he like grabs all the lightsabers, grabs all the batons. It's like Arthur Wellesley's like, check out this. Pulls out his coat, got a bunch of batons with him. Oh god. Anyway, we're still got to deal with artillery. So they still have a lot of cavalry left. We could maybe just try and head on charge it, which would be a bit mad, but I'm kind of tempted to do it. Okay, they seem to be shelling them. Like, if we can kill a couple of them, maybe disrupt it. Let's put the cavalry to use. Okay, looks like they're going to answer with their own cavalry charge. I can't even see in the smoke. Is that French coming out? It is. There's some line infantry nearby. Oh, okay, we might lose our cavalry here. But at the end of the day, this is the battle for Holland. We need to win, because if we lose, taking the Netherlands will be all for nothing, and waiting those 4 or 5 turns just to replenish and repair. But so far we're just trading. But the French line infantry is still incredibly strong. They are still very much favoured to win this one. So I didn't even have to move my artillery anyway, because mostly everyone was getting inside. We might have to move them again if they don't move up to chase my cavalry, because we are now in a full retreat. Yeah, they're out of range slightly, but there's still a fair few cannons in place, which don't seem to be hitting any of my line infantry. They're just focusing on the retreating cavalry by the look of it. But to be fair, we're really quite spent with our cavalry, so we might be better off just to not throw them up again. Yeah, one's now completely gone. So our cavalry has been smashed, but the dragoons have done well. Hang on, someone's coming to the zone. Okay, so one of my cannons can't reach, but two of them can. Well, they're coming into the danger zone. We'll hit that. Hit the foolish regiment of foot that's coming into the zone. We're on a bit of a high ground here, so we should be able to blast everything all over the top of Amsterdam. So it looks like the French cavalry's given chase through the city. And, oh, I didn't even need to form... Oh, one horse might come in. I was like, oh, I need to form square with the 10th, but they repelled them. How well are they doing intercepting this unit that's now in sight? Come on, we've got 3 pieces of artillery. Show us what you've got. Okay, so we are hitting them a little bit here. Okay. Oh, so 1 cavalry unit survived. Okay, I'll chuck you on the right flank. So we are firing at them, but we're not really hitting them that hard at all whatsoever, which is a bit of a shame. Yeah, it's a bit further. I might have to start moving everyone up, and the artillery, they're just not firing well. I think it's just due to the city, that's the problem. Well, we probably have to push and press the advantage. Let's hold the attack. Maybe if I just chuck on fire at will, they might do it. So they're auto-firing now. Yeah, I don't think they're even hitting them. Or if they are, they're missing quite a bit. Okay, so where do I deploy? Probably here, say. There's a fair bit of forestry there we could use to our advantage, and I guess we'll chuck the artillery like here. That's probably best for us, because we took out a couple of the artillerymen, but they have most of their artillery, the French. The main advantage we have is we've got the fresh infantry and the generals. We probably draw artillery-wise now. They might slightly have the edge, but they have the army, the artillery, and the cavalry, but no general. So we'll just have to see how we go. We do have a lot of forestry with us, so we're going to be able to hold in there, and it's going to be quite hard for us to get us out of there. Like, if they could, like, fire volley after volley of muskets into the trees, and most of it will splinter and shatter the trees. Also, they're my front line. I'm trying to think if we should advance further. Okay, hang on. Because why not? Let's see how we might actually be able to overlap them slightly. Alright, let's move up. Because you're just getting shelled. They have a lot more of their artillery than what I would like. I was like, oh, that's a good position to hold in the forest in New Amsterdam, but we're just going to have to go for it now. See if we can pull it out the bag. Yeah, these artillery are just smashing me. Okay, we still seem to have a fair bit of forest on the right flank. The left, not so much. If we go to push up and match our front line with the French, the left is going to be incredibly exposed. So the right flank will probably do alright, but the left one's probably going to just get drilled a bit. Okay, my cavalry's been caught there, which is rather unfortunate. They've got the range on me. I sort of forget that these are some of the best units in the game we're coming up against. They are far superior than the, well, let's say inferior forces of Spain and the Netherlands I fought. Okay, so let's move up, make a front line, and then try and get the flank going and try and get the angle and shoot from their sides and behind. That's how we're going to try and win this one. Not by sheer frontal gunpowder, front to front. Just inverting these flanks and angling them so we can hit them from the sides and behind and expose them. Okay, so we've got the 2nd facing the 4th Regiment of the French. Further down the centre, a little bit of forestry. That's not too bad for me.
Our general is under attack.
And these guys are going to hit them, so we're angling them well. Most of the French are clustering in the centre. They're just trying to reform. We might be able to get a cavalry charge on here. Against the 24th. I don't know how my units are taking casualties there from behind. Maybe the regiment of foot was hitting them. So we're currently trading. Oh my god, my centre's not looking good. We'll move Wellesley further up. Okay, we're doing brilliantly there. We're smashing the left flank. And then there we go again. Push up again. Boot and scoot, ladies and gentlemen. Boot and scoot. Okay, so that's it probably for the Dragoons. They're done today. They've been smashed. Okay, so there seems to be some free space over here. So what I'll do is I'll unclick the general and then we'll move up again. Advance and move. Advance and move, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So my artillery is finally able to unlimber. We definitely need some artillery support. Okay, the 5th's engaging. But here we go. The Napoleonic Wars are well and truly underway. Britain versus France. Make or break, really. With smoke from the gunpowder. We can't even see the front lines. It's blotting out the air and the vision. Okay, so we're just really going at it now. So we're going to be able to last longer in these firefights with Michael Stoll and Wellesley in there, dropping constant morale buffs. So we're trading there further into the forest. You can't really see. There's some shots going on. But we are really trading now, further in the centre, where most of the casualties are taking place, as there's a lot of clean fire. Both are bombing artillery shells against each other. But we are flanking and angling probably a lot better than them. Some of the French units did flee, but they've managed to come back. And let's give some shots with my artillery. So try and hit there on the left. It's sometimes better just to grab them to see which one has the cleanest shot. Because sometimes, like, if you angle them weirdly, they can sometimes shoot in front of each other. which is not good. Okay, so someone's buckling on the right-hand side there. A couple of wavering in the center. Keep going and push up again. Still favoured to win this one, the French. But hopefully we can pull it out the bag with our generals. Right, let's gain this ground and then push up again. We're going to be incredibly close to those units. Okay. Give out an order there. Decent charge. Okay. Let's grab a couple of these guys and move up slightly. About here. Let's go. And go again. About that, yeah. Sweet. Fuck, this is still going to be way too close. We're just trading so hard. We just got to keep advancing. If we've got them, we can't sit too far back and let them recover. My god, there's some fierce fighting going on here. My god, we're just absolutely shelling the buggery out of them. Okay, they still seem to be holding. Some of these units were not making a dent on. Some of them were rip-roaring through. I think it's mostly due to where the artillery is dropping. Let's just continue to try and diversify that shot pattern. Okay, we're going to have to move Wellesley further up. Wellesley's fine. I'm not worried about losing him. I'm worried about losing Michael Stoll, to be honest. Because he's not a essentially legendary lord like in the Warhammers. He's not invincible. For example, we knocked out a fair few Spanish commanders. So that's probably what stopped the assault. But yeah. The French army now is in disarray. They're melting away at the seams due to the absence of Michelnay. It was an absolute beast of a general and a man in my... Oh, hang on. My Napoleon series, they've actually caught me here and they're doing the same to me. They're shooting me in behind. Hang on, we can't lose these units. Swing around, swing around. They recover so well. The morale is fantastic for the French. Like, the Russians have, like, the melee buff and the manpower, like, per unit. And the French and the British have some of the best sharpshooters
Our men are running for
and equipment in the game. So we're pretty tied as a faction. Where we excel is navally. Well, they dominate on continental domination. So even though we're advancing here on the right, we are struggling a little bit here. They've got the high ground on me, which is why we might lose a couple of units here, which isn't good. Trying to push their position. We've got to be careful. Giving chase, because Napoleon was famed for this himself. Ney's gone. I don't know who this bloke is, but yeah. Allowing him to give chase and allowing his rear guard to do heaps of work, just covering. The 24th Regiment are just smashing me here. They've actually smashed 2 units. Just form up quickly. Because although the French are in retreat, well, that's where they are very, very dangerous. Yeah, that just shows you a little bit of high ground here. Especially on this difficulty, they just smashed 1 unit on through and they've whittled down another. So we've got to be careful when we advance. So they're moving a unit in here. There's a lot in the center here. Oh my god, that's a bit of friendly fire, I'd imagine. Artillery is only just in range. There's not much of a difference there. I'll keep dropping down those rallies, that's what we need. Move Stoll further up. And that cavalry is broken through the center there. We didn't have a chance to form square, no way. If they're going to lose this battle, the French, they know they want to try and take as many of us brave British boys as they can. Okay, let's advance and push further up. Still haven't claimed victory just yet. Alright, get the artillery to hold because they only just hit the range as well. I have to just leave it to the rest of the infantry because we probably lose more due to friendly fire. Okay. Yeah, it's just some of the best French units remaining, even without the general. They didn't melt away straight away. They've fought for the bitter end. But they are fighting for their ally. Oh, the Dutch. Okay, they've now charged there.
Glorious victory, sir.
There's only 2 more units there now charging. Oh, good. Let's continue, because we want to try and run down as many of them as we can, because we had to attack them. Well, they attacked us at the end of the day. They probably deserve it. Couple shells going off. Let's send up the bodyguards. Would have loved to send up the light dragoons, but we used them. But to be fair, they took one for the team. The dragoons. Would we have won that fight without their brave and valiant efforts? Maybe, maybe not. I can't believe we got rid of Ney, but a close victory, even with him gone. Crikey. Oh wow, what a hell of a fight. So Michel Ney is no more, and the Duke of Wellington has had his first major victory against the French. Fantastic. Alright, so we might have to give chase just to completely and utterly destroy the army, but Holland's free. For now. Okay, so there still seems to be a decent presence in Brussels. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. We could maybe block off the bridge. So we'll push on in. And just to finish off the last of them, auto-resolve. Always a little bit harsh. But I need to auto-resolve that one. Okay, and I guess we'll replenish and repair back in Amsterdam. Okay. So during the end turn phase, the Spanish have moved another army in. Man, oh man, we are just getting wave after wave of Spanish there. Another full stack has hit Granada. That's annoying. Okay, so not too much is still going on against the French there. We're still replenishing and repairing. We've still got a couple of dragoons left. So I've managed to block off the channel here with Cornwallis and 2 fleets. We've still got most of the trade nodes under our control. We're sending our navies back down south. We're still currently besieged by the Spanish. Trade-wise, most of it's flowing, except to the Ottoman Empire. We're getting tea in from India, which is good. And we're getting trade from North and South America. We're getting some sugar in this time around. So they're still sieging me out in Gibraltar. I'm nearly tempted to make peace with the Spanish. It's just we've fought them quite a bit. But I don't know, we might just have to repel them, eh? With John Moore once again. So we might have to play that one again. We'll just see how we go. But stay tuned for episode 5 coming out soon of the Napoleon campaign. Should I play that one against the Spanish? You've already played against them a lot. Let me know in the comments. But thanks for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this fight against Michel Ney. And that's him. He's done and dusted. We're not going to have to worry about him for the rest of the campaign. So that's one down of many of Napoleon's Grand Marshals. That's one off the hit list. Many more to take out. We still have Bernadotte, Masséna, just to name a few. So we currently have a full stack here with Wellington at Holland. He threw back a French force in the last episode, killing and maiming the General Michel Ney. He is now dead, so we don't have to verse him anymore in the campaign. And Moore has managed to throw back 2 Spanish armies already. We've got another one coming up here. 6 artillery pieces, 2 bits of cavalry. But we'll play this one again. We have another Battle of Gibraltar in 1805. This is our 3rd against the Spanish. So we've got this one against Pedro. I might try to sue for peace with the Spanish, because I want to build up enough and send potentially more forces down to Spain so I could start conquering it. There's only 3 provinces in Spain, so if we can make a push and a play for Madrid, we might be able to stop this. Okay, so it is currently a sunny, a dry Spanish day in Gibraltar by the look of it. So we'll form up, and I guess we'll just have to move up. We can't really sit back and relax too much because we've only got 1 artillery to their 5, so they're just going to shell us with impunity. John Moore, got to try and keep him alive as long as possible. But another battle against the Spanish. We've had far better odds against them than we have the French, but they have stretched that front line quite a bit. It's quite open here as well on the flat Spanish field, so we'll move up, try and gain some territory and put the pressure on them, I guess. But so far, thoroughly enjoying this Napoleon campaign, and I hope you guys are as well. So if we can throw back this Spanish force, that's another 3rd one destroyed. We're really weakening them, but yeah, the Peninsular War is very costly for both sides. The Spanish at this time period are still allied with Napoleon, and he's still commanding them to send forces continuously at Gibraltar. Oh, a unit's been smashed here by the artillery pieces. Oh, maybe even 2 of them. They lined up a bit. I just saw a couple of British boys down in the mud. Okay, so we'll try and swing our cavalry around. We might try and get the general, but it looks like they're covering him quite well. We've got some Highlanders here, but mostly just regiment of foots, and some of the garrison from Gibraltar itself. I don't want to let go of this, but yeah, we've got to win this battle, otherwise Gibraltar will fall. We're also probably going to make a play for Brussels soon as well. But I'm not going to lie, we are fighting on a 2-front war. We're heavily outnumbered. We've only got 2 full stacks, or otherwise our economy will essentially bankrupt. We've got to pay for our rather expensive navy. But like the French have like 3 full stacks just chilling around Brussels. The Austrians are making a play against them. They have managed to take some territory against them, but the French have also expanded to Bavaria as well. So I wish I could see what was going on that Prussian border and Austrian border, because I reckon the French are mostly focusing against them. The Spanish, basically their only bordering and natural enemy is probably us. They're not at war with Portugal. They're obviously not at war with the French in the Pyrenees, so they only have us to deal with. So we need to wrap up this war as quick as possible. I might have actually been better off to send Wellesley down here along with Moore, but I thought I thought John Moore might have enough, but we still might. Okay, looks like the front lines of the Spanish and the British are about to engage, and we want to try and open up some angles here from the side if we can. Okay, we've got our cavalry coming around here. We might be able to find an opening to send the dragoons head on into some artillery. But we might be able to get... Oh, hang on, we might be able to get Pedro here. Okay. So we still need to move up. There's a bit of forestry here, which we can definitely use to our advantage. That would be brilliant in shielding our boys from that artillery fire. Okay, so we're currently engaging here. 16th Regiment of Foot of the British Empire, or the United Kingdom, is going on. We still need to move you up. Okay, so we're actually working our way down the line, which is fantastic. But fierce fighting between the British and the Spanish has now broken out. I'm more confident to beat the Spanish in a 1v1, even with some of these armed citizenry, because we have far superior equipment and morale than the Spanish. Our units are just so much better compared to the French. We do have to be a little bit slower and passive against us. So we've got the 7th there, Highlanders. We've got a couple of those guys back. They can't get... I actually don't know if they can replenish all the way down in Gibraltar. I wouldn't imagine. We're going to have to get some imports from Scotland. Okay, keep on hammering this. We've managed to send that unit just to harass. It's not. It's destroyed one artillery unit. It's mostly just stopping the rest from firing. Still quite close. But yeah, this is just one of those battles that you have to play. Because you get the better odds. Because the auto-resolves are so harsh in Darthmod. I think that's a thing from vanilla. I'm not even going to lie. I'm pretty sure from what I can remember, each game has their just like changes and differences with units and stuff and diplomacy. But yeah, I think the auto-resolves have always been quite harsh in Empire. And Napoleon, it must be something to do with calculating musket and artillery. You know what I mean? Like the Great War mod was insane like that. I haven't played that in a while. Has that received any updates? I just remember how unstable it was, to be honest. And how buggy. Like some of the artillery was ridiculous. It's been years. Maybe it's been 4 or 5 years since I've played on the Great War mod, to be honest. And also, it's a little bit janky and weird because you're playing Napoleonic styled warfare. Like everyone's lining up in a 300-man front line with M1 Grands or whatever, like with semi rifles. It just doesn't make sense. Everyone needs to be stuck in trenches and have trench warfare. So unless you get a map, or you have it, or both these, you and the AI have decent deployables, it's always a bit iffy. Okay, so the knight's doing well. You're better off playing Hearts of Iron at that point. We're getting caught here. You might actually need to pull back. Oh, hang on. I accidentally clicked melee attack. Pull back because you're getting caught there. They're bloody doing what we're doing to them. Overlapping. Anyway, we're doing alright at the moment. 5 units are fleeing. We're still holding. It's swung back into our favour, thankfully, and we're still getting artillery pieces shelling upon them. You've been caught. You need to pull out. Oh. Just need to get out of here. Get out of there. Get out of there.
Our men are running for
I just need to chuck more down there. Just to rally and save the British infantry units from retreating. Come on, reform the line. We just got caught there, pushing up too much. Yeah, you got to be careful in Napoleon, giving chase to the AI. They can catch you, and it only takes a couple of volleys to really damper and hamper and dwindle your men per unit. My cavalry's still in the thick of it, which is good. But hopefully we can beat the Spanish into a peace resolution here if we can beat them and be victorious. We'll see how we go. Getting some decent shots off here. But yeah, they are just sending wave after wave. It's interesting that their 3 provinces can hold 3 armies quite quickly. I guess it's quite wealthy. But if we can push for Madrid, eventually, that's basically the heart of Spain. Like, most of Spain is Madrid in this game. I kind of wish there was a couple more provinces, to be honest. Like Sevilla. Maybe even Valencia, Salamanca. That'd be quite cool to fight over that territory. There were some really notable British battles. Okay, so they've now recovered. All my cavalry's been wrecked. You come back. Yeah, so the Spanish are really quite holding here because we haven't managed to get rid of their general. That's the main thing. The last couple we've been able to snipe them, but poor old Pedro is still trying to take as many Brits with him. They swung it back to about 60-70% in our favour, so still good at the moment. Maybe just try and shell some of the units that have a lot of health back, so they're still putting their cavalry smashing on through me. Okay. The left flank and centre's not very holding, but the right is fine. No, but even then they're coming back as well. But there's not really much we can do. Like, we can't really advance too much. 2 units retreating. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, we got Pedro. Okay, that should cause a massive rout, you'd think. My dragoons have now gone. And they've still got a lot of theirs, so maybe we can get a shot on. Okay, they're now charging. We can't even form square that they're hitting me so quickly. Okay. That's them dealt with. I don't want to be too headstrong. But I think we're good. There's still only 2-3 units holding. 1 or 2 now. 1 on the front line, which is formed square. But it's great to see. The Spanish army seems to be now in a full retreat. When I say that, I always think of Yoda saying that. Well, the clone said it to Yoda, didn't he? This kind of looks like the fields of Jena, so say. Okay. Just the orangely slash grey colour grade to it. So we'll move up and just try and rout that last unit, the 13th Regiment of the Spanish Army, still holding. They keep on forming square for whatever reason. We've got no cavalry there, you fool. And if anything, we're going to drop an artillery piece right bang smack in that square. We're hitting them from all sides. They're still holding square. But to be fair, maybe they're getting hit from multiple angles, so it's probably not a bad idea. Okay, now they're starting to get shelled on in. And what's further back here? A unit that's still holding on. That.
Glorious victory, sir, is soon to be yours.
Hasn't, but wants to retreat, but doesn't matter anyway. Heroic victory against the Spanish. Good, we'll take the dub. Oh, wow. Check out the results of that one. That's a really decent victory for us. And another Spanish general has bitten the dust. Is that 2 or 3? Potentially. These guys might be high ranking. Alrighty, so we've been successful in the defense of Gibraltar again. Huzzah! Huzzah! Gibraltar is British. Okay, so we'll give chase. Completely crush the army. And I wonder if the Spanish really want peace after that. We're in a position of strength. Okay, back up north. The Russian fleet is still nearby. We're blocking off the French fleet in the channel. And there's half a stack near Brussels. Oh, hang on. Brussels is empty. Well, we might make a play. Hang on. What I'll do is I'll leave Michael Stowell back. We'll send him back, but we'll see what we're working with. Okay. So, what I'll do is I'll send you up. I'll move you back. Yeah, we'll leave Stowell to defend Holland if need be. And we'll move this other unit up as well, just to give us a bit more. Yeah, that's plenty for Wellesley. Oh, they must have moved out against the Austrians or Prussians, potentially. So we'll push into Belgium. We can actually bring back the kingdom there, but I'm not going to do it. So this is... yeah, Brussels, Netherlands. So this is technically Belgium. Oh, they pushed down south? Potentially. Maybe they've gone back to Paris. But we'll take that. Okay, so we took a little bit of casualties doing it. There still seems to be... oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, here's some of the French army. Yeah, they're pushing eastward to the Rhine territories. Okay. So we'll intercept this French fleet that's hanging down here. And... oh, that's actually in reinforcement range. That's cool. And this is where we're going to be able to nab some of our ships. Now that we've got a standard navy, if we can keep attacking and farming these French and Spanish navies, that'll be a good way for us to essentially save recruitment time of getting the ships in. Sometimes we're not lucky with the RNG to get the ship, but so be it. We'll swing back around. But basically, having a 2-ship blockade of theirs is definitely the play. And then just keeping you down here as well. Oh, Nelson can intercept this one. And that's another Spanish fleet gone. Okay, and we can move further back. Brilliant. Okay, I think it's time to negotiate with Spain and see what they say. So, I want peace. We've destroyed 3 full stacks. What I want to do is not be at peace with them for too long. Just to get trade with them, buy us some time to get more than a full stack down in Gibraltar. Because we're getting to the point where we're just getting hammered. Like, as soon as we replenish, they send another one down. Like, they got half a stack here, but that would nearly ruin us. So, we'll make peace, we'll build up, and then we'll push for Madrid when I'm ready. Okay, so what's happened here? Our ship's nearby, but the Russian Navy wants me to come and help out. We're not favoured to win, so I'm going to decline. I don't need to fight that one. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. A nation joined your enemies, Kingdom of Spain. At the top of the turn, after making peace and getting trade, the Spanish have declared war on me. That's so annoying. Do you just want peace? Again? Oh, they're just not interested. What about just straight peace? Okay, in the next turn, they're offering peace, but they're going to give me money for it. I guess they didn't want the trade, or maybe Napoleon was pissed off about the trade. That's so strange. Super back and forth. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. Still got the alliance with Spain for now, even though they were a little bit decisive about it. I guess Napoleon probably has a bit to do with it. We've skipped a little bit ahead. We've got some armies ready to go. So we've got an army in London. I'm tempted to send it down to Spain. 4 cavalry, 2 artillery, rest made up of infantry. And this will allow us to get more forces down here, because it takes quite a bit to ferry there. Like, we only can get like 1 unit every couple of turns from the Gibraltar recruitment. We need the army down there. Okay, so last time I made trade with Spain, they declared war on me. Well, they broke the pact, so there's a couple of other factions that we can get trade with as well. So let's start with Sardinia. And now we'll go with Spain. Do they want trade? They're going to accept for now, but it just depends. Okay, so we're still heading the army down south. We're just outside of Portugal now. Still peace with Spain. They've actually pushed an army up to the border there, we can actually see. But we're going to declare war eventually back against Spain. They've moved their navy out, and they've actually moved a navy to that port. So, now we've got a full stack in Gibraltar, and we've got half a stack in a bit. Now, unfortunately, after taking Brussels, the French have finally retaliated, and they've attacked me here, so I could throw them back. We're still at war with a fair few other factions. Italy, Switzerland. We were at war with someone else, but I think they capitulated. I don't know. I can't remember. Was it Württemberg? Yeah, Württemberg's not there, eh? Okay, well, unfortunately it's time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching episode 5 of my Napoleon Total War Darthmod campaign, playing as the United Kingdom. So, we're going to play the battle against the French in episode 6 coming out soon, and we'll throw back the army that's sieging out. So, once again, the French are sieging us, and we're going to have to deal with them. I don't know whose this general is. Last time we faced Michel Ney, managed to get rid of him. So I don't know who's commanding that, but they do have a lot of reinforcements nearby, so it might be more advantageous for us to attack this army instead of leaving it, because we're going to lose soldiers and stuff. I think we'll be fine to push against it. And then we should be nearly ready to make a push and play for Spain. Although they've built up in that time of peace, I think it was worth it just to be able to freely move down forces down the coast and just build up enough to have a full stack to push and attack Madrid, while also being able to keep some military presence in Gibraltar. But we are slowly but surely gaining more territory on the continent. But it's a decent campaign, this one. It's a lot of fun. It's tricky. A little bit grindy, but it's just a couple steps forward, one at a time. And hopefully we can rid Napoleon and his allies on the continent, but we're still well far away from hitting our victory conditions. We need to eliminate Spain, France, and I think even some Germanic and Danish territory potentially, but that's not too biggie once we've built up a bit. But yeah, definitely struggling to progress down in Spain. I kind of see why that's... I kind of understand why some people are just like, stuff Gibraltar. Like, I'd rather just throw everything at the Spanish north. So we're currently being besieged at Brussels by the French, and this is probably as close as what we're going to get to our Waterloo. So we've managed to take Amsterdam. Holland is fully under our control. We've recently taken Belgium. We took it with ease, actually, from a small garrison force as the French moved south and were distracted. But now we have to defend our territorial gains. We've already managed to get rid of and kill Michel Ney, so hopefully we can manage to get rid of another French general from the Grande Armée. That'll be brilliant. But we've got to be careful because we can't lose too many forces because there is a full stack in Paris. And there's also reinforcements close behind in Champagne. So we've got to watch out. We'll move my spy up. We might be able to sabotage the army slightly if we're lucky. And we've still got the rest of my military forces and assets down in Spain. So we were detected. Was that John Baptiste in there? Devim, what was it? Vimmer or whatever his name is? Potentially. So we've got Arthur Wellesley here. Michael Stoll is currently back in the Netherlands. At the moment, we're still maintaining pretty decent control of the channel. There's an occasional French pirate army that comes past. We currently have peace with the Spanish, and we've managed to land additional reinforcements down in Gibraltar as well. So if we can get 2 full stacks down there, we might actually make a play to go to war with Spain at some point. Speaking of war, I might try and make peace with Italy and Switzerland. Nah, they're just not interested straight up, which is fair enough. So, major faction-wise, we're still only at war with the French. There's been a peace treaty with Spain as we've managed to destroy 3 full stacks. We've killed so many of them as they pushed to the rock. They quite literally smashed upon the rock like water. Gibraltar, being the rock, that is. Yeah, so Jean-Baptiste has a lot of cavalry, not too much artillery, so they've changed up their army build slightly. We're going to have the battle for Brussels here and march out. So we have Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, against Jean-Baptiste de Vimeur. Okay, one of Napoleon's generals. It's not your Bernadotte nor your Masséna, but Jean-Baptiste will be a good scalp and baton to take. Right, let's form up with Wellington. It's currently pouring down with rain, and I don't know if we're going to have a battle in sort of the Belgian Benelux region, so this is our Waterloo. It's pouring down with rain, quite fitting, I guess, and Wellesley can move up here. So it's an interesting field, a lot of tree coverage. Okay, so we might have to move our artillery quite up a bit. We're going to be able to hang out in those trees, so we'll be fine. Alrighty, so this army is got a bit of experience about it. Obviously, Arthur Wellesley is a superb commander at this point in time, but line infantry are 1 to 2 chevrons about, and then we have 4 units of cavalry as well. We really need to make work. So I think what I'll do is we'll move my artillery to the main road here and essentially form up over the side of it. We'll allow the artillery to go behind the road, and then we'll allow the infantry to hold over it. Cavalry-wise, let's see what we can do. Just depends how the AR reacts sometimes. Depending on the star general, sometimes we can flank, sometimes we can get an artillery piece. We might actually be able to catch some infantry units. It's always best to just try and flank with the cavalry. So let's move up the light dragoons for the United Kingdom. The 14th Regiment is now moving up. And let's have a look at Jean-Baptiste's army. So thankfully for me, there's not too much artillery. We actually have more than them, which is bloody brilliant. They don't have too much cavalry either. So it's not the best army build, nor is it the best general. So we might actually have an easier time and lose less British lives than we lost in repelling Michel Ney when we destroyed his army. But I can't really tell too much how Napoleon is doing. He has a bunch of armies though, because we've seen within probably 3 within the close proximity of Benelux and Paris, in sort of the Parisian region. But they've only really sent one at a time at us. I have a feeling that now that they hold Bavaria, they're probably... I just wish I could see through the fog of war. I bet you they're trading so much with the Austrians back and forth, because they're both taking territory from each other. Okay. Still moving up here before we can get in shots. But the problem is with this fight, is this battlefield is going to be super tough for us, because it is pouring down with rain. It's really going to wet and dampen our powder. So cavalry and their efficiency in this fight is probably what's going to win the day. We can't rely on our fantastic redcoats to do most of the work, because the powder is dry. Wet. It needs to be dry. But at least it's not in the snow. I think it's worse fighting in the snow because it can freeze. Can't it freeze in the musket weirdly? From what I can remember. It's just trying to keep the powder dry is so hard. And especially with like hairline triggers, you tend to like sometimes miss. Launch it off. Okay, so let's unlimber. And are we in range? Yes, we are in range. So let's start peppering them. They've actually made a pretty smart decision to put most of their forces in the forest there, and they've actually clipped some of the artillery out. So it's going to be a little bit hard to hit them, because they've actually got a pretty good angle on us. Us trying to fire into that, there's such a narrow corridor past hit them. We might actually be able to get the general if we're lucky. We're still flanking around with our cavalry. We have managed to bamboozle them a bit. Maybe they're hidden. The general's pushing closer to this side, so maybe my cavalry that occupy the left side here now might be better. We could go for that artillery pieces. What's better, artillery or general? Maybe let's do both. Sending forward would be a guaranteed general kill. But we've managed to maneuver ourselves well in the forest. Okay, so they've intertwined some cavalry there, and they've got some shots off, but we can't see if we're winning. Okay, we're trying to give chase to the general, but he's actually probably baited me there, and he's intertwined himself with the unit. Oh, hang on. The French are doing their own aggressive play, trying to move their cavalry up. Quickly, guys, fire upon that, fire upon that. Oh, God, I can't even see what's going on down in there. Are we winning? Okay, we're putting some pressure on the artillery, which is brilliant. Now it's a 50-50. So it's swung back into my favor a lot more. Okay, go after the general. Oh, wow, we're smashing them there. I made the decision to get my artillery to hit them, and they're already at half strength. Okay. Yeah, a lot of these enemy cavalry have muskets on horseback. So we've got to watch out for them. Oh, it looks like the French are actually making a push and play against us. Now that with their artillery depleted and destroyed, they know that they have to go for it. They actually form square, which is quite interesting. We're not too close to them, but we've got to really watch out for that, because we get shredded through there. We're trying to hit a unit here, but we're not doing too well. We can't catch that general. I guess just try and go for it. 2 of our cavalry are wavering. But now we have artillery supremacy, so we should be able to hit them quite a bit. They're putting their cavalry into the forest, which is probably good for them. They might be able to charge on him. We've got to be careful. It's going to be difficult to see actually which unit is going to get hit if they do charge. It's going to be tough to make the decision which one to form square. Okay, so we're still trying to go for the general here, but my cavalry is taking heavy losses. They are not doing well against those heavier units. They've now completely retreated, the ones that went for the artillery piece, and on the left-hand side, excuse me, we'll pull back. But it looks like the French front line is trying to engage mine. They're moving up through the forest as protection. Crikey. What a crazy turn of events there. Okay. It looks like some of the cavalry has recovered, but most of the French army is now trying to push up. They just want to get stuck in. Okay, well what I'll do, seeing they're not putting too much on the flanks, we'll invert this. Get the angle to open up brilliantly. And that'll make our life just a little bit easier. Doing something like that. Yep, that'll do. Okay, cavalry, we lost 1, so there's still 3 left, that's fine. No, they're just taking pot shots against us there, so reform. They've got one piece of artillery there, but that's not going to do much against our one. Unless they focus on a unit that's like wavering, it's not going to be too much of a deal. We might lose the last of our dragoons here. They get a decent shot off there to soften up the charge. And now Jean-Baptiste has given the command for his infantry to go up. Can't see what's going on this left flank. Oh, damn it. There's been a cavalry charge. We weren't able to form square. I didn't catch it. We'll drop a rally there. But if we can defeat this army, we only need 2 more, then we can take Paris and, was it Reims or Rennes or whatever nearby? There's one quite close. Okay, I'm going to give out some attack orders with this artillery. Let's hit those pieces that are coming closer to us. But we've already opened up the angle brilliantly, so they're actually going into our trap quite well. Okay, left flank is holding now. My cavalry is basically just going to try and win the day. It's going to be an absolute slog front line wise for both infantry. Although we're both really well equipped, we've got fantastic muskets and men firing them. It's just whoever can keep the powder dry quick enough. Maybe some random British bloke will be a lot better if he can keep his powder dry. Yes. Right, Jean-Baptiste has now been killed though. That's good for us. That's another general gone. Yeah, I'm not too sure who's essentially immortal in this game. Like obviously Wellington and Napoleon are, because they can get wounded and they get sent back. Is Nelson one of them? Like, you'd think Nelson might be, or maybe even like the French commander. They're coming really close there. The 42nd is now charging the British front line, but they seem to be doing a lot better on the left flank here. They've even got some generals there hitting me. We've got one spare cavalry. They're still reforming, so my cavalry's been smashed, as always. I do remember a comment a while ago. Someone goes, "Oh, I'd hate to be a cavalry commander under your command, CMC. You always seem to get us killed." I was just like, yeah, it's because I try to use them a lot. Yeah, cavalry does not last too well. I am quite aggressive with it, but I think it's the play. You just like sort of disrupt them, and then the AI sort of shit hits the fan, and they go a bit mental. But so far, they're pushing in quite close to me. We managed to get the general there. We managed to knock out the artillery. It just sows chaos. That's what I love. And the AI doesn't know what to do. Sometimes you get caught, sometimes you lose more, but you can always get more cavalry. It's also just tier 1. Like, we haven't got our best tier dragoons either. We're still pretty early on in the Napoleonic Wars and in the campaign. So they've actually charged in here. They've actually probably made the smart decision to chuck in 2 against us. In hand-to-hand combat, we're probably bang even, so they'll probably win. Yep. The bayonets are coming and sticking right through us. And it looks like we're about to break on this left-hand side. It's still bucketing down as well. We might need to try and get that cavalry and hit the left flank. Or the right flank, rather. You're getting exposed there, so reform you slightly. Oh, wow. We have capitulated on the left-hand side. Hopefully that doesn't get sent down the line to attach bayonets and go. Because that might be the play for them. But so far, still quite close. 65% in our favour. The Battle of Waterloo is going to the British. Napoleon is nowhere in sight though. But Jean-Baptiste has gone in his place. So, if we're successful here today, we're basically going to stake a huge claim to Belgium and the Netherlands, which is a really easy place to defend. If we can keep those Rhine territory to the east happy, Saxony and Prussia and a couple of others, we're probably safe here. We could even push into Hanover if we want to retake that territory. I'm sure George III will be really happy about that. Sort of forget about the old sod, sort of sitting back in England, not doing too much. It's really the Arthur Wellesley British campaign, and John Moore to some extent. But yeah, if we can lock down... Is it Benelux? I think this is the Benelux region. What does Benelux include? Because I recently heard that they were going to merge all the football leagues together. I think it's Liechtenstein. No, sorry, Luxembourg. Liechtenstein, not that. Or maybe Liechtenstein, I don't know. Maybe it's 4. But I think it was the 3, the main ones. Anyway, we formed square a little bit late over here, but there isn't too much cavalry in sight. Yeah, so there's still 2 infantry units wavering, probably because of that charge. It's this regiment is just smashing on in. It's a little bit hard to see. Still quite close, a lot of fierce fighting going on in the Belgian forest. This is turning out to be the Battle of the Bulge again. Okay. And we've basically got victory on the right side. So we need to just keep an eye on this and just see what's going on within this damn forest. Okay, they're withdrawing a bit now. So there seems to be only about 4 more units in play. Center and right for them is holding. So we gotta get on this. So we'll move on in. Okay.
One of our units has used all its ammunition, sir.
Let's just try and wrap around. Right,
Glorious
got that.
victory, sir.
I think we just need to advance.
Soon to be yours.
I was like, oh, maybe we need to wrap around and go left, but no, let's just advance. Because that'll get a bit closer to them. Oh my god. They've now turned. They're just charged on in. I'm going to give it to the French. They're a hearty, foolish bunch. Stubborn and headstrong. They want to own the continent. We're going to stop that bloody Napoleon. Okay. Only one more unit probably holding. Another one's regained, and it instantly went. There goes that. Oh, awesome. Victory. That's the end of their heroic one. Well, we've managed to defend Belgium. Oh, wow. What a decent result for the Duke. And that's now fled back. We could give chase just to completely destroy it. I could make peace with the French, but I'm not going to. I feel like they're my eternal enemy. I can't. We'll roleplay. No peace. No peace with the French. Okay, so how are they going to respond? They've set up another army. There's still a couple smaller armies lurking about as I'm sort of watching. I don't know who's in Paris, but there's a full stack there. So after the defeat of Jean-Baptiste, they have moved another army up. Okay, I've got to watch out for that as well. Jean. And we've moved up as well, Michael Stoll, just to give us some additional reinforcements there. Channel's still going good. Our economy's on point. Back down in Spain, we currently have a stack and a half. We could get another general. I'm kind of tempted to do so. But we might make plans and preparations, to be honest, to go to war with the Spanish in the next episode. So who do we want? George Walker, I think, is the play. And we'll bring him into this other army. Okay, so we've got a full stack and a half down in Spain. There seems to be an army there and then one in Spain itself, in Madrid. But, yeah, things have sort of quietened off a bit. We've still got Nelson and the Gibraltar Strait fleet still chilling, blocking off. No one's really contested me there, which is good. If we can sort of choke that off, we can stop these huge roaming navies coming on in. So unfortunately, it's time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed episode 6 of my Napoleon Total War Definitive Edition Darthmod campaign, playing as the UK. We've managed to get rid of another one of Napoleon's marshals. Jean-Baptiste joins red-faced Michel Ney in the grave, I guess. So what we'll do is replenish and repair. We'll hold in Brussels until we get a big enough. We'll probably wait until we get about 2 stacks, maybe 1.5. We'll see how we go. But if we see an opening to take Paris,
or potentially take Reims. I think we're going to have to take it, or we might be able to intercept. Like if we see Masséna or maybe Bernadotte or Napoleon, we might actually make a play against them. Like we might just have to engage the army. You know what I mean? Like if we can intercept it, we might as well just throw the British kitchen sink at it, I guess. And I think we'll start a war with Spain again. I think we'll declare war upon them because they've got that army just north of the border. They're posturing against us. They could very well attack Gibraltar anyway. So we might have a battle against the Spanish in episode 7. We'll just have to see how we go. But yeah, we're actually taking some more territory, which is good now that we have Brussels. So I want to try and take Madrid in the next couple of episodes. So we'll defeat that army, then we'll try and march on the Spanish capital, and that would really help us out. Would basically, if we can get all those naval dockyards under our control, we've basically got control of the entire eastern seaboard here. We're going to be breaking our peace with Spain and hopefully attacking them near, I think this is Sevilla, I would imagine, just over the border. There seems to be a full stack hanging in there, so we'll try and destroy that, and then we'll try and march on Spain itself. We currently have a stack and a half down in Gibraltar. Back up in the north, we still hold Brussels in Belgium and Amsterdam. The French have moved up an army nearby, so hopefully we can knock down a couple of those, and then we can march on Paris. And they've got a couple of other armies here and there. So I hope you're enjoying this series. I'm having an absolute blast. Hopefully we can push and take some territory and continue our territorial expansion on the continent. But I've got to give it to the Spanish. They have been a thorn in my side in this series. We're already at war with a lot of those factions. So hang on. I might, instead of just straight up war decking them, we will join the already wars going on. So Russia, will you give me some money if I redeclare war upon Spain? A couple thousand would be brilliant. Let's see if they accept that. Actually, we might be better off getting a tech. That actually might be more valuable. How about that? Logistics. That actually might be better. And maybe money as well. No. Okay, so how about just the tech then? Yeah, because that's actually money we'll just spend on units. The tech's going to be far better. Oh, great. So we don't have to worry about that. That's probably saved us 8 turns. Yeah, because the Spanish have been quite annoying. They've been a bit of an ulcer to us, the Spanish. That's actually a really good book by David Gates, all about the Peninsular War. I do recommend it. I had to read it for uni. I had to do a bunch on it. So if you're looking for some Napoleonic Wars books, I do recommend the Spanish ulcer. So we've got the Battle of Seville, 1805. And let's get stuck into them. So it's interesting that they've kept an army so close to Gibraltar. They seem like they were kind of posturing. So if we can be victorious here today, this will be the 4th full stack we've destroyed. As I'm saying, like, we've been holding and defending Gibraltar quite well. John Moore is going to be called, I don't know, John Moore of Iberia, because the way he's going, he might actually be able to conquer it. We've got to try and keep him alive as long as possible. Obviously, he died famously in Spain, which is rather unfortunate. But in this alternative timeline, hopefully we can make him a conqueror of Hispania. Let's say John Moore. We'll call him John Hispania, maybe. Okay, so we'll move up the artillery, so we're in range. But now I'm in a really good position to sort of push and progress. We were struggling with half a stack. We've only just got a full stack down in Gibraltar. But now we're laughing. We can keep one army down in the south to protect it if need be. But once we destroy this, we're really going to give chase to the capital. I kind of wish Spain was a bit bigger in Napoleon Darthmod, because most of, well, Spain is in the control of Madrid. So if you take Madrid, you basically own most of Spain except for Barcelona and is it Pamplona? Sort of that northern Basque sort of region seems to be independent. And we'll probably try and adopt the same strategy against the French. We've only destroyed 1 or 2 French armies. from what I can remember off the top of my head. With, yeah, because we got rid of Michel Ney and Jean-Baptiste, didn't we? So we're slowly but surely progressing. But we're doing well. We've managed to dominate the seas. We've got most of the eastern seaboard under our control. We're holding naval supremacy in the Strait of Gibraltar and in the English Channel. And although that Napoleon's forces have the numerical supremacy over us as a faction, because we're fighting on a two-frontal war, we're outnumbered 2-1, the British boys are well and truly throwing back armies that are numerically a lot bigger. Because, yeah, we've managed to destroy, yeah, this will be the 4th Spanish full stack, and then we're well and truly going to be able to dominate Spain. Now, we are attacking them at the end of the day, so this is going to be a little bit difficult because there's a lot of caltrops scattered in and around. My artillery is now firing. Try and hit their artillery position itself, but I'm going to have to be really careful with my cavalry charges because they've actually intertwined incredibly well. We might be able to hit this infantry unit on the far left-hand side, and they're putting some cavalry up, but they just keep on getting back to those caltrops because sometimes the cavalry can be a little bit unresponsive when going into stuff like this. We have to be careful. I thought it was a caltrop there. It was a big old log. I was like, oh no, I've already stuffed it up, have I? But no, we've got a good charge on this left flank. Just need to watch out for those caltrops. Try and wrap around. Okay. So it looks like the Spanish line is starting to advance. We might be able to get my cavalry to hit their artillery and cavalry, but I think we might get a little bit unlucky here. They're firing on us, which isn't the best. We actually might lose this flank here. They are really peppering us down. So our cavalry units locked me there. We're winning on this left side. We're not doing so good around the right. Okay. So let's move you back out. We had a small cavalry charge there. They are really clustering in the center, so we might look to move in a moment. Okay, for whatever reason, that unit's now fled out. Just got to watch out for these caltrops reform up, because they are just going to absolutely rinse my cavalry. So it looks like our front lines are both engaging, and they're putting a pretty weird column here. They're getting fuddled, and I think just because of the natural distribution of the city there of Seville, like trying to advance against us, they have to work their way through the city as well. Okay, let's move the general up because we're starting to engage. We've got a lot of spare units on that side. We might need to remove them. Okay, back over here. Just gotta watch out for those caltrops, but we're winning against the cavalry. They moved the infantry unit back. A lot of my cavalry is just getting bogged down here, but the Spanish are moving up and forming a decent position, and already the regiment of foot front line is getting some shots off. They're pushing a lot on that other flank. Just watch out for those caltrops. We seem to be avoiding them for now. Okay, they're pushing a lot on my left flank here. I've got to keep an eye on that and the center. My artillery is still bombarding it. But at the end of the day, we have caught the Spanish in a surprise attack. And they have been more of a nuisance in this campaign. An ulcer, an annoying ulcer, is definitely an apt description of how they've sort of played in this series. We've had a harder time against the French. If the Spanish are an ulcer, the French have been like pulling teeth. Okay, so let's move up to something like that. Like that'll do. Just try and get the angle. Okay, my left flank is probably looking a bit worse, but we've actually won with the cavalry there. Still about a 50-50, still quite close. My right cavalry flank isn't doing the best, and the left is not holding as well. Okay, let's redirect this artillery to help out the left flank big time. They were mostly focusing all their firepower in the center, and that helped quite a bit. I'm also going to send some cavalry here to help that. Oh, we've actually got a unit routing there already. They are really pushing headstrong to that left flank. My cavalry's struggling to break through there. So unfortunately, my cavalry haven't been strong enough and quick enough to break through the Spanish flanks. We might have got one cavalry unit done in, but most of their cavalry, yeah, we didn't get. And we're just like getting stuck and bogged down into infantry. Like, we haven't gone for the general, we haven't gone for the artillery yet. If we could have that, that would have saved us a bit. We've opened up the angle, so the centre's now buckling, but my left is very, very exposed. Their general units moved up here. Quickly now, move the cavalry in to deal with them. If we could get rid of the general, that might be able to cause a huge morale decrease for them. Okay, their centre's now buckling. Let's move you further up. Now you've actually recovered. So at least we're tying down a unit, but you might need to withdraw, to be honest. I probably left you in combat too long. Okay, so the battle for Seville is becoming a little bit harder. Maybe because as well, this is a defensive fight for them. And they've been a little bit dug in and stuck in this city for quite some time. Okay, that must be the enemy general gone, surely. Yeah, there he goes. He actually was retreating. So the enemy general's not gone. That's going to massively improve how this battle turns out. Yeah, we just didn't have an opportunity to go get him. Okay, we're flanking quite well on this right flank. And I might even try and continue to advance as well. Go to like there. And we'll go here. Okay. And finally that infantry unit that we committed that cavalry to has capitulated. Good, I guess. And I guess we advance these guys a bit further up to the church as well. Some of my units are actually starting to give chase. Gotta give it to the Spanish. They've really actually held their own in this one. To be fair, we did catch them, sometimes intercepting them down in Gibraltar. And they were hitting us at the best of times. But maybe they had some better quality units comparatively. Because as long as the campaign goes, everyone gets usually stronger and harder to deal with because everyone gets additional tech. But we also got some additional tech as well, thanks to the Russians. We sent them a letter saying we want to strike the Spanish army holding Sevilla, and they were like, great. To do so, we'll give you some Ruski logistics. And they've helped us out, because that's definitely worth. That saved my... Well, not only has it saved me, I don't know, probably 8 turns of actually focusing on that, but now we can actually focus on another tech as well. Because do we really need the extra 2,000? It might get a couple units here and there. But we're going to have to pay for the wage as well eventually. So I think you always should try and get tech unless you can get an insane amount of money to invest in the economy. Okay, so my cavalry has recovered, but they've lost a fair bit. Okay, let's swing you back around here. So most of them are actually starting to hold a little bit here. We've clustered up slightly just because it's actually quite hard. I kind of feel bad for the Spanish trying to move in and around these small houses in the town of Sevilla. I guess it's a town. It doesn't seem like a city at this time period. But so far, the reinforcements from Britain, as with month by month, day by day, slowly but surely grown the British military presence here. As John Moore is fully in command of the Spanish expedition, while Arthur Weasley, Duke of Wellington, is dealing with the Belgian... Did I say Weasley? I did not, did I? I never put that together. Arthur Weasley is slightly Arthur Wellesley misspelt. That can't be a coincidence. Yeah. Harry Potter was on the TV last night. It was just on in the background. There's actually I don't know, our free-to-air, like, they actually put a bunch of movie marathons on all the year. I don't know why. They're always putting that type of stuff on. Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and stuff. I don't know. Is that common where you're from? Australians know what I'm talking about. There's always, like, movie marathons that are just packed with just nonsense. Alright. Okay, so there's only a couple of them holding. They're actually holding quite well, even with the general gone, because they probably know a victory for the British will allow the military forces to march on Madrid. Just got to watch out for those caltrops there. Just need to slowly intertwine within them. The infantry's fine. It's just everyone else. Okay. There's only 3 or 4 Spanish infantry holding the line and remaining. But we should be able to get rid of those soon. But overall, a good victory. One full stack facing the other. We didn't even need those additional reinforcements. But they will eventually help out in a siege for Madrid. But hopefully, once we destroy Spain, they don't go full La Guerrilla on us and have too many sort of rebellions and guerrilla attacks, inquisitions. Because remember, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Oh god. I think we've won now. Yeah, there we go. That was that last unit just capitulating. A heroic victory for the British. Another once more down in Spain. Wow. Another decent victory for John Moore. He is becoming quite an astute military commander down in the peninsula. Alright, so that's 4 stacks gone. You'd think you'd nearly conquer Spain by doing that, but they are still flooding armies down. Darthmod has a tendency just to spam out armies. I kind of forgot. Like, they have so many of them, particularly on the harder difficulties. Let's give chase to the remaining. And now we have, yeah, I guess this is modern day Sevilla. Yeah, because that was the town, wasn't it? Because Malaga is like further to the south west, isn't it? Anyway, we'll move up our additional reinforcements. And there's not really much else we can do there. Alrighty, so I think now from Sevilla, our plan is to push to Madrid. Now, we have to deal with some Spanish navies that have arose here. We can see them off the coast. They're kind of near my trade, which is annoying. Okay, so we'll get rid of that. There seems to be a Spanish fleet there in... I don't know what that province is called. Medieval, it's Asturias, isn't it? Sort of near Leon, maybe. But anyway, we'll try and get rid of this Spanish fleet because they can be quite annoying if they start blocking and hitting ports. The French have still got a army in my territory. Oh, they've actually moved back. The French fleet has actually engaged me in the channel. We're going to have to retreat. They've actually built up because we destroyed, obviously, most of the fleet in Trafalgar. Oh, no. I guess we withdraw again here as well. Oh, wow, the French really... Oh, I pushed out to that Spanish fleet, and then the French have really given chase on us. And then they've sent that fleet to block Bristol. That's actually super annoying, this naval micro game that's going on, because it massively hampers our economy. If they block the port of Bristol and London, and we don't defend it, it becomes quite likely that we could very well become bankrupt. Oh, Lewis and Clark reached the Pacific coast. That's quite cool. They're going there. They're on their great and grand American journey. That's an interesting event that's popped up. Okay, so the French have moved a lot of their forces eastward, potentially to deal with, I'm not too sure, the Prussians or the Austrians, I would imagine. Luckily, most of my fleet fled to Denmark, and what we'll do is I guess we'll have to lift the siege again at Bristol. So we'll send a navy over. I won't send everyone because I don't want to get caught again. So we're going to need a fleet that can basically form a chain line to block off, because like we're also blocking off anyone else coming from the north and coming on in. Like, you never know. Sometimes like I don't know, Denmark or Sweden could betray, and then a full fleet comes in and stuffs everything up. So we'll chill for now. Alrighty. Okay. Welcome to the top of the turn. I think it's time to move against Madrid. So they've moved a small army up. We'll cross the bridge. Yeah, why don't I want to attack the road? We just don't have line of sight. There was a full stack there. You never know, they might come out and attack us. No, there's still a full stack there. We'll move you up as well. And we're just on the outskirts of Madrid, which is brilliant. Only got a unit of cavalry in Gibraltar. I would like a lot more. We might move you up as additional reinforcements, just in case there's more Spanish there. We've abandoned Sevilla. Is it Seville or Sevilla? Sevilla's the football team. Seville. I don't know, it's all Anglo-sized, some of it anyway. But let's end the turn and continue and see how the AR reacts. Break a trade agreement with the Ottoman Empire. No, thank you. You're asking for a lot. I guess they might be at war with the Ottomans. Even the Russians don't like them as well. I have no ill will against the Turks. In the east, we need the trade, to be honest. Got some roads built, and the Kingdom of Italy's been destroyed. What, really? Who's gone and done that? Oh, the Austrians have pushed there. And France has taken Württemberg and Bavaria. Ah, that's super interesting. So, it looks like there was a bit of trading settlement-wise in southern Germany, but it maybe looks like Austria has lost and moved to Italy. So there's a full stack in Spain, and there's additional army just outside. So what we'll do is we'll move everyone up. And what are the odds on that then? Okay, so we're not favoured to win, even though we outnumber them quite a bit. They've got reinforcements there. We might play that one at the start of the next. Anything going down here? No, they're still keeping a pretty decent military presence. 3 full stacks. Just keeping an eye on if we can intercept anyone. Okay, so, yeah, they still haven't moved or anything. Yeah, I think our best play is just to sort of see if anyone comes in range of us, or how we got Brussels was because they left to go east into Germany and we saw an opportunity. So Arthur Wellesley still isn't quite at full strength from defending Belgium, and we've still got another army here as well. We've actually probably got more military forces down in Spain than in the north here, to be honest. So if we can take Spain in the next episode, there's only 2 more Spanish settlements. So, unfortunately on that note, it's time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching episode 7 of my Darthmod Napoleon campaign, playing as the United Kingdom. John Moore and a secondary army with George is attacking Madrid, and we'll have the battle for Madrid in the next episode, which will be quite huge, if I'm being honest, because then that means the majority of Spain, their capital, will be fully under our control. That will stop most of their navies as well. which will cause a little bit of a problem. We're going to have to put a lot of navies. We are attacking Madrid, which has a full stack inside. This is the battle for Spain. We've worked super hard for this, so hopefully we can bring sort of Spain's reign of terror on the peninsula to an end. If we can defeat the garrison in Madrid, we've got the majority of Spain under our control. All that leaves is Pamplona and Barcelona. We've still got Wellington and a couple of armies up in the north, still keeping an eye on the French, ready to make a play if need be. But we're going to be able to get a huge boost to our economy and basically stop a lot of the Spanish navy intervening. So we currently outnumber them, which is good for me, but they have a lot of artillery which we have to deal with. It's a huge 10,000 man battle. John Moore with George Walker against Fernando. The Battle of Madrid, 1806. It's going to be a good one. Alrighty. I guess that's fog or a dusty day in Madrid. Okay, let's form everyone up. 4 units of cavalry, 3 units of artillery. I would like a lot more cavalry and artillery per my army, to be honest. We've got some Highlanders in, and we've got a lot of frontline infantry. So let's put the cavalry on the left and right and get ready to make a play. I'd like to try and get the general done in, if we can, and try and neutralize that artillery, because in a straight-out shootout, arty-wise, they would probably shell us to oblivion. So if we can win this one here today, that's 5 Spanish full stacks destroyed, and we'll probably well-deservedly become the major and dominant power in Spain. But yeah, the main thing is all the trade nodes we gain for securing this eastern part. We'll also open up, if we can take Madrid. You'd imagine that Pamplona and Barcelona would fall quite quickly once more than half of the peninsula is fully under another country's control. So I'll try and get my artillery to hit theirs, try and get some shots off. Now, we do outnumber them, so they actually might rush us. You never know. So let's move my cavalry on the left and right and try and wrap around as always and see how the Spanish react. But in the last battle, they played actually quite well. They took a fair few of us with us. Okay, so they're actually moving up and marching by the look of it. They might have even been getting some friendly fire off there. That poor infantry unit and the cavalry unit charging. It didn't look like it was that free, I guess. Okay. I'm nearly tempted to move up and just reform my own line, because there's not too many on that left, so let's reform about that. That'll be a bit better. We don't need to be so thin and drawn out. Okay, so we've got a unit behind here coming in. Sort of here. And we also have additional reinforcements as well. At the moment, we're only controlling 1 full stack, but we can get more in. It will take a while to slowly but surely trickle them in. Oh, crikey. Form square if you can. That cavalry's come quite close. I didn't even see that. We could switch to a canister shot, but we might just need to move up if they get quite close, just to protect the artillery. Just hold, no. Oh, nah, they weren't going for it. They were tempted to. I think they pulled back due to that infantry unit they're covering. Right, so what's over here? Anyone we can pick apart? Maybe just getting closer. Just slowly but surely try and inch closer towards their artillery, because some of it is clipping us, but we're not getting the best shots off against their artillery that I aimed for. We're better off probably hitting some of these units coming further out, because there's a lot of decent coverage from the city and even a bit of the forest there obstructing. Thankfully this time around I can't seem to see any caltrops hanging about. in the Battle for Seville, they were littered across the battlefield, which made our cavalry dominating their defensive zone and rotating quite tough. They do have some of their own cavalry in here, but they are intertwining some infantry here as well, so I don't know if we're going to be able to make a play for either the general or the artillery. It's going to be tough. Okay, they're swinging the cavalry back again here. I usually keep my artillery behind, but this time around I've had to put them in front because we didn't have much of a high rise sort of, or a hill elevation for us to chuck the arty on. And we need to sort of keep on peppering those units. We can't afford not to use them. Okay. So swing back. So the Spanish are moving up some infantry, which is good. Hopefully we can get the better of them. Some of my cavalry's getting hit here, which is annoying. Okay, that's a really bad position because they've pinned us down with 3. We might lose that left flank that's pushing on. I want to try and go for the general, but we need to peel further around. The front line's now getting engaged. Okay, and it looks like some of my infantry is getting some shots off. They are really close to me. I'm nearly tempted just to switch to canister shot and get those off. Because canister shot... Haven't used it too much in this Empire series. But in Empire, I know for a fact it's bloody brilliant. Okay, so we're trying to wrap around and hit that artillery. But we haven't seemed to have found an opening. Canister shots have been unleashed on these units. I haven't seen too much of what it's actually done. But they're putting a little bit of effort in. Okay, we're still trying to surge and push for that artillery just to knock it out. But I've got to give it to the Spanish. They've well and truly neutralizing my cavalry this time around. They've learned from the wraparound tactics which I've deployed in a lot of these battles. My infantry's holding for now. My artillery leading from the front is decent as well. And even though we actually seem to be shooting up and over, or even between the artillery, we're actually not taking any of them out. I was going to say friendly fire could be an issue, but it doesn't seem to be. There seems to be maybe a slight elevation where my infantry are, because like the bottom of the road is where the artillery are technically. I guess it's dug down in a bit slightly. Looks fine. Okay. I'm going to switch back to a standard shot and hold, and I want to move my infantry up. Even though it's probably fine, I still don't want to risk it. We're actually not favoured to win this one, even with those reinforcements haven't come in. You'd think our full stack would be able to do pretty well against theirs. So, my cavalry is just struggling here. If they can only move a small part of their army up at a time, that they seem to be doing, I'm fine with that. Let's try and angle. They don't seem to be pushing through the city that much, so angle that. And we'll get you blokes here, even though... Oh, God, I was going to say I can angle on the left, but you're not actually getting it. You're not even getting hit. Like, I know you're going to get more fire on you, but you need to gain some ground. And then do this, because those 3 units on the left, I'm not going to lie, they're roasting us a bit. They're smoking us on the field. I might need to move more up. Add him further back, because I'm still fearful of that artillery that are still pounding us. Okay, so our reinforcements have arrived, so that means we've lost a unit fully. And now they can start coming in. So, not too far away. Yeah, I guess we just need to try and find an opening and keep trying to push for that artillery. They actually seem to be moving them. Okay, at least we've got another general in. George Walker can come and help. But my left flank is capitulating. My right line seems to be fine. And move you further up. And move you there. Okay. Moore's getting some shots on him. Last thing I want is to lose John Moore in the battle for Madrid. That would be super ironic. Okay, we found an opening here. I guess as they pushed up. They have intertwined some infantry there. So we might be able to get a couple of artillery neutralized, but not a crazy amount. Okay, I'm actually going to send George Walker in here to charge. Because he's coming in as reinforcements. He's coming quick enough. He might be a good charge. That's good. That's what I want. See that flying animation? That's when you can really smash that unit. Good, we've probably capitulated that unit. Fantastic. 2 of my cavalry units are still routing. But that's what you want. You want a high-octane energy charge like that. Sometimes the charges can be just not the best in Napoleon, but that was fantastic there by Georgie boy. Okay, let's move on up. He should be able to take that out. I don't often chuck generals in. Oh, no. And that's probably why. Did he? Oh, I was going to say, I don't usually chuck them in because they don't last too long. Oh, thankfully it wasn't more. I nearly panicked there. If you got taken out by a rogue shot, a rogue cannonball, that is super annoying. Damn it. We outnumber them. I really wanted sort of a flawless victory. But what a way to go. A cavalry charge on in. Facing fearful odds against an outnumbered infantry unit, I guess. Okay, so now I'm going to go back to my rule of never throwing in Darthmod and Empire generals into combat, because they don't last, even if you get a fantastic charge like that. Just because they just don't have the number. Thankfully, the reinforcements coming in this time around have been cavalry, because we definitely could use that, because we've been roasting a lot of them. Okay, so it's still quite close. It's not an over-resounding victory, to be honest. We're both shelling each other back and forth, and they're doing quite well here, the Spanish. They're forming up square preemptively already. We definitely needed that additional reinforcements. I don't know if we would be able to win, to be honest. They must have some fantastic home ground morale, you could say. Because these guys are holding big time. But at the end of the day, they are fighting for their capital. They're fighting for their homeland. This is essentially like Spanish dominance on the continent. Thankfully, we've got a lot of cavalry coming in first, because we definitely need it. Okay. We've been hit here. Can't form square. I guess we'll just attach bayonets and drop into a melee attack. Okay. Yeah, we're even struggling against just a small amount of them pushing up. Okay, let's reform like this. Okay, even though we've got cavalry reinforcements, as you can see, a lot of them aren't actually that high, like, man per unit. That was because we haven't had time to replenish and repair. That's why I had to change them out at the start, before we initiated this. Because a lot of them are still licking their wounds. And we lost a lot of men in the battle for Sevilla, cavalry-wise. But we'll charge on in here, because these guys haven't formed square. But it's going to have to cluster them all up, even though they're 4 units. It should be enough, even if they're quite weak, as long as they just unite and fight together. They've now capitulated. Let's push and work our way down the Spanish line. Let's re-get some of that artillery to hit on in. Okay. And they've still got a lot of reinforcements there. Man, if they just threw everyone at me, I reckon they would have won. We've basically I guess my cavalry has distracted and locked them into defending their artillery, but they were only, for some reason, willing and keen to push half the army up. A lot of it's sitting further back. So now they're retreating. We don't need to get that artillery support on the unit that's pushed into sort of no man's land between our 2 armies at the moment.
One of our units has used all its ammunition, sir.
But we did suffer a little bit of a morale boost on that left flank, thanks to George Walker flying on in and well, getting himself knocked off. Which is super annoying, because we only recently just brought him in, eh? Like, we hired him in Gibraltar, and he cost about 2k as well. Like, they ain't cheap. I'm pretty sure that's a historical character. That's not randomly generated. I'm pretty sure George was it Townsend or Townshed? Walker. I can't remember him. Historically, was he a person? He must have been, or it's just a random name. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up. Okay, well, we're gonna have to advance in a moment now anyway. We've got an additional infantry unit coming on in. The cavalry's wrapped around. I guess we'll just put some pressure on the left flank infantry. So we'll commit 2 in, and then we'll get the other ones to peel off, and then we'll hit them from all sides. That should be able to cause a morale break with the dragoons. Yeah, so peel like that and then hit them. That's good. Yeah, and swing around. If we can fully surround them and hit them from all sides, that'll be brilliant. Okay. Still quite close, this one, even though we outnumbered them. Okay. They're actually digging themselves in quite well. They've intertwined themselves well with the buildings in Madrid. They're actually nullifying our artillery a bit while theirs are still going on. And they also, they seem to like, when a unit gets attacked, they seem to form up and just feel free to fire upon their own men. Because although we destroyed that unit there, basically, we pushed them out, they've recovered, but they were like fine for the other units to take some hits. Just need to make sure this gets fully crushed and not come back, because even pulling out can be an issue. Look at that. We're really struggling against their infantry. I guess this is probably the last and finest of what Spain has to offer. They've moved some cavalry up here. We might do better against if they move out a bit. But they've still got their artillery. Even though they had 5, they've probably still got 3 left, same as us. And they're actually moving into the city streets, because we're in the open field. We're getting smashed in the open a bit. Okay. I think we're better off to unlimber and stop firing and move up. I'm just looking at my infantry. They're actually not hitting us anymore, which is good. Alright, let's move up. I just gotta be careful, because it's still 50-50. I don't know a mass charge on in would work. I guess we might actually go for the cavalry here, but I'm talking about my infantry. Because we've also got to take Madrid with minimal losses if we can. My cavalry might have capitulated then. They copped a volley. And now they've committed to that cavalry. Maybe just trying to pin it down as we go up might be just the play. Because last thing I want, like if they've got 2 full stacks that they could send from Pamplona and Barcelona, the play for Spain and Madrid could all be for nothing. So the stakes are quite high here. We've moved up to a better position, but it looks like we're actually getting hit a bit. Oh, now some of the infantry is now shooting. Yeah, getting shot at. The air artillery is shooting. Actually, instead of withdrawing the cavalry, we could just put it to work. And now actually, this is the better the play. I got an idea. So it doesn't matter if we lose that cavalry, because what I'll do is I'll wait for those additional fresh infantry reinforcements to come in, because most of the infantry that fought in this fight are now, well, smashed. Let's move through the streets like that, and then we'll get everyone else. Like, these are the reinforcements. If you could hit that left side, I reckon the push is going to come from the left. That's what we'll put our best units and fresh units coming on in, and we'll wrap around the left and encircle. Okay, let's move more up, because we're going to need his morale support, because I would imagine some of the infantry are still shook and, well, rattled from the death of George Walker. Yeah, George. I think he was a pretty prominent commander. I can't remember him. I wonder where he died. Did he die in Spain? I'm gonna have to look it up after this. It'd be quite fitting. If not, I guess one of my generals had to die in Spain for the timeline to work out. If Moore was going to survive, someone else probably had to be taken. That's why I love these sandbox experiences, man. On Total War, it's always so much fun. Okay, so we're slowly but surely pushing through the streets, and we are struggling a bit. Because the open field is probably our best play. Like, we're just going to have to try and claim the streets of Madrid. So the Red Cloaks are moving on in against the last of the Spanish resistance. What a hell of a fight for their capital. The Peninsular War has been a struggle for us big time. But that's why I'm kind of happy that I committed to it, because I knew it was going to be a lot of fun. They're actually out of ammunition, which is insane. They're going to have to attach bayonets and actually go in. So some of our boys are actually going to have to fight with bayonets and hand-to-hand grubby melee combat. But I knew it was going to be difficult to fight on a two-front war. It's been quite enjoyable, sort of going with the realistic approach. Okay, move up here. Move there. They are really digging on in. Okay. I'll be interested to see how they deal with me in bayonet combat. Because when the French did it in episode 6, I think it was. Yeah, because we fought the Spanish in the last. Whenever we fought the French last, the Battle of Waterloo was a while ago, yeah. It was really interesting because both the powder was wet, so artillery and the musket fire was incredibly tough. The French tended to want to attach bayonets and charge. I think for whatever reason, they probably had better bayonet capabilities than us British. Which you wouldn't think so, but maybe they do. Like, what would be the historical justification for that? I don't know. French steel? Maybe. Okay. So, although we're progressing, with some of our guys running out of their rounds, it's super tough to push through with here. We're going to be able to claim the city.
One of our units has used all its ammunition.
But I ain't going to lie, it's going to be a huge cost. Okay, so those fresh reinforcements have come on in. Just look how much men per unit they have. And they have massively peeled around. We're hitting them from all angles and we're surrounding them. We've managed to set up a super decent trap. John Moore's there now. We've still got most of the infantry just running back. Yeah, they just got smashed by parlaying with the Spanish front line and just that artillery. It just shows you how strong cavalry and artillery are in this game. And generals, if you just can't neutralize it quick enough. This has probably been one of my highest losses and most competitive fight. Are they bugged out? They're just doing a crazy looking dance move. Bob and weave, boys. Boot and scoot. Okay. We're good now. We're in a really good position. Angling, fine. We can even advance a bit further. But what an awesome, huge, epic fight for Madrid. Sweet. But even though we've conquered this huge province, because we're not just dealing with Madrid, we're dealing with most of the peninsula now, it's going to be it's going to come with its own set of annoyances and decisions we have to make. So pretty much instantly once we take Madrid, we're going to have to basically go on a bit of a recruitment blitz with our navies. We're going to have to make sure... Oh, there goes the general, and the Scottish Highlanders are charging in there in an epic charge. As I'm talking about local administration, I guess. We finally got rid of the general. He lasted nearly the entire fight for this. But yeah, we're gonna have to really protect our docks because the French are still going to be annoying. There probably still will be a decent Spanish fleet, but we've managed to win a heroic victory in the end. Wow, what a decent fight! John Moore has taken Madrid. He's taking the Royal City of Madrid, Real Madrid. I don't think that's it. It's a football team, but I'm making the joke. We'll replenish and repair where we can. And yeah, we lost George Walker. Incredibly disappointing. But so be it. He just came on in and he was in such a good position. He died quite quickly in the charge. Oh well. No matter. Alrighty, so this is probably going to kick out the Spanish fleet. Oh no, it's up in the north in Pamplona or whatever it is. Do the Spanish want peace? I'm curious because we'll be able to replenish if we can. For, pay him. Oh good, we'll sign that then. Because, although we've won, we need to like not lose this territory. I mean, there's a lot of repairing we have to do because we did raid from Sevilla to Madrid. And we're going to have to protect those ports. And I don't want a quick retaliation. If we've smashed them into submission, I would rather replenish and repair. We're also going to have to convert the populace. We can't literally march out of Spain and Madrid once we've taken it. But we have taken Madrid. Okay, so I just did a quick Google on George Townshend Walker. And I already feel quite bad. I didn't realize... I kind of forgot about him. I didn't remember sort of comprehend how important he was. So he actually died when he was 78. We'll just go through the end turns here. Okay, nothing too crazy. He fought in the wars and the battles in the American Revolution, the French Revolution. He actually fought a bunch in the Napoleonic Wars, the Battle for Copenhagen. He fought a lot in the Peninsula as well, and ended up dying when he was 78. So we got rid of him pretty early on. Yeah, he was actually present in a lot of battles in Spain, which is not good that we lost him so quickly, but shame. R.I.P. George Walker, I guess. Okay, Spain is going to be a huge source of taxations and profit for us, but I don't know how long we're going to be able to hold it, and you never know, French could start raiding in there as well. So I'm going to start building some factories and some better quality sort of industry in Britain, and then if we've got spare money, we'll chuck it down in Spain. But Britain isn't going to get invaded anytime soon, particularly with Nelson and Elphinstone defending the channel. Like, we are very Gucci in the naval department. Okay, so thankfully we got that peace with Spain, because they seem to be mobilizing some forces in the north. But we'll have to push into Pamplona and push into Navarre. What did I call it? The Basque country. So it's kind of up there. And then we've got Barcelona as well to deal with. Switzerland's still hanging about. Austria's pushed into Italy. We're slowly but surely replenishing and repairing with John Moore. We might need to look to get another general back in. And it's a shame we lost Walker so early, because he was actually quite a prominent general in the Peninsular Wars. Back up in the north, still a full stack at Paris, half a stack to the south, and the French are mobilizing some military forces here. No general there, and they've moved another one up. We're going to have to watch out for them. The French still hold Bavaria, Württemberg, which is quite a decent progression for them. And they've got Hanover by the look of it as well, so they are really fighting sort of in the Germanic territories. Austria... Now that they've taken Italy, they might need to push into the French territory, you'd imagine. So unfortunately, it's time to end the video here. Stay tuned for episode 9 coming out soon, where we're probably going to have to deal with those French armies and eventually make a play to eliminate Spanish control fully in the peninsula. Okay, we have access to our first HMS ships. HMS Victory. Someone said in the comments in the last episode, I did read it, that I caught myself saying HMAS because I'm Australian. Usually when I read that, it's usually the Australian Royal Navy. So I do receive that clarification. And here is our first rate ship of the line. Hopefully we can get HMS Victory and Iberia a little bit later on. But yeah, just every single time, I guess when I've seen HMS, it's always been in the Australian context. So I did find that quite funny. I did the same thing with when I was playing a UK campaign. I was saying RAF as in like Royal Air Force. I would say RAF as in Royal Australian Air Force as well. So I do get them mixed up time to time. I've got a new general here as well at our disposal. We're in a bit of a short peace at the moment. We conquered Spain in the last episode. We will go to war with them at some point. And I've made a short little peace treaty with the French as well, just to build up a bit. We need to get that recruitment back on track. Election results. Oh, we've got a new cabinet by the look of it. Oh, wow, that's disappointing. I think our old sort of chaps were quite good, to be honest. They had a lot more buffs, well, than these guys. Okay, so thanks to the new Prime Minister, new government, yeah, my Navy, Army, and Treasury have gone down substantially, particularly the Navy. So, the new generation is in, and they're not as good as the oldies. Okay, so I've skipped a little bit ahead. We have 2 full stacks down in Madrid, ready to push over the border into Catalonia to attack Barcelona. And we can push into, I guess this is Navarre as well, push into Pamplona. And then the Spanish have only got 3 territories left. We have to push into the Isles there. Back up north, we have 3 full stacks with Arthur Wellesley, Michael Stoll, and we're probably ready to attack the French. So they did push eastward quite a bit. It's been back and forth. Oh, they're actually going to declare war upon me. No way. I was about to declare war upon Spain at the top of the turn. Okay, well now we're back at war with the French. Let's see how they sort of move around the map then. And the trade agreement is being cancelled that we slightly had with them, because if we're at peace, we might as well make a small little profit off it, I guess. Another mutiny there in the Caribbean. Right. Okay. So, Navy-wise, we're quite good. 3 full stacks. Should we push into Champagne, or should we go straight for Paris, which has a full stack? There's a couple of other armies hanging around in there. I can't see too many prominent generals. Look, you know what? We'll strike with Arthur Wellesley and see how we go. There's not too much of a garrison in there. It's about a 50-50, and we'll fight this one. If we can take the capital, we might be able to peace out with them, because the thing is, we're fighting on 2 fronts, technically. The British army is split between this Belgian region and Spain, so we've really got to focus on one or the other. Okay, so we've just deployed on up here. Unfortunately, it's pouring down with rain in Paris. We've made a strong long front line. There's not too much of a high ground with our artillery. Like, we can't sit on the high ground further back and just sort of start shelling them. There's a lot of hills and trees and terrible topography in front of me. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to push further towards the outskirts of the city than what I would like. Move my cavalry around as well. But this is going to be an absolute slog, because I don't know, stats-wise, if the French or the British have the better melee capacity. Well, we have a good old British stiff upper lip that we can have a crack at them with. But from what I've experienced, particularly on this difficulty in Darthmod, when I've gone into hand-to-hand combat, particularly against the French, we haven't done the best. So we're going to have to sort of rifle them and get some long-distance shots against them. We do have a decent amount of artillery for, and this is mostly a garrison force intertwined with some proper field land infantry, but there's no commander. We haven't got any Michel Ney. There's no Bernadotte or Napoleon inside. So if we can maybe get rid of their randomly generated general, we might have a better result. Okay, so they've got some dragoons on the right-hand side. They have put some caltrops down as well. That should stop us a little bit for our British dragoons pushing on their right flank. But we just needed to move into a better quality position, make a front line. There's a little bit of high ground there. We might be able to shoot down upon the French. But after our short little peace, we're back at war with the French. It didn't last long. I wanted to focus on the Spanish front, to be honest, in today's video. I wanted to try and take Barcelona and Pamplona, and then if we can finish off the Spanish, we can have a preemptive two-prong attack from Brussels to Paris, and then we can obviously send our armies in the south up to Toulouse, Bordeaux, I don't know, what's sort of in the south there? Pau, yeah. Sort of push over the Pyrenees. But the French have sort of thrown out that plan. So we've got to strike when the iron is hot. Okay, so we're going to hit their dragoons there. Hopefully try and neutralize them, because we don't want them to push and jeopardize my front line now moving. Okay, just reforming up here. Let's speed things up slightly. Okay, so we've got to be careful here, because this is an interesting strategy by the AI, because it actually tends to work half the time. So they're basically throwing away this cavalry unit, and they've made the decision to, look, you know what, we're going to fire upon our own troops here, because there are 3 cavalry units coming against us. So I've actually done a bit of a folly here. I shouldn't have committed 3 cavalry units just for their 1, because we've been massively softened up because of it. We'll just try and charge and neutralize that French infantry unit just shelling the absolute buggery out of us. Okay, my artillery is still not yet into any position. They're still moving up. I don't know how well they're going to do. Just because this rain is really dampening us. But yeah, I do read the comments, guys. So I do try my best. But yeah, I guess there was a bit of a slip of the tongue. That HMAS thing made me laugh, because I was like, oh, I do. That's why I'm doing that. I'm adding the A when it doesn't need to be there. Also, guys, as well, I did read canister shot. You guys, you should use canister shot. It really rips through infantry. I do know that, and I like canister shot. However, mostly on very hard difficulty, I do find it tough to get like enough canister shot out for it to be worth without the cannons itself being exposed, because there's a lot of cavalry on these harder difficulties. So there's a very rare opportunity where we're cavalry safe with the canister shot. Okay, so I've made the decision just to push the front line up a bit here. We've had a bit of shelling back and forth. Most of my cavalry has just been exhausted from that front line. But yeah, we just need to get closer to them. But this rain isn't really helping. The French have actually intertwined their infantry through the city, which is not a bad strategy. It's just going to be hard for us to push the line, advance, and move further up. We've only got 1 cavalry unit still left in. But this is make or break. If we don't win this battle here today, we've sort of thrown away a full stack in a precarious situation. Arthur Wellesley will be surrounded in the heart of France. But if we're successful here today, we should be able to essentially circumnavigate Napoleon's eastern push. I wish I could sort of see, and I wonder if there was more events that could come up, because I want to know what's going on in the east, because he has been battling it out against Prussians and Austrians. The Austrians have done alright, taking some territory back and forth in Italy. The Prussians pushing into the influential German states. But yeah, Bavaria's popped up there, here and there, Munich, back and forth. It's going to be incredibly interesting to see, because the thing is, Germany at this point in time, very much in the campaign, is divided. And both the 3 powers of France, Austria, and Prussia are vying for powers. And then you see like these these nations rise and fall and gain independence and become vassals back and forth. which is really quite cool. Also, another comment I saw was, why don't you make your videos, it was about like an hour long-ish. Well, I'll just give you guys a little bit of insight, because I think it's worth talking about that sort of stuff here and there. So, usually when I start a series, I make the first video about an hour, because that's where I make most of my money from this. You guys engage a lot more. Sort of the first episode of any series, I don't know why, I still don't know why it is a thing on YouTube, but it gets most of the views than the entire series. You can see that on pretty much everyone's YouTube channel. So basically every single episode after that, I try to get to about 20, half an hour these days, because usually I sit down and record for about an hour, but the rest is usually just like nonsense. Like, I can make the videos that long, but do you really, like, basically this video is probably going to go for, I don't know, about 22 minutes, maybe 20 or so minutes, but I sat down and recorded and have talked for like an hour already, and I sort of just edit out the thing is with Total War. Total War is a really interesting game, because you spend a lot of time reading the buildings, reading the construction, moving your pieces around the board. I sort of like to only record when the attack plans are going on. If something crucially happens diplomatically, does it really matter if some random faction declares war upon me at the ends of the earth? Not really. Or if just something like it's just like irrelevant happens, I don't really show that. But basically that's why I sort of like, the thing is with these older series as well, I think that's what you sort of have to do, because not everyone's going to enjoy it. People tune out after a couple of episodes, but you still want to try and finish and do the campaign. So it's got a little bit to do with engagement, but it's also more or less about time. Like, some of you may or may not know that I do have 2 YouTube channels, and I try to upload daily. That's another thing as well. Like, yeah, I could do an hour video, but I'd have to upload every 3 days, which is not good for YouTube, the algorithm, and probably you guys. You guys get a bit of a taste in the teas every couple of days with at least something. But yeah, I do play a lot of Football Manager, FIFA on my other channel, and I try to upload around that same other time. So I do end up basically putting about an hour's of footage out a day, but it's just over multiple channels. But especially for these older games, when new releases happen, I am happy to do longer and videos and show more of it, because you guys probably haven't, like, if I get an early access game that no one hasn't really seen, just wants to try and see as much footage as possible, yeah. But like, I don't know, do you really want me to see the replenish and construction at Madrid? And whenever some random Italian count wants to trade and negotiate tech with me, is that really interesting to watch? I don't know. I'm not saying I make the most highbrow or interesting content. It's just a time matter. But yeah, that's a little bit of insight on that. But yeah, let me know in the comments. Anything. Ask me anything, and I'll try and answer it at the best of my ability if I can. We're basically just taking pot shots at the French here now. My cavalry's been depleted. My artillery's really carried the day. But it's still quite close, a little bit back and forth. The French are really recovering, because my armies are exhausted, pushing, advancing, and they've definitely run more kilometers in this fight than the French. And they've done really well trying to knuckle down. It's still quite close. I wouldn't say it's an overly resounding victory just yet, because they do these interesting stutter runs, the French. They retreat and then form back and then get some pretty decent volleys against us. We have to stand our ground in most situations, but things are looking very good now. About a 70% in our favour. We should be able to win the day. Also, I read a lot of comments about the AI. Yeah, the Empire and Napoleon AI is just really inconsistent, even on the harder difficulties. It's not the best. Okay, is that the last one? One more unit here. We're just absolutely exhausted. But I love this. I do love musket warfare. I'd love to see a Victoria Total War in the future on the full scale. And if they can fix the AI, that'd be great. I think it's just due to maybe like some of these maps with like the amount of buildings and stuff. Like, it even just makes the AI worse, to be honest. Because they want to try and defend and hide in between the city streets and stuff. But anyway, victory with Arthur Wellesley, Duke of Wellington. And we've taken Paris, which is a massive grab for us. And that is a huge chunk of French territory going over to British occupation. And, oh, Wellesley got injured after that fight. That's not good whatsoever, particularly due to the public unrest. Okay, well, we might be able to sue for peace with the French for a little bit. I don't know if they're going to accept it. They're probably just going to raid most of those core sort of central French territories. No, Napoleon is not happy about losing Paris, and there are a fair few forces that could come and intercept. Okay, it's probably not a bad idea now. Well, we've done this out of order, haven't we? I wanted to declare war upon Spain and then the French, but yeah, I guess you gotta take the opportunity when you can. So, who's at war with Spain, Russia? So, if I join your war, they like me the most. I just sorted by sort of who likes me the most, because I reckon they're going to give us the most money and maybe tech as well. But the Russian Empire will give us a bit of a treasury to put some pressure on the Spanish. They're more than happy to help out. So we'll siege Pamplona. There's a full stack there. We'll send the additional army on in. And we should be able to win this in an auto-resolve. Clear victory. Pamplona has now fallen to the United Kingdom. And now there's only one more Spanish territory left on the peninsula. Fantastic. Okay, so we're back at war with the French. They've actually put a lot of their navy here on this trade node. We're actually dominating most of the trade nodes thanks to our superior fleets holding the Gibraltar Strait and the English Channel. We'll quickly destroy the French fleet here. And also, the first episode's been out for a week or so now. I did read your comments about the naval battle. You gave me some really good suggestions. Really need to focus on the wind. Some people were criticizing me. I'm pretty sure I said that was my first ever. They're like, yeah, you're shit at naval battles. I was like, yeah, I know. Didn't I say that was my first? I think that was my first ever naval battle on YouTube as well. I got the victory. I didn't think it was too bad in the end. But like, someone said as well that like giving out attack orders is actually a bad idea. You're actually just better off just navigating, which is a really good piece of advice. And I think I sort of found that throughout. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Like navigating is actually easier just spam clicking, than actually giving out the proper attack order. Well, the French have moved an army here into Brussels with Guillaume Brun. We should be able to intercept this one if we're lucky, and we've gained victory. Okay, well, that's annoying because I probably needed to move those guys to Paris at full strength. Okay, so now we're back at war with the Spanish. They've got a trade node here in Malta. So we'll send Nelson to try and deal with them. The Danes are holding the trade node at Tunisia. Old Carthage. Oh, there they are. I was like, oh, what are they doing down there? So if we can gain control of the Mediterranean, that'd be bloody brilliant, to be honest. Okay, so Pamplona has fallen. We've got 2 full stacks over there. I've sent an additional army up from Madrid. And we should be able to push down towards Barcelona. Get stuck into the Catalans. So there's an army here that's going to intercept us on the bridge. I'd like to get my gentleman down there to get some line of sight. But we'll be pushing down against, I don't know, is it Belgrana the right word? We call, like, the Barcelona football team is nicknamed the Belgrana. I don't know what that exactly means. But anyway, we're pushing down to Barca. Yeah, we might as well take this to give us some position. Oh, there's nothing inside. We should be able to take it soon. Barcelona. Okay, back up in the north. We're still holding Paris. Unfortunately, Wellesley has gone all the way back to London. He's not going to be available for a couple turns. Man, he got injured in the siege of Paris, which is annoying. We can fully destroy this army that basically stopped me reinforcing Paris. Okay, so that's another army gone. But I don't know who that was. I didn't really recognize him. He's not a prominent French general. I'm happy to make peace, to be honest, if we can. No, they're not accepting. Oh, I thought, because sometimes... Oh, here we go. They're going to accept it. Oh, because of the money. Oh, they went and did it. Yeah, because if you want peace with a faction, sometimes it's better to do so right after you take a settlement or right after you destroy an army, because they seem to be more inclined, like, we might be losing this. Or you can trade settlements here and there. Good, we're really going to need that to replenish back on up. We can focus on the Spanish front now. Okay, so Arthur Wellesley's now back in action. But where is he? Yeah, he's back in London. That's annoying. We're going to have to bring him on back. How are we going to get him to Paris, though? That's going to be a really tricky landing. And the people aren't happy in Paris, you'd imagine. I'm actually quite surprised is that we can't actually move from Brussels to Paris. So we're going to have to drop him off in, like, Bordeaux. Okay, we're going to have our last sort of push against the Spanish here. And we're going to be able to rid them from the peninsula. We've had some massive battles against them. We've had a really fun and enjoyable peninsula campaign, I'm not even going to lie. Okay, so this should be the last of them on the peninsula. Then we have to push to their island territory. We can liberate Barcelona. I'm not going to do so. I would much rather just straight up occupy Barca itself. It's a pretty crucial port on the Mediterranean. But now, Iberia is fully under British control. Okay, so we've got some ships here that we can use. The Spanish fleet, after the destruction of it at Malta, we should be able to push over with these 1 or 2 ships. Like, we can risk a full stack on one of them, I think. There doesn't seem to be too much of a resistance there either. And then, we'll be able to get these armies freed up for a southern assault at the French Empire. We can push into Marseille, Bordeaux and Toulouse in the south. So we'll get these guys going. We'll disembark eventually. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. We're ready to push against the last of the Spanish. Okay, we will need some additional reinforcements. They're out of moves technically, but they might be able to come on in as reinforcements. Yep. And we'll auto-resolve this one. Victory! We'll peacefully occupy the island. And if I'm not mistaken, they could have a territory in Italy. I haven't checked. No, that's it. Nation destroyed. The Kingdom of Spain is no more. Once Napoleon's loyal ally is hit the dust, bitten the dust. Well, in this timeline, he wasn't able to sort of piss off the Spanish, I guess, and install his brother as king. So they were French allies through and through this time around. Right, well, it's time to wrap things up. Unfortunately, I have to end episode 9 here. We're going to move all those military forces back, and if the French don't declare war upon me again, which is likely, we have short peaces with them, but they tend to turn into defensive wars. The Napoleon seems to only accept peace for his sort of best interest, and then declare war upon me when I'm weakened. But we'll build up, and we'll push for a mass assault on the rest of Paris. Unfortunately, there's been a huge rebellion here, so we've got some French revolutionaries coming up. They look like commie bastards. So we're probably going to have to deal with these revolutionaries. Hail the revolution! We need to bring them down. Deal with some pesky French communist revolutionaries that have gone and popped up. Particularly on the harder difficulties on Darthmod. Rebellions can be quite harsh, because as you can see, check out this fantastic army that just spawned outside Paris. 6 cavalry units, 4 12 howitzers, and the rest is infantry. There's nearly 2 armies there. It's a stack and a half. Now, in the last video, if you haven't gone to watch it, I highly recommend you do. We managed to have the battle and take Paris. We're still dealing with the French. We managed to knock out the Spanish as well. We're slowly but surely moving our forces back to Iberia so we can push in the south. We're still continuing upon our victory conditions as well, which is still to take a fair decent amount of territory. It looks like we're going to have to go to war with Denmark at some point, which is interesting, but we want to try and take France, bring it under British occupation, and hit our victory conditions, which we might be able to do in the next few episodes. We'll just have to see. But yeah, it's just annoying that we have to deal with this rebellion. Not interested, thanks Prussia, because this army is probably better than what some of the French armies are within, of course, France. But anyway, we'll have to deal with them in a sec. Okay, so I'm just skipping a little bit ahead. Still trying to build up as best we can. We have a peace with the French, but it's just these revolutionaries that have moved south. Okay, so seem to be raiding here. We might have to push out and attack. Oh no, they're going to attack us, which I'd probably prefer. They've probably got better artillery. They have cavalry supremacy. Oh my god, what? How are their infantry like the same chevrons as me? Well, righto. The Battle of Paris. Let's get stuck into these revolutionaries. Yeah, so this was due to the public order being bad. It was sort of compounded by the fact that Wellesley was injured and there was no general to be turned into an active governor. So, we've currently set up a high ground position here. Because we are defending, we can actually put some sandbags down and get up a defensive position. They have to close the distance, march and attack us at the end of the day. So, I've put down some barricades here and there and some caltrops on the flanks just to stop that cavalry. But here are the French Revolutionary Line Infantry. I've just called them commies. I don't know what they are. I could care less. They're French. It's all Greek to me, it's all French to me. But yeah, what would they be? But I guess they would be, because Napoleon, Imperator, would probably be a fascist. You'd probably say that. Like if you know what I'm talking about, like Hearts-of-Iron and Fall Wise. If we had to chuck ideologies down, because we would be a constitutional monarchy, you'd imagine that Napoleon would just be a straight fascist. And I guess these guys that are risen up, they don't like Napoleon, they don't like the British, I guess, yeah. It's not like the proper French Revolutionary Wars, it's just these guys. Just looking at the banner, it looks very hammer and sickle, I say. But I did actually read in the comments, someone, speaking of communists and stuff, apparently the Great War mod's getting an update, and I was like, oh, I haven't played that mod in years. So, I'm sort of curious. Let me know in the comments, guys. I think it's like, I did a Let's Play like 5 or so years ago as the United Kingdom, when the mod was still very bare bones. But it was just sort of fun to play the Great War, World War One, in any total war. So, years and years on, I haven't played it. Is it good, any good? Like, let me know. If you guys have played the Great War mod within the last, I don't know, 2-3 years, let me know in the comments if it's any good, because I might actually have a look at it once that new update has come out. I don't know. People modders tend to watch this sort of stuff, so maybe you work on it or something. I don't know. Let me know. Let me know. Feel free to let me know mods and stuff in the comments. I'll try to check them out. I'm always looking for new stuff. Right. Anyway, we're mowing down these cavalry units that are just charging on in here. The barricades are giving me some slight protection, but we probably need to diversify some of these shots here. Thankfully, this battle is very much in our favour. The last battle we had in Paris, it was pouring down with rain. We were attacking from the other side. We had no high ground. It's a nice, sort of, a little bit overcast day, but it's a clear day. Nice and dry for gunpowder. We've got a really nice high ground position, elevated, that we can sit our artillery up top on. And we've got a little bit of low ground there for our brave redcoats to hold. And Arthur Wellesley, Duke of Wellington, is holding the line. And they don't seem to be peppering us with their cannons. I don't know if they're in position or what. Okay, so normally I'd flank with my cavalry, but the thing is, unless we can pretty much smash theirs, it's probably not a good idea for us to move our cavalry up. It would just be a waste. They'll just get absolutely mowed down. Okay, so I'm going to just advance slightly. I'm not going to swing them all the way to the artillery just yet. We're getting some decent range on them as well. I haven't needed to form square because 2, 3 or so of my line infantry have just been wrecking on through our cavalry. So on the flanks, I'm just going to angle because we're not going to get flanked, enveloped, and overlapped. Just trading back and forth. We're going to be able to hold our ground more against these revolutionaries, thanks to that defensive cover. I don't think I've played a defensive battle in this series. Okay, I'm going to send in my cavalry here because I don't feel threatened by any cavalry. And if we can hit them from the side, we should be able to soften them up. Maybe just try and hit those positions a bit more. Yeah, that's a bit more like it. As they come closer, we'll try and change up our shots. Okay, pushing into the forest there is going to be a good position for them, so we really have to watch out for that. Okay. I had my cannon hit there a little bit, but we're not going to have friendly fire against them. So the cavalry units are charging on in before these line infantry get on fixed up. They're now retreating as well. It's currently a 50-50. We're not favoured to win this one. We do have reinforcements that can rapidly advance from Brussels, but I'm quite surprised how many of these mutinous gits sort of came up here. It's quite an outstanding rebellion, to be honest. Okay, they're forming a square on the right flank because they've seen what's happened on the left with my cavalry. Maybe they're trying to react to that. We'll drop down and inspire. But we are now just currently trading. Pull back, because I don't know how well you're doing in combat. Pull back to a better position. Okay, some of the infantry's in range. Same with them. Okay, let's give out some more attack orders. We don't need to hit the units that have been shattered and wavering. Okay, they're starting to advance here now. Hold the line. That's a really nice volley and shot there as well. My god. We'll make my cavalry try and work down the line. Can we do anything on the right flank here? No, not really. It's just... This is hard. Like, we don't want to commit too far into the forest, but we might have enough men to do it. Hang on, I want to grab all 3. Yeah, let's do it. Because we'll try and move into the forest ourselves. Because there's a stat, like... If it's a nice, flat, clear day, and you're shooting into the forest... Well, they're shooting out. For whatever reason, they don't get an accuracy debuff shooting out of it. But shooting into it, you mostly hit the tree trunks and the wood and the leaves and all the shrubbery in there. So, if an identical unit... That's how I'm aware. What I've noticed in Napoleon, what I've heard from others as well. Using the trees and the tree line is really important in Napoleon. Okay, so they're starting to shell some of my infantry now. I think they had to move up a little bit. They weren't shooting very much at the start. My cavalry's capitulated on the left flank here. So far we've managed to smash a lot of their infantry, thankfully. Just due to our defensive position. If they were able to soften us up a bit aerially, this battle might have gone a bit different. But it's still quite close, still 50-50. We don't want to give chase just yet. We want to hold in our positions. Yeah, I don't know what flag that is. French connoisseurs. What's that subreddit? Vexology? What's that flag? I don't know. I'm sure it's easily Googleable, but I don't know what it is. Because I've been calling these guys comrades. When they're probably, I don't know, some nationalist sect or whatever. I don't know exactly. Okay. Well, some are still holding, but most of the French rebellion's infantry are now in a full retreat. They might still recover, so we don't want to be too hasty if we advance. Yeah, still some of them are hanging in the forest here. There's a cavalry unit I didn't even notice lurking on in there. Try and hit that unit that's recovered. But it's sort of been a straggler behind the main retreat. Yeah, so they've actually recovered quite a bit. They're coming back at us. They have capitulated. Wow. They're going to be able to form square. They might get a slight buff, but not perfectly in time. Yeah, look at this. They're recovering in no man's land. They're lucky I didn't sort of give chase. Need to watch out for that unit that's fully routed. I was focusing on the main front line rather than the flank. Oh, wow. We are really just softening them up. It's this defensive position, man, as well. This is what I'm talking about. This is a perfect defensive battle. Where are our British boys near? Oh my god, they are just shattered and shell-shocked. They don't know what way's up. Okay. Yeah, so they're still holding in there, some of them. And they're committing more units around there as well, which is interesting. Okay, so it's really swung back around in my favour, which is good. About 70% or so. Oh, another cavalry unit coming on in here. We might need to form a square, but we might be able to hold. Yeah, how much of a buffer does this barricade do? Okay. Actually, not much at all. That's a decent cavalry charge on in. I was just curious to see, because I didn't want to deploy too many caltrops. I deployed them on the flanks, as you can see there. Because I thought that's where the cavalry would naturally be. And we'll just allow the defensive position in the centre. We've still got this cavalry unit here on the right, where I haven't needed to use just yet. It might be worth just grouping this artillery and just trying to shell anything that comes back. Might be worth to push up against that artillery. We haven't needed to neutralise it yet, but I think it's probably not a bad idea. There is one cavalry unit there, maybe the general as well. Alright. Actually, you know what? Instead of sending the cavalry straight up there, maybe let's try and soften them up a bit. Because we have a natural barricade giving us minimal but some form of protection. Well, they have none. No, they got a bit of shrubbery there. But this was a hell of a fight. Normally, I usually just auto-resolve rebellions from Total Wars that pop up. But particularly this in Warhammer, sometimes they can be quite virulent and defiant. But it was a good fight. It was worth bringing down these French revolutionaries. Or maybe they're monarchical, actually. There's just so many French revolutionaries, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I've been calling them communists. But sir, we are... Yeah, I guess we wouldn't have an opposition if it was the French monarchy. We fight for Louis. I don't even remember. Who was the king that they brought back? I can't remember. Because Napoleon got exiled to Alba or whatever. And then he came back again. Yeah, who did they bring in for like that little bit? And then like, stuff this guy. It's been too long. Nothing like rattling off history that you sort of half know and only can half remember from that university degree. With no names or dates. You just find it funny that Napoleon's back for the second time. Anyway, decent cavalry charge on in. But from the French perspective, this is probably going to weigh us down a bit. Yeah, I haven't seemed to see too many of their famed generals in and around. Perhaps I'm trying to think who we've fought and attacked. We actually killed Michel Ney in Brussels, I think. But I haven't seen Bernadotte. Definitely. Victory. There goes the general. What else haven't we seen? We haven't seen Napoleon himself, of course. We haven't seen the Iron Marshal either. Yeah, so some of his famed and best generals we haven't seen. But maybe they've been taken out by Prussians and Austrians and such, and Germans. But anyway, we've managed to stop this rebellion. Let's come up. And now we can replenish and repair and put our attention back to the French. The Swiss Confederation has gone. Oh no, Schweiz. Oh no. Oh, they've fallen to Prussians. Okay. Yeah. Bavaria's under French control. Oh, they've taken Prague as well. Crikey. Okay. Welcome to the top of the turn. We still have to deal with the remnants of that French rebellion. But we did manage to make a decent crack at them. They've now fled back. Most of their artillery has been neutralised, and there that goes. Yeah, I don't think it was a general of theirs. Oh, what? Oh, like my agent died in there. That's annoying. Yeah, because I had him investigating. Oh, really? It squished him, didn't it? Oh, that's silly. Okay, so that army's come back up after raiding most of my central French territory, which is super annoying. But we should be able to get rid of them completely, and this should essentially stabilize the French public unrest. So we'll move back to Paris now, and that's them gone and dealt with. Well, this is now neutral, and we can start making some money from holding this territory. We need to repair it as well. Okay, well, it's probably time to make a play in the south eventually as well. We've managed to move those units back that were on Spain. A little bit annoying. The naval transport in this is such a pain. Embarking and disembarking. So we have 2 full stacks down sort of more towards Marseille. John Moore is the main commander. He can push into Bordeaux. And then we've got these other armies here with Abercrombie. He can push into Toulouse and then Marseille. We've got Arthur Wellesley back in Paris itself. And we've still got these 2 full stacks here in Brussels. There's northern France we can take. But yeah, it looks like, although the French have Prague, they've lost Hanover. The Austrians have done alright. They've actually taken Milan. So, still quite back and forth. We're not at war with the French, but we probably should redeclare war upon them, to be honest. So, we'll negotiate with our Russian allies. I don't know how long that's going to last. It tends to not go too well after the British call their Russian allies, I guess. But they are, at the moment. Okay, so we'll push into Bordeaux. We're going to be able to take that with ease. So, it doesn't seem that the French have too many armies back in France. Yeah, I guess they're mostly just focusing on the 2-pronged attack in the Far East. They have had some pretty decent units holding. That unit looks alright. So we'll bring that in. We've got heaps of money as well, so we can bring in courthouses and roads to advance. So we'll push up here as well. We should be able to secure southern France if we're lucky. Oh. I wasn't expecting Napoleon to be in Toulouse. Why is he down there? I was like, oh, we're going to be able to auto-resolve this one. Same with Bordeaux. Look, you know what? We'll fight this one in the next episode. We'll have the battle against Napoleon Bonaparte himself. Letting his generals take the east. He's sort of dictating back in Toulouse. Okay. He has got 2 full stacks here in Champagne. I don't know, how would the... Champagne? Okay, how would the French say it? I guess that's how you say it. Champagne. Who says it like that? Maybe the Germans, I don't know. Anyway, get rid of this army. And then we can push for a Champagne. Alright, let's get rid of you. There we go. And then we've probably only got like Brittany, Marseille, and a couple of others. We do need to take Brittany because that's a part of our victory conditions. No general inside. But man, the auto resolves are so tough on this game. But I guess it's realistic to lose that many in an assault. Okay, so they've only got 3 more territories and settlements, cities rather, in what I would consider the core territories of France. My navy's still there, chilling. Nelson's still down in the south as well. with HMS Hibernia and Victory. We have taken some trade nodes down here as well. So that's where most of our money's coming from. So we still need to take Marseille, Brittany. So once we get rid of the French and take their core territory, we've nearly got enough settlements. We have to take Hanover, which of course is historically tied to the British throne. That's why we have to take that. And then for some reason Denmark, I'm not entirely sure why we have to sort of pick upon the Danes, but we should be able to do so. Here today we have the Battle of Toulouse, and well, it's just not any Battle of Toulouse. Napoleon, Emperor of France, is for some reason hanging on in there. Alexander Abercrombie is here, along with Robert. Not the best, not the elite, not the world class of, I don't know, France's finest infantry are in there. I would think, I envisioned when I was fighting Napoleon this year, is he would be coming in with a full stack of the best of what the Grand Armée has to offer. But he's actually hiding in Toulouse for whatever reason. Maybe because his generals are failing on the Eastern Front. They do have Prague and some southern Germanic territories, but most of it has been split down the middle, with sort of West Germany falling under Prussian occupation. We're putting some real pressure on the French here, and we should be able to take all their core territories if we're successful here today. Alright, we're on the battlefield. So Napoleon is deploying his, I don't know, stupid balloon looking thing. But this is it. We should be able to eliminate him for the first time. Unless he's going to be convalescing. I don't know where to, because Paris is firmly under our control. So we've pushed in sort of a two-pronged attack. We've pushed over the Pyrenees. And we've got most of our armies in the north in Paris with Wellington. But there he is. Napoleon Bonaparte himself, battling him for the first time. It's cool that he's got a unique model. I don't think Wellesley has in Napoleon. But anyway, let's push on up and take Toulouse. So, not too bad of a battlefield. They've sort of intertwined their infantry there, which is annoying. So we're going to have to march on up. There seems to be a little bit of flat terrain, and we'll try and match it with theirs. We have artillery supremacy, along with cavalry, you would imagine. But there are a couple decent units here and there. Nothing too crazy, but enough to cause us some problems, especially with Napoleon himself. A fantastically starred commander. So let's advance on up. And once we take Napoleon out, we can't actually fully get rid of him in this campaign, because faction leaders in Napoleon are, well, essentially the faction leaders are immortal. Wellesley and Napoleon being is Wellington the faction leader, I guess, he's like the main general. I think you can make a claim that the Prime Minister or George III is. But there's his hot air balloon floating back there. He's not hanging up on in that. It does look like the French are trying to match us here, but we're going to be able to make a strong long front line and probably keep it quite simple and safe over there. Okay, so then we've got to deal with Marseille. That's a part of our victory conditions. Brittany, and yeah, once we pretty much beat the French into submission, send him to his island home, Napoleon, we're going to march upon the Danes and take Denmark. I get taking Hanover. Why do we need to take Denmark? I don't know. Maybe to sort of control all the vital shipping lanes. Because we've got Gibraltar. And if we take Denmark, we basically control most of the eastern sea of the map, I guess. Like the eastern seaboard. Alright, so we've got my cavalry flanking well. They've moved some of their infantry into a precarious position. But they're starting to form up against us, which is interesting. They're starting to actually match us. My artillery isn't in position just yet, so they can't start shelling the French. But the revolutionaries that rose up against us in Paris probably had a better army, the one that spawned. But yeah, where is Bernadotte? Where is the Iron Marshal? Maybe they're being killed in the east. I just wish there was some more events and notifications so I'd know what's sort of going on. because you can see the terrain trading, and you can just imagine the crazy wars that were going on over in Germany. Like how many soldiers were killed. But hey, there's no way to really know. And this is a really old game. When you think about it, it must be 10 years old now. Okay, so my cavalry is doing okay. We're losing it's a tricky amount we're losing, but we're putting pressure on their infantry, which is fine. My artillery is still yet to go into position. But once we start shelling the French, they actually might want to go and make an advance. Okay. Yeah, we're just trying to cycle charge them. Because I've noticed this. They must have some sort of buff, the infantry, because the French can really hold their own. Their infantry. Exactly. My god, my ears. They're screaming because they're in a retreat. But the 4th British Light Dragoon is doing okay. Okay, my cannons are now in range. Let's start shelling these French tards. Okay, let's move up. They're sending some cavalry to react. Where is Napoleon? Where is he? Okay. Oh yeah, I guess he was just coordinating. Maybe. Actually, now thinking about it, I didn't check. Is Toulouse the capital? Because he might have lost a battle in the Far East and then was sent back here, and he can't convalesce at Paris. Maybe that was it. You got to be careful here on the left flank. Might need to form up into a square if we need to, but we seem to be hitting them quite well. We've got cavalry nearby, so if they do charge, a couple of decent volleys, they're going to swing around. I can't tell what they're doing. Are they retreating? I think they've just been phased out, so it's no worries. Alright, let's put more of this cavalry on the right-hand flank to work. They have some caltrops there, which we will have to watch and intertwine with. But we should be alright. Yeah, that cavalry unit's just gone. Just tried to YOLO on out. Okay. They're forming up. Is it... Yeah, it's probably just moving my cavalry here. It's probably not a bad idea maybe to move up my front line eventually. Oh, we're just... Oh, no, we're... Okay, I was going to say we're out of range on some of those artillery pieces. But not all of them. We've still got our cavalry to play, so we might as well just try and soften up as much of this infantry if we can. We'll just make our own British redcoats be a little bit more easier when they push on in. That's an okay charge. That's actually a very good charge. Yeah, but they instantly recover. I don't know why that is. They look like they were wavering and went to half strength, but they managed to pull back a bit. Oh, no. That's what I'd like to see. Come on. Come on. Okay, now pull back because they're firing upon us. Oh. Yeah. So after my artillery started shelling them, they've actually made the decision to push up, which is interesting. We'll have a crack at this unit now. Once this cavalry gets a little bit of air back, got to watch out for that caltrop. There's one just below us there. But another decent shot. That's a bit of high ground there. We might be able to send some of these guys flying back, maybe. Ah, one or two. That guy fell through the earth, I think. Fell right to hell from Toulouse. Quite a godless city, Toulouse. I could imagine the British saying that. Anyway, Napoleon's is still hanging back here. We might actually be able to flank some cavalry around and maybe try and go for him. He's hanging in one of his own caltrops, which is an interesting play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 7 or so infantry are going to commit. Let's try and lull them into a bit of a false sense of security, and then we'll angle on the flanks just to open up the angles. Yeah, we've got a lot of line here, just like not doing anything. So we'll angle and make that a bit better. Because there's no way their French infantry on their right flank is going to wrap all around my left flank, essentially. Alright, fall back up there. Continue to cycle charge. Oh, but we're starting to trade. Oh, and they're actually taking a bit of damage as well. My centre is not doing well against the French Grenadiers of the Grande Armée. To be fair, it's an okay army, this one. Actually, I say okay. I probably should give them more credit. Because they are the conquerors of Spain and Iberia, aren't they? They are battle-hardened against the Spanish. Which, to be fair, the Spanish fighting man is nowhere near as good as the French. Units and stats-wise in this series, from what I've noticed. But, gotta be careful with saying this sort of stuff. I'm role-playing, just chill. But yeah, I reckon stats-wise, morale, we had a harder time fighting the Dutch and the French in the north. I would imagine that Wellesley's army is more battle-hardened, well-drilled, and probably has better quality units and experienced units than these ones that fought in Spain, to be honest. But yeah, I kind of wish, like, if your units got experience for fighting in terrain, like, obviously the mountainous and hills of terrain, those units would be better than fighting in the sort of lowland, flooded fields of Brussels and sort of and Bruges and stuff, you know what I mean?
Glorious victories, is
Like,
soon to be yours.
Welles's army probably would be better in the swamp and the mud than the Spanish, you'd imagine. Okay, so we're starting to surround them, which is definitely the play, but I'm not going to lie, my infantry is taking an absolute battering musket-wise compared to them. We are just holding, like, in a straight-out shootout. I don't know if we're going to win with that artillery and cavalry flanking. Yeah, look at this. The French infantry is doing tremendous works against me. Wowie, crikey. Okay. Okay, some of them are routing now because we're just dropping artillery truth bombs on them. They're charged on here. Let's flank around the left. Let's open up some more angles.
Now they must
Oh, Napoleon's been wounded now, though. That's good for us. We'll send him on back for a couple turns. But our first major battle with Napoleon is probably going to end with a British victory, but a pretty decent losses. This will slow the advance on the crucial French port city of Marseille, which they're still relying on most of their supplies coming from and aiding their territories on the German front. Okay, now it's swung back to about a 95% in my favour. So, I feel comfortable enough now for our red coat infantry to advance and push on. Yeah, that's it. They're in a full retreat now. Yeah, I think I had a harder battle against those revolutionaries that spawned on in. I just find it funny that an AI spawned army was tougher than some of the French resistance here. Okay, they've managed to recover a bit, so we do have to be careful. Oh, along with these caltrops as well. They've land mined them around, which is annoying. Just gripped up my cavalry here. Now they're formed square. Okay, we're not going to be able to get past that. Pull back, pull back. Even when they form square in such a tiny formation like that, still does so much damage. We'll give chase with the infantry. We need them to come up and help. My cavalry are actually struggling. Just because of these caltrops and then they're forming square. Oh, we got some reinforcements arriving. That's cool. Even then, we don't necessarily need them. Alright, continue to fire against them. Come on, 3 on 1. I was going to say we didn't even get to really volley at them. Oh, that's it. Alright. Let's have that one there. Close victory. Maybe because of, I don't know, Napoleon sort of being on in it. Anyway. Pretty decent victory there with Alexander Abercrombie. Yeah, so they did have some experience in Spain, but it wasn't the main Spanish army, eh? But anyway, Toulouse is now firmly under British control, which is fantastic. Okay, so I guess we'll send some reinforcements to Brittany. We do have to take Normandy as well, and we will need to send some units over to Marseille. I think that's sort of the natural progression. Oh, so it's in a turn to continue. So it looks like the French are going to react, and they're probably going to take... Yeah, they're going to take Paris, which is rather annoying. We have to take that back. It's just because we had to push south with Wellington to deal with that rebellion that popped up, and we pushed into Champagne as well. We will have to keep an eye on the sort of the Maginot Line area. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. So unfortunately we lost Paris, but we will be able to retake it, I hope, with ease. Okay, so we have a full stack here in Bordeaux. So we'll move this unit in because it looks cool. We've still got those Highlanders that are still kicking it. So I guess we'll try and push for... I guess we'll push between Rennes. I'll push towards Paris. We'll try to get to Paris, but we'll sort of sit in between Brittany because we might be better off to attack there. Okay, what about with you guys? Maybe throwing everyone at Paris and just securing the north is probably the play. They don't seem to have too many units down here. Like, Toulouse doesn't matter overly too much. The only reason we have so many units there was just to deal with and get rid of Napoleon Bonaparte. So we'll try and descend upon Paris. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3. We should have 4 or 5 full stacks actually in the same theatre for the first time with Wellington. So, we'll move you on in. Oh, Napoleon's back in there, I think. Is that where he's convalesced, maybe? Alright, let's move everyone up. And let's retake Paris. We'll move you on in. Just to make this army a little bit nicer. Perfect. Right. And we've got some more additional reinforcements as well. We'll try and bring them down on in. I guess we'll move this army up to Paris. And we might be able to move it. No, we're not going to be able to reach it, which is annoying. But anyway, 4 versus 1. Should be able to win this one. We fought against Napoleon already. And we'll be able to bring him down again. We've already played the Battle of Paris and against him. I would have liked to play that one if we didn't have to deal with Napoleon at the start of the video. Like I say, so Paris has been retaken, which is rather annoying that we had to go do that. So we sent one army to go deal and take Brittany. We'll send this army to take Normandy, and we've nearly then got most of France fully under our control. We will need more reinforcements there. Crikey, that's a tough war to resolve. Now with those reinforcements, we're fine. So Normandy's fully under our control. Perfect. Okay, we'll move you back to Paris because we're going to have to go sort of towards, what is it, Strasbourg, I think it's what it's called. I can't remember. Anyway, we need to push eastward eventually. Alright, back down in Brittany. We'll be able to take it now at the top of the turn because we've got movement points. And then we just need Marseille and, yeah, so we need 4 more key settlements for our victory conditions. And then once we take Brittany, it will be whittled down onto 3. I could liberate Brittany, but I can't afford to lose it, so I'm not going to do it. Supporting our allies. Oh, right. That's because of our ethnic/cultural ties to this region. Oh, cool. There's a little bit of historical lore there, I guess. Okay, so Switzerland's back by the look of it. Oh, Austria is actually pushing into Liguria. It's annoying that Prussia has Hanover, because I need that. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. We're going to move the French, move our fleet out for a sec, because we've got to deal with the French that have attacked our Scottish port. I guess that's the port of Glasgow. I don't know exactly. But they're blocking me here, which is affecting our trade quite substantially. So although that France has fallen, They've adopted a pirate tactic, I guess. The French want peace. I can imagine that. I'm not going to accept because we have them on the back foot massively. We're going to continue to push and put the pressure on them. Another rebellion in France. Hopefully this time around it's nowhere near as annoying. It's just because we've traded the territory so far back and forth. Oh my god. More communists, more commies. Oh my god, this is more than the last time. I wonder if it's a scalable thing. I don't know. That's 2.5 stacks. That's super annoying that we have to go deal with that. Well, at least we're on the way as we sort of push east. I don't believe that. Why are they spawning so many? It's just got to do with this difficulty, I imagine. My god, look how harsh that is. Yeah, they shouldn't be... like, I can get, like, a full stack of, like, crap units. But, like, 3 full stacks, nearly, of some of the best that France can spawn. Yeah, a little bit harsh. Maybe if they were, like, had the French flag and stuff. Like, what happens if they take territory? I guess they just give it back to the French. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. Maybe it's to simulate the British conquering this territory. God, this is nearly as harsh as sort of Hearts of Iron rebellions. Sometimes they can grow quite a bit. Alright, anyway. We'll push back to Paris and repair. They've actually attacked me here in Paris. Oh wow, we're actually not favoured to win that one. Oh my god, they are really going for us. Headstrong here. My god, Wellington's army is so weak. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. We've got an army here on the Marseille border, so we should be able to push over and take it. We will bring more additional reinforcements down if we can. Looks like the Austrians are actually thrown back there. The French have actually made a pretty big fleet here. Actually, you know what? What I'll do, after we win this, I'll send a unit to... because this is always a good trick. I'll send a unit to get the fleet out, because that will knock them out now that we regain control of the port. We should be able to have... yeah, we've got enough strength with Nelson. Nelson's got a full stack, a full fleet, rather, now protecting Gibraltar. We've got the money. And he's got HMS Victory and a couple of others to help out. They've now fled back. They can't actually get into the port because Austria now holds it, and that should be probably the last of the French fleet, you would imagine. But now Marseille is fully under our control, and you'd think that French, even semi-control of the seas is now kaput, but they still have a couple more territories in the east which we need to grab. To really sort of beat them into submission. But we basically want to try and take this French territory and then sort of make our way up north. We want to try and take Hanover. Alright, still continue to push against the French. I have no ambition of really holding Italian territory. Seeing Austria has Milan and stuff, I could pop at them. I'd be open to do that. Yeah, so Strasbourg. Whatever, I was going to say, the Maginot is a bit further down. But Wellington can push up. And then there's no more French territory northwise. The Prussians have gone in and taken it, which is really annoying because we're going to have to figure out how to get it off the Prussians, that territory. I don't want to go to war with them, but if there's no other alternative, we might have to. But I feel like the Germans, the Germanic factions, Austria, Prussia, and some of the states that have been defying Napoleon are my allies. I have no ambition there. They do have Prague still, so maybe we need to give some territory back and forth. Okay, so we'll push into Liguria now, and we'll try and liberate the Italians, I guess. Because, yeah, we're sort of naturally pushing this way anyway. Yeah, so the Napoleon seems to be the only other general they have left. Maybe most of his marshals got smashed in the east. Okay, so yeah, we can liberate the Italians here. I'm actually tempted to do so. Oh, they're actually just like full-on Italians. They're not like sort of Ligurian ones. Yeah, so they are a protectorate. Let's make a trade agreement with them. That'd be cool. our first protectorate. Also give us a bit of a buffer zone with the Austrians if need be. So we've brought back the Italian states. Alright, well, that's pretty much it for the French. Switzerland's now back. What do they even have? Okay, they have Corsica, which probably, like, Alba is, you can't see the island from here, so I guess that's what they have. I'm nearly tempted to make peace with the French. They do have Bavaria, Munich, and Prague, but, yeah. Napoleon, for all intensive purposes, has been exiled to Corsica in this playthrough, because you'd imagine that the Austrians and the Prussians are probably going to take that quite quickly. We still have to take Hanover and Denmark, and we'll do that at the start of the next episode, in episode 12 coming out, and then we'll probably about hit our victory conditions, I think. Anyway, thank you very much for watching episode 11. Hope you've enjoyed it. We've managed to take the entirety of the French mainland under our control, which is fantastic, and we'll be able to wrap up maybe the campaign if we're lucky. Here today, hopefully we can hit our victory conditions. We need the settlement of Hanover, and we also need to take Copenhagen from the Dutch. So, we're going to start off negotiating with Prussia, just to try and do a region swap firstly. I would ideally like to avoid a war with them. We have a bunch of money to give them to do so, but we'll just have to see how we go. Okay, we'll threaten them, then they're not too happy about that, because I would rather like to avoid betraying my major ally, because you never know, Austria might side with them, maybe even a couple of others. Okay, so this is really annoying. I'm giving them Holland, which is one of the biggest ports in Europe, even to this modern day. We fought so hard for that. It's such a wealthy province, but I guess we're going to have to accept if that's the only deal going through. That's annoying. Well, I guess they now have Holland. Oh, the only way we could accept it. But I guess from the monarch's perspective, he wanted Holland at all costs. Oh, sorry, he wanted Hanover at all costs and was happy to give up Holland. So all we need now is Copenhagen. And we're probably going to have to take that from family from the Danish, their Danish hands. Okay, we've got 2 full stacks on the border. Now we can sort of repair and replenish in Hanover before we march over. Alright, it's time to declare war upon the Danish and go against them. So they do have Norway, which is interesting. The Swedes actually might come and react as well. We'll move my spy just to give us a bit of line of sight. So I've got a full stack in the city, then a couple armies on the outskirts. What's the go with the Danes? They're allied with a fair few, which is annoying. They're not at war with anyone. They actually quite like us a bit. So, I guess we just have to straight up war deck them. Like, maybe just accepting that and then getting us into a better position. Like, military access might actually get us there. We don't want Norway. It's just if we declare war upon them, we're not actually in range. So, now that we have military access, we can move up a bit closer to a better position to betray them. Because it doesn't matter if we betray them. We're going to hit our victory conditions anyway. It doesn't matter us being a little bit treacherous. Okay, welcome to the top of the turn. So, we've managed to pretty much cross half of the Nordic countryside. And now, let's see how everyone reacts to me declaring war upon Denmark. Prussia's going to have to make a decision. Same with Sweden. Okay, so the trade agreement's been broken with Sweden. So Prussia is on our side. Sweden has declared war against us. And Russia has not opted to do anything. So we're at war with Sweden, which is a little bit annoying. We're at war with these guys down to the south as well. Luckily we pushed on over, because we would have been intercepted there from Hanover. And the Swedes in Stockholm are not happy with British interference into Scandinavia, into the Nordic countries. But I had no ambition pushing into Denmark. For whatever reason, the victory conditions wanted me to do so. So we'll push into Copenhagen and take it for the British Empire. The United Kingdom. Arthur Wellesley here. With Napoleon being thrown back to his island home in, well, not Alban now, but I guess it's Corsica. we can basically throw all of the armies at the Danes. Okay, it's pouring down with rain in Denmark. My artillery's not in range, so we'll move them on up. And we'll move my infantry up as well. 4 units of cavalry, which is fine. And I'm curious to see how the Nordic fighting man fares. Our first battle against any of the Nordic countries. You'd imagine like Norway and Sweden probably have similar stats to those other countries. So let's move on up and hopefully take Copenhagen. Yeah, it was definitely the play to get military accessing to get up there. Because fighting on through the fields of Denmark would have been a lot harder than what you would imagine. They look similar to us with the red coats and the flag, but yeah, let's get stuck into them. Okay, my cavalry is engaging them on the left-hand side. We will have to keep an eye on those caltrops, which they're baiting us on into. They're intertwining themselves in Copenhagen. Right, my cavalry's now trading on the left and right flanks. My artillery's getting some shots. They've actually advanced from their position in Copenhagen. And now our British-Dutch infantry are coming to help out as well. My god, my ears. Can't hear myself think over the sound of musket fire. But yeah, that's a really interesting consequence of all this. To get Hanover, regardless of the money, regardless of the territory, we had to give them Holland, which is a huge blow. Like, that was making us 5k a turn, and we were getting a lot of our trade and naval capacity from there, like the trade to the New World, to the Americas, and as well, the naval infrastructure. And we fought so hard to eliminate them. Okay, unfortunately my cavalry is exhausted here on the right flank. So we're currently trading quite well with the Danes, but they seem to be standing their ground. In hindsight, in the last episode, when I freely gave up Liguria to my vassal, like we liberated the Italian states, we might have been better off to give that to maybe the Prussians, but Hanover, compared to Holland, the settlements don't really compare. But I guess historically for the monarchy, having Hanover firmly under British control sort of gives us Germanic influence and has, we have a bit of a claim and I guess a voice in the Germanic world. Okay, so they're charging quite well, but it's just pouring down with rain, which isn't the best. We'll try and flank on the left-hand side if we can, angle things up, and once we hit our victory conditions, that's it. We are able to continue the campaign, but let me know in the comments. Would you like to see more episodes? Or should we end things off? We've managed to beat Napoleon multiple times in battle. France has essentially been capitulated. I don't think we can even get to Prague and Munich without trespassing that they still hold. Like, there's some small garrisons there, but for all intensive purposes, the French Empire has been destroyed. Napoleon's now fled to Corsica with the remnants of his army, and the coalition has won. Mostly thanks to British invasion and ingenuity in Spain and France. But it's kind of hard to tell how the Germans influenced this war. Like, we don't know, we can't really see or tell, but you would imagine, seeing how many, well, to be honest, the Austrians had a lot of fighting in Italy. They took the French territory that was once there. Oh, they're actually regaining their position on the left, gotta watch out for that. But yeah, they had some pretty good fighting in there. And the amount of times Munich, the city of Munich, Bavaria, traded to Prussia and Austria, puppeted and then French hands. It was like a battle royale there, and same with many others. But they managed to smash on through Hanover and Strasbourg and sort of that Western Germany territory, Prussia. So I don't know if our invasion would have been successful if our Germanic allies weren't helping us out, bogging down and maybe destroying the better quality French armies. Oh, look at the smoke clouds billowing over Copenhagen. Yeah. I didn't think would be up here in this series, but I'm now happy we're in Copenhagen. My god, look at those clouds. Look how glorious that looks. That's Darthmod for you. They're still holding for now, but we're still flanking and shelling them where we can. We're doing our best with the amount of downpour that's happening. So, we could do episode 13, maybe do a bit more of a longer campaign, but we would have to portray those Germanic allies, which I don't know if I want to do. Like, if I was to do more episodes, would you like to see that? I don't know. Maybe you guys would like to see that. Let me know in the comments. Should I go to war and betray the Austrians and the Prussians? The Russians themselves, I don't know what they've been doing. I think they've been dealing with the Ottomans, to be honest. So far in the east, doing their own thing. We've managed to knock out another general there. Still slowly but surely whittling down the last of the Danes. Oh, they flanked us there. Oh, I was about to say, it was about 80% in my favour. It swung back around to about a 70 there. Okay. Yeah, just trying to get my artillery to pump down on that artillery position. We've got some reinforcements coming in. Okay, a lot of fierce fighting still happening on this left flank. They've now pushed. They've got some cavalry here intertwining me, which is annoying. Some of my units of Fort Square, and they're holding for now. Okay, just need to get rid of. Oh, whoa! What? I didn't click you there. What are you doing there? Nearly lost a damn general. Oh, I know what it is. It's the reinforcements, isn't it? Yeah, because in Empire and Napoleon, the reinforcements just charge on in automatically to the center of the battlefield. I guess that's good because you can sometimes forget about them in other Total War campaigns, but in that time around it was a bit annoying. Right, let's reform up this front line and then just try and advance on up. They do have a lot of Danish reinforcements coming in as well, so we can't really just give chase too crazily. They seem to be reforming up as well slightly. Yeah, because this cavalry is just... Wow, there's a lot of this cavalry actually annoying me. Yeah, there's like 3 units of cavalry that are actually ripping through me. We need to form up and form some square. Otherwise we might get this entire left flank buckling. Oh, that's why the balance of power shot has been changing so much, because they keep on coming back in. Yeah, it keeps on changing because they're bringing in more reinforcements than us. Alright, so we're not doing too bad overall, I think. Let's say phase 1 of the battle is over and done with. Now we're dealing with the second wave of their reinforcing cavalry, and then they've got more infantry units coming in as well. So we don't want to push up and get stuck and intertwined into the city streets of Copenhagen and get run down by, I guess, fresh, fiery and new reinforcements. Okay. We have managed to hold fast against that Danish cavalry. We'll slightly move up a little bit more, because I feel confident to do so. Any further might be an issue at this point. We'll redirect my cavalry on the left and right flank. And get ready to push up if you need be. Put you there. And then we'll chuck everyone on each flank. Now, sometimes it's worth withdrawing the general, because you really only need one if you want to get another line. If you desperately need a line infantry unit. But it actually might be better off to keep him. Just to secure the morale on both flanks, which are quite long. Okay, so the Danes are moving their secondary reinforcement army up. And look, you know what? We need to move up on my artillery a bit closer. So we'll hold from blasting them. One of our units has used all its ammunition, sir. And we'll move up a bit. Okay, so It does look like the Danes are going to come up and try and compete. So we will need Actually, they might be able to reach. Hang on, what's going on here? Why is this... Hang on. Are they in range? Okay. Right, I was over clicking too much. I was like, oh, we'll move them up, but then they got stuck in limber. Now, by the time I fluffed around unlimbering and getting ready to move, they've moved up into position now anyway. Oh, I didn't catch that. Danish cavalry coming in. That's annoying. Quickly go replace there and drop down some buffs as well. I think we're okay. I think we'll be alright. Because Wellesley and my general's units are battle hardened. They fought in France and Spain, these boys, and have replenished and repaired and had a nice little holiday home in Hanover. They're fighting against Danes that I guess probably haven't seen a battle in this entire Let's Play. Because you'd think the Danish would have more territory if they were fighting. Norway is still firmly under their control. You'd imagine Iceland would be as well. But we should be able to claim victory. Some of my own infantry is buckling. We're trading hit pretty hard back and forth. Let's try and put down some artillery support if we can. Might even use barrage as well. Now they're clustering a bit. Oh wow, we are really not holding against that cavalry. It's because they're so exhausted. Some of my infantry units that are now wavering have fought off 3, 4 line infantry apiece and then been hit by 2 cavalry charges, and then they're out there kaput. They're exhausted. They need a British nap, I guess. But at the moment, we just need to make this a little bit better. I might actually flank with some of my guys on the right here. Like, form up a bit better. It's 95% in my favour, which I think is a little bit generous on my behalf, because there's a lot of Danes still very much there fighting in defiance. But maybe because we haven't really exhausted any of our additional reinforcements they have. My left-hand side is completely capitulated here. And it might be worth just to charge on in some of those aspects. Okay, they're now fighting. Reform that. Okay, let's swing around there. Oh my god. You gotta give it to the Danes. Whoa! They are making us fight for Copenhagen. It's not even that good of a city. It's cold. It's wet. It probably hasn't got very good trade, you'd think, either. We'll send in the generals. Oh, now it's swung massively back in their favour. Look at that. The balance of power is going wacky. My god, we're trading so hard here. British and Danish frontline infantry trading back and forth. My centre and left has really capitulated, but so has theirs. Come on, hold just a little bit longer, boys. Some are recovering. We're pushing them down. We've got more reinforcements coming on in. Thankfully, it's a bunch of cavalry, which is probably what we desperately need. We just need to get reinforcements over here as quickly as possible. Oh my god, the Danes have actually thrown me back here big time. Alright, we've got 4 units on this flank. Need to hold back. Swing back here. You're going to get hit. Wow. The last of my cavalry is melted. And same with the front line. The Danes are giving us a fantastic final quarter. Because I'm Australian, we play 4 quarters of football. I guess in Europe we'll be playing a fantastic final half of a football match. Oh my god, they are really making us work for this last couple of minutes. Alright, now my cavalry's in. They're going to be able to help out big time. And we've got more artillery as well. Alright, form up, just charge on in. Give out some attack orders. Let's go. Alright, now they're getting a bit of pushback a bit. Now that my cavalry's here. Yeah, look at this. We're absolutely just running through them. Look at this. They're about to buckle under the weight there. Oh, couldn't have get a perfect timing in. A good battle to end it off. The AI being slightly competent. Because, I'm not going to lie, it's been sketchy and a bit shocking in this series from time to time. But that's just the Darthmod and Empire. It's more just the Empire and Napoleon AI rather than Darthmod, to be honest. It's just so inconsistent, battlefield to battlefield. But it swung back enough to probably be in our favour, and we got more reinforcements coming in. Yeah, so even though they had a pretty good advance here, they got quite close to Wellesley and that artillery piece. Most of the Danes now are in a full retreat. Look at this, look at that centre column there. Just completely routing back. We want to slightly give chase and try and run down as many of them as possible. Alright, only a couple more Danes left here. It will be a victory. More than likely a Pyrrhic one. But yeah, at this point, we're just running down the remaining Danish stragglers that are intertwining themselves in the city. A close victory, so it wasn't a Pyrrhic one in the end. But now Copenhagen is fully under our control. Wow, what a battle to get that last victory point. And victory! We have won the campaign. Alright. Continue or exit to main menu? I guess we'll continue just in case you want to do more episodes. But that's it, guys. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed episode 12 of my Napoleon Total War Darthmod campaign. And we've completed a campaign victory as the United Kingdom. We've completed our victory conditions. And we've strangled back control of the continent. Thanks to our coalition between the Prussians, the Austrians, and I guess the Russians. But mostly us on the Western Front. Napoleon has been exiled back to the Mediterranean. And now we have peace in our time for now. However, I am open to doing more episodes. Let me know in the comments if you'd like me to go to war with the Prussians and the Austrians betray the coalition. Or maybe I should start a new campaign. I'm definitely open to doing more Napoleon on the channel at some point, because it's always a lot of fun. We'll try and make peace with Sweden and stuff. No, they're not interested. So we might actually have to go to deal with Sweden and a couple of the bordering Germanic territories. But this is what we currently own. Oh, they lost Prague. Yes, they've only got 2 territories left. The French. Prague has fallen, but you'd imagine Bavaria would fall soon as well. There we are. Iberia, Spain, under our control. Mediterranean, most of the trade nodes as well. That's where we're generating most of our money. But yeah, let me know, alternatively, what campaign you'd like me to replace this with. Just has to be any Total War, and I'm more than happy to do so. Let me know the Total War /mod, or maybe we can get back to some more Paradox stuff. It's been a while on that front as well. Maybe some Warhammer. I don't know. Let me know in the comments. Hope you've enjoyed this UK Napoleon campaign. Really enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. And I hope you guys have as well. So I'm going to play the outro now. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Unfortunately, it's time to end the video here. Thank you very much for watching. Check out my social media links in the description below if you'd like to stay connected with me. Let me know feedback and suggestions for the video. Gotta say a huge thank you to my patrons and channel members: Victor K, Sebastian C, Jordan K, Caesar L, Brian S, Tal, Liam B, Kyle P, Tom C, and Wyatt P. So thanks guys, my name has been Simpsy, much love from Australia, goodbye.